Concerned, Dave, because the green sawdust just doesn't quite fit that shade of grass that it's sitting on.
No, it
If it's
doesn't.
moved to a darker shade of grass,
yeah,
it
we've
would
just
be
been
better,
discussing that.
wouldn't
They
it?
need to sort the green shade, don't they, of the sawdust out, really. But it's a good effort. Well, they paint each individual little fleck of
Takes
sawdust.
hours. Local school children help out, don't they?
They normally do it while we've been playing, so goodness knows what they've been doing for the last day and a half.
The floodlights aren't on, which is a good thing, because it was really gloomy earlier, but the forecast suggests cloud all day. Did not suggest any rain, and then suddenly changed its mind when it started to rain.
Yes.
So, weather. It's all about weather.
If only we could do that.
Billy Godelman, what was he on again?
24.
Guests on 23. Moved up to the top of the order.
Godelman on strike now. Do you want to do the racecourse end today?
Can do. Is that this end?
It is.
Here's Rushworth then, right arm over to the left-handed Godelman. And that's launched over the top 4-4. And Godelman was quite aggressive the other day, wasn't he? That brings up the 50. It's only taken them 3 days.
Yeah, a bit sluggish.
Yeah.
It is only in the 18th over, though.
Yeah.
So a nice aggressive start from the Derbyshire skipper.
I think with the weather the way it was, Durham decided to have a bowl. Try and see if they get some bowling points on the board early doors due to a limited amount of cricket that they may be having. And Godelman has certainly been aggressive from memory on Thursday.
But how many days ago was that now? About a fortnight, yeah?
Feels like it,
doesn't it? Doesn't it?
Around the wicket he comes now, and Godelman's batting. He's gone down the track at him. He's treating this like a T20 match. Rushworth stares at him and says something. Godelman's batting outside his crease, way across the line. He's probably, if he walked backwards, he'd miss the stumps, I think.
Yeah, and he'd have to walk backwards about 4 yards.
Yeah. In fact, he's nearer to the bowler's end than he is here.
We saw something not dissimilar to this at Chelmsford last week when we lost the whole of day one.
Yeah.
And Essex came out and batted really aggressively and got to 475 overs.
Rushworth in, pitches it up, and he's driven for 4 through the covers. And, not finding his line and length there. He's just slightly outside the line of off stump. But, 2 half volleys, dispatch for 4, and Godelman is on the rampage.
The problem the bowler's got when Billy Godelman bats like he's batting today, not aggressively in any way, but outside the off stump, is that if he then aims for the stumps, it's basically on Billy Godelman's legs and he'll flick it away into the leg side. So it's a bit of a conundrum for the bowlers, and that's clearly what Billy Godelman is he's trying to do. He's trying to upset the bowler's line as much as anything. And he's been doing it all season. To mixed success, I think it's fair to say. I think he's got 1 half century this season. Billy Godelman missed a couple of games, of course, with injury.
Well, Rushworth's taken Lees out of mid-wicket and put him in as an extra cover. And the other issue they've got here is every time the ball's going off the pitch, it takes ages to dry it off.
Yeah.
So you've got 4 in a line on the offside now for this left-hander. And that's left alone by Godelman. It's way wide of the target and drifts down the side of the track.
Disappointing leave. That's the first one he's even contemplated leaving so far this morning. Problems with the weather up and down the country.
Just seen a photograph of Brecon Cricket Club yesterday, most of which was underwater.
Where's that?
Brecon.
The Welsh Brecon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rushworth bowls, and Godelman with a theatrical step forward and a leave.
Not that I know of any other kind of Brecon, but I wasn't sure if he meant Brecon or if there was somewhere else called Brecon.
Well, actually, no, it was Brecon in Scotland, sorry. BR. They have a football team, don't they, Brecon?
Brecon City?
Yeah.
Brecon.
Yeah. It's in the former royal burgh of Angus in Scotland, near Unthank.
Unthank?
Which reminds me of the Unthank sisters. That's cut nicely by Godelman, and that's another 4. That's 3 4s from the first over. This one's played behind point. ball just comes to rest on the rope in front of the demolition stand. Oh, quite an expensive opening over there from Chris Rushworth. Uncharacteristic.
12 from it. Good start for Derbyshire, whose sole... Well, I was going to say the sole aim is to get batting bonus points, clearly, today. Well, that's almost foolish to say so, and I apologise for doing it. But yesterday when we spoke to Dave Houghton, he said he wanted his batsmen to spend time in the middle after two hugely disappointing defeats, as we're going to see Mark Wood from the City end. Well, Billy Godleman doesn't look like he wants to hang around for too long. I don't know whether he's a bit chilly or just in one of those moods. But either way, he's got off to quite the rapid start with 12 off that first over from Chris Rushworth. And now Brooke Guest will face his first delivery of the day eventually, and it'll be the England Test player Mark Wood. He says his last game for Durham, is it, for now?
Yeah.
So he'll want to put a performance in, I'm sure. Turns at the top of his mark at the City and runs towards us from the permanent temporary stand, and Guest pushes it up to mid-on. And there's no run.
How temporarily permanent is that stand?
Well, that one used to be here.
Yeah, about 7-8 years ago.
Well, no, that was here when I started, and I've only been doing it 6 years.
Didn't they used to have a sign, like a sign of a phoenix in the middle of the seats or something?
A falcon, I would have thought.
A falcon, was it? That's what it was.
It could have been a phoenix.
They've had a few nicknames, haven't they? Over the years?
They have. Scorpion. There was the Scorpions. Weren't they,
named after the Vaux Lager in Sunderland.
And yes,
obviously.
I think almost certainly. And the Phantom's named after Rolls-Royce, of course, as this next delivery is off an edge down to third man for 4 runs. It was into the ground. It might have been stopped by a fourth slip. But there isn't a fourth slip. There's 3 slips and a gully. So that's Guest off the mark with a boundary. 64 without loss.
So it's to do with a car and not with ghosts?
I think so. I don't know for certain. Again, before my time. As they famously say on all these quizzes, oh, Henry VIII. No, sorry, that's before my time.
So it's BD, before Dave.
Yes, but this was opened in what, 18? Late 17, 18?
Yeah.
That stand was at this end when I first started, and now it's at that end, obviously. Because if it was still at this end, you wouldn't be able to see anything because there's a media centre in front of it. Wood is in again, and Guest goes onto his back foot and pushes it out into the backward point region where it's fielded by Jack Burnham.
There were 3 people in the ground yesterday who turned up.
Madness.
Talk about optimistic.
Yeah. You're going to count them now? You're going to count them?
No, but one of them is there again in his little buggy.
Oh, down in front of the permanent temporary stand, yeah. He seems to have a box on his head.
Yeah, he was here yesterday. I don't know if he's got a computer scoring on his computer, maybe, or...
I think it looks like he's got a box on his head.
He's sitting behind what looks like a screen.
Yeah. Interesting. Wood bowls. Guest clips it into the leg side. Square. There's a bit of a chase on for the fielder, who's Alex Lees, who just gets there before it crosses the boundary rope and prevents the 4th run from being added to the total as the batsmen go through for 3. Guest moves on to 30. 67 without loss now, Derbyshire, having started the day on 48 without loss. Billy Godleman and Brooke Guest so far have survived.
There's 22 people in the temporary permanent stand.
Permanent temporary.
And then him at the front as well.
It's important to get the words the right way around.
Well, a bit like the Vaux and Larwood stand.
Well, it's not a permanent stand, so it can't be a temporary permanent stand, but it's a permanent temporary stand.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. A few more have taken the option of going under the roof of the East Midlands demolition stand away to the right.
Shall I count them for you?
Might as well, mate. We've got nothing else to do, really, have we? And, well, I would say less than a handful sitting outside the marquee to the right, and 1 or 2 in the...
29.
What I like to think, 29. What I like to think is of the family stand, but apparently it's got a new name. Elite Performance Centre stand. Wood around the wicket to Godleman, who is hurried a little by this one, as you might expect from one of the quickest bowlers in the country. And he pushes it out into the offside It's fielded by Ben Rain, and there's no run. I've never seen so many portable toilets in a ground as we've got inside the county ground.
I actually thought I'd come to Glastonbury, and I asked the guy on the door.
Who's playing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very disappointed to hear it was Derbyshire and Durham.
Well, Mudhoney are on at 3 o'clock, so looking forward to seeing them again.
Are they on the main stage?
The triangle stage.
All right. Wood bowls to Godalming, a short delivery, and he pulls it round the corner for 4 runs. Just backward of square on the leg side. Nice shot from Godalming. He was onto it quickly. And he picks up another boundary. He moves to 36 now. And Derbyshire to 71 without loss after 2 overs today, having started on 48 for no wicket.
They're making this bowling look rather ordinary at the moment, aren't they?
Well, you see, people talk about the rain and the effect that it might have on the pitch. And the bowlers' run-ups have been covered, but you're still going to be a little tentative, aren't you? You're still going to be a little tentative. I don't think there's any question about that.
And if you haven't had any, you've been off the field for all day yesterday, so trying to get back into the rhythm. It's effectively starting a game again, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Although would the batsmen be batting as they are if we were the first 2 overs of the day? They'd probably just leave everything alone and have a look, wouldn't they? Don't think there are any demons in the pitch. An enormous amount of grass appeared to be taken off it this morning because, of course, it wasn't cut yesterday.
Yeah. Rushworth then bowling to Guest, who's on 30. This is turned in towards short mid-wicket to Burnham.
Just one first-class half-century to his name, Brooke Guest. That was down at Chelmsford in the second innings last. God, it was only Sunday, 6 days ago. Feels like a lot longer than that.
Does it not? Anyway, we might have some high pressure by Thursday next week, which means stable weather, but until then it's going to be a bit mixed. Rushworth bowls, that's wide, and keeper's taking that one-handed in front of first and second slip.
Bernard was expecting more rain. I think we will have more rain today. There's some in the app forecast, but then again, if it doesn't rain, it'll disappear. So but there were some big puddles on the outfield over the course of yesterday. The mopping up that was done this morning at around about 8:30 was incredible. The sopper was spraying water all over the place.
Rushworth comes in and bowls. It's left alone outside the off stump. That reminds me of our kitchen 3 days before Christmas.
Water all over the place.
My wife said to me, "What's that noise?" And I said, "It's the dishwasher." And she said, "The dishwasher's not on."
Oh dear.
And we opened the cupboard under the sink, and I just got sprayed with boiling hot water because the pipe had fractured. That was fun.
Have you not got one of those fancy taps that does 100 degrees and 0 degrees?
It was just the hot water pipe. It was one of those flexible pipes. And So 3 days before Christmas. Rushworth in, that nips back in and hits the thigh pad. No run. So you then have to run out to the drive, lift up the latch in the drive.
Got
to put your hand all the way in, like something off that I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here with all the creepy crawlies in there.
Oh, yeah.
So Julia bravely did put her arm in.
Good for you.
My hand was just a bit too fat to get in, obviously, as you'd imagine.
Yeah.
Rushworth bowls. Oh, he's got him. I thought there might have been a little bit of bat in that, but it was worth a shout. It was on a length, and he's played and missed, and Brooke Guest has gone for 30. And Derbyshire are 71 for 1, and a far better over from Rushworth on this occasion, who's been very much on the spot this time. After that first over went for 12 today, and he gets a tap on the back off more or less everybody. And he now needs 3 more wickets. There's always something with Chris Rushworth. He now needs 3 more wickets, I'm reliably informed, to reach 1,000 at all levels for Durham, going back through the academy in the seconds as well.
Yeah, if there wasn't any bat in it, and there's no reason to suspect other than perhaps a little noise, it might have hit the bat after it hit the pad, but it looked fairly adjacent, even from where we are. It thudded into his shin, and that looks more like Wayne Madsen than Leas Deploy, but I've been wrong before. So, Lears deployed. Told you all like Lears deployed. 4 fours in his 30. 67 deliveries he lasted in total. I'm just going to turn my cue up now, Martin. So if you see the hand come out, you know the drill. So success for Chris Rushworth in the 3rd over of the day. Just 100 overs today, incidentally. We were due to have 104, but of course that drop of rain that we had about 10:45 lost us a further 4 overs. But I mean, it's almost immaterial how many overs are left because this game's going nowhere other than 8 points apiece and whatever bonus points you can pick up along the way. Lewis Deploy's had a very interesting season so far. He's got a 98 here against Worcestershire and pretty much nothing else. 2 first ballers. And at one point had more ducks than anybody else in the country.
There were 2 ducks on the square here for quite a large section of yesterday.
There may well be another one fairly shortly, given poor old Lewis's disappointing form this season. He's only got 3 dogs.
Rushworth from the racecourse end comes in and bowls, and that's a shout, and it's not given this time. They were all up for that one, but the umpire shook his head straight away and said no, maybe going down leg side.
He's definitely an LBW candidate though. He's deploying at the moment.
Run rate's 3.5. Yeah, it's just swinging down the leg side, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
Excellent. So sometime during this Mark Wood Oval, we will have an update for listeners on BBC Radio Derby's FM and medium wave frequencies. I think medium wave is still going. I'm not 100% certain. And DAB, of course, and if you're watching on Freeview, or why you would watch the radio through the television, I've no idea.
There is a band called TV on the Radio, isn't there?
Was there?
Yeah, they're on after Mudhoney this afternoon.
Okay. Oh, I'll stay for them then.
Yeah.
Godleman waits. 2 slips in place as Wood bowls to him and he cracks that away into the offside. Good tumbling stop. Diving away to his left-hand side by Alex Lees. Fine piece of fielding that. The tall man dived away to his left. Got everything on it. Billy Godleman immediately looks at the bottom of his bat. Perhaps he wasn't quite happy with the connection, but it looked like he got plenty of it.
So what's the crack with Billy then? He's playing this like a T20.
Well, he doesn't care, does he? I've told you. How many times do you need to tell him about it?
Doug's already been on to say if he's going to play like this, he needs some chin music from the bowlers.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's the bowlers need to respond, don't they, really? If he's just going to attack them, they need to respond. And Wood bowls on a length, and it's turned into the leg side by Godleman. He was a little hurried by it, perhaps short of a length. And he picks up another single to move to 41, 72 for 1. Derbyshire, the man out. Brooke Guest, leg before wicket to Chris Rushworth to the 17th ball of the day. He had advanced his score overnight by 7 runs. 2 fielders moving hither and yon because they perhaps thought that Lewis Deploy might be right-handed, but he remains left-handed. Next batsman's right-handed, chaps. Deploy waits and he has edged it through to the keeper and he's out second ball. I thought he'd almost edged it and he did get an edge on it and Mark Wood strikes, and just like that 2 wickets are down. Derbyshire are 72 for 2. Lewis Deploy's dismal season continues. It's his 4th duck of the campaign. This time he lasted 2 balls. He's had 2 first ballers and well, he's having a hugely disappointing campaign so far. And with Ben McDermott breathing down his neck, he's in the ground today, the Australian batsman, wicket-keeper. Billy Godleman's having a comfort break. Look, there he goes, dashing off to the members' pavilion to sort himself out. The 12th man's come on, but he can be of no assistance. Mikey Cohen. So we've got no batsman out there at the moment. Here comes Wayne Madsen, I think. Down the steps away, it should be Wayne Madsen anyway. Away to our left-hand
We had a
side.
situation last week at Chesley Street where the umpire and 2 other players sprinted off the pitch after one of the...
Dodgy curry the night before.
Well, they all headed to the toilets in the corner of the ground next to the ground staff. Batsman leaping the white picket fence with pads on. The camera's still showing Deploy walking off the pitch. That's been a slow walk, hasn't it?
He's off now, but yeah, it was quite slow. Well, he'd be hugely disappointed because he's having a disappointing season, and there's no 2 ways about it. And he'll know that Ben McDermott's in the ground, and he'll know that Dave Houghton said yesterday that Ben McDermott will be available for red ball cricket. And the man most under threat, you would have said, is Lewis Deploy, because he only bats. He bowls a bit of left arm rubbish, but he is essentially a batsman. It definitely means that the update will come during this over that I'm commentating on, though, so that's quite handy, isn't it, really?
Where's Godalming gone?
He went across to the members' pavilion on the fast, where the umpires have been, and he hasn't returned yet.
Well, before they allow him back in, he'll have to do a temperature check and sign a form. Could take forever.
Yeah, he's just done his flies up there. Here we are.
Now, they did used to be the dressing rooms here at one time.
Yeah, they were the dressing rooms after the jockeys' quarters were the dressing rooms.
Yeah. The first time I came here to cover a game was in 2000, and the press box was still in the old grandstand from the race course.
Oh, yeah.
I think we sat in what was the starter's office from the racing days.
You'll have commentated from the roof of the cafe as well.
Yeah, in the green hut that was then condemned.
Yeah. And of course from the
both of
old scoreboard,
yeah.
which is an experience in itself. Yeah. Just as it's sitting as it does above the gents' toilets. Mm-hmm. You don't want to be in there on a warm day.
I remember. I tell you, me and Martin Spate were in the hot summer of 2007. We were melting in there one evening.
Yeah, the smell's unbearable.
It's lovely.
Could have done with a face mask, really. Keep the smell away.
That'll never catch on.
Wayne Madsen on strike then. His first delivery. Now Billy Godalming sorted himself out. 72 for 2. And Mark Wood over the wicket to the right-handed Madsen with 3 slips in place. Bowls 2, and he leaves this alone outside the off stump. Steely Dan have just finished, so it's my turn next. Quite often follow Steely Dan.
Was it? Well, you used to be a roadie with them, didn't you?
Yeah. Yes, eventually the match restarted. We had a little delay at the start. We lost another 4 overs. So we're playing 100 overs today, although whether we get those in or not is up for debate. And Derbyshire started like a house on fire with Billy Godalming smacking the ball to the boundary 3 times in the opening over from Chris Rushworth. But since then, they've lost 2 wickets. Brooke Guest, leg before wicket to Rushworth for 30, and Lewis Deploy's having a wretched season with the bat. He was caught behind by wicketkeeper Stuart Pointer off the bowling of England test star Mark Wood. Second ball for naught. So Wayne Madsen's gone out to join Billy Godalming. Godalming's on 41. Madsen yet to get off the mark, and Derbyshire are 72 for 2. That latest delivery was left alone outside the off stump by Wayne Madsen. I don't think he's laid bat on ball yet in the couple of deliveries that he's faced, as Wood turns around the sawdust at the far end. It's brightening up, and he comes in and bowls to Madsen, who does get bat on ball this time, pushes it out square on the offside where Jack Burnham does the fielding, and it's the end of the over. 1 run from it, but a wicket as well. It was the over that kept on giving after Billy Godalming disappeared for about 15 minutes to see to his ablutions. 72 for 2, Madsen or Godalming 41.
You were on about how this will be a draw.
Yes.
There's still enough, if it doesn't rain, there's enough time in this match for a conclusion other than a draw. And I will draw your attention to what happened here in 2013. That was a rain-affected game, and the match finished on the Saturday. And on the Saturday morning, Durham was still in the first innings of the game, and then bowled Derbyshire out twice that afternoon. Everybody thought that was going to be a draw, and then suddenly there were wickets tumbling left, right, and centre after it was around about tea time, I think.
Could be. Yeah. But your hot favourite's a draw, isn't it? Your hot favourite, because Derbyshire won't try and set anything up, certainly, and whether Durham would be willing to do that, who knows? I think it's immaterial because Derbyshire won't do it. So I think it's all about bonus points here. That would be my guess anyway. I have been wrong before, though. And they have lost their last 2 games before lunch effectively in 7 sessions.
Rushworth round the wicket to Godalming from the racecourse end, our end of the ground. Godalming comes down the track and is out. He's edged to the slips, and he was in 4 minds as to what to play there. And he's put the ball straight to the slips, I think to Cameron Bancroft. And that approach has ended in him departing.
What was that all about?
He was in 9 minds there, wasn't he?
Unbelievable. Yeah. 51 from 55 balls, 7 fours. Dancing down the wicket.
41, wasn't it?
Yeah. Dancing down the wicket as though he didn't have a care in the world. And they've gone from 71 without loss to 72 for 3. And the first bonus point of the match goes Durham's way. I mean...
After the first over goes for 12 runs.
Yeah. Yeah. What on earth's going on? What on earth is going on?
What's all that about? Yeah, Bancroft with a catch.
And you keep telling me to be more optimistic, Martin. How am I supposed to do that? Eh? How am I supposed to do that? Somebody went on one of the social medias and said, "Oh, I can't listen to Dave Fletcher, he's too pessimistic." I'm just realistic.
Yeah. All you're doing is reporting on what you're seeing.
Well, I can do no more. I can't say Billy Godalming's unlucky to be dismissed there because he's danced down the track to a quick bowler and edged it to second slip. I mean, there's nothing unlucky about that. It's crazy. Liz deploys badly out of form. Brooke Guest got a decent delivery that he just couldn't get an inside edge on and was LBW. And all of a sudden, Matt Critchley's out in his short-sleeved top and marching towards the middle. And Matt Critchley, who Derbyshire have relied on heavily over the course of the early weeks of the season.
3 for 1 in 8 balls.
It's mad. Matt Critchley's he hasn't had a half century since the 69 that he scored in the second innings at Durham. 31, 1, 4 and 25. He's picked up 3 wickets in that time for 210.
How on earth did he end up the PCA Player of the Month for April when David Bedingham had not only got 2 centuries, but one of them a double century and a 50 in the same game, and was the leading scorer in the country?
I think.
And he got 180 and a half century at Nottingham.
Apart from the fact that it was voted for by the public, Matt Critchley also got 13 wickets, which for a leg spinner in April is a decent effort, as well as a century and 4 half centuries. So
Rushworth then bowling to the new batsman, who is Matt Critchley, and he lets the first ball go through to the keeper.
But Durham have got exactly what they wanted. 2 batsmen on naught, one who's faced 3 deliveries, one who's faced 1. I wouldn't say that the openers were necessarily established, having faced just 17 overs on day 1, on day 3. But Martin's victory for Durham by an innings, well, could happen, Martin, could happen.
Rushworth bowls again. Oh, it's left by Critchley. It looked like he was playing at it initially. I'm just saying what happened.
No, absolutely. No, I know you're right to point it out. You're right to point it out. And I wouldn't, at this early stage, suggest that it isn't going to happen either, having witnessed the last 2 heavy defeats that Derbyshire have suffered to Notts and to Essex. 310 runs in an innings and 15. A couple of thrashings in anybody's book.
Rushworth in. Critchley turns this to mid-wicket to Burnham, no run.
Bit of noise from the Durham fielders, who after the first over must have been wondering exactly what was going to happen today. See, the Czech Republic are taking on Luxembourg today.
What's that in?
I have no idea. Well, it's in cricket.
In cricket?
Yeah. Czech Republic are currently 56 for 7 in reply to Austria's 162 for 6.
Oh, that's a sellout. It's defended. Is that the Matterhorn Cup?
Well, there could be as many people in it. It's the Central Europe Cup, it's known as. Yeah. Could be as many people there as there are here. Yeah. Match delayed at Southampton. Inspection 10 minutes ago, so clearly that didn't work out well. Playing at Trent Bridge, where Notts are 62 for 3 against Worcestershire. They're playing at Chelmsford, where Essex are 27 for 1, having dismissed Warwickshire for 166.
Rushworth to Critchley. Oh, I thought that was up in the air for a moment. I think that's come off the splice of the bat. It drifts across towards mid-on. End of the over. 72 for 3. And they were 71 for none.
They're inspecting at Wantage Road at the moment, where Lancashire are 59 without loss. They've managed 16 overs and 5 balls in that game so far. Terrific effort. And there have been 19 overs and 4 balls in the game between Kent and Glamorgan, where Glamorgan are 52 for 2 in reply to Kent's 307. No, they played more than that. That's just Glamorgan's innings. Apologies. That's in Canterbury, but match start delayed. Inspection at 12:45 as Mark Wood begins a new over from the city end. A short delivery that sends Wayne Madsen onto his backside. That was sharp, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was sharp.
Keeper there.
Well, he nearly took the ball nearly took him to the boundary, Stuart Pointer.
Yeah.
He leapt to his
like
left-hand
Superman.
side. It was a fantastic stop. Fantastic stop. Surrey against Middlesex is ongoing as well at the Oval, where Middlesex are 18 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 190 all out. Once Wood got up his short sleeve this time, he's in and bowls, and Madsen guides it down to third man, where Ned Eckersley does the fielding just down below us. So Madsen's off the mark. Derbyshire are 73 for 3. It's actually game 3 of the Central Europe Cup. Who knew there was a Central Europe Cup? Some kind of.
Can we find the others on catch-up somewhere?
I'd have thought they'd all be on YouTube, as the Scotland versus Holland games are.
Yeah.
Single camera at third man to the right-hander, and that's it. The only camera there. Wood bowls, and Critchley tries to pull this and mistimes it horribly, and it dribbles out into the leg side.
Did you see that story last week about the T20 tournament, which suddenly began out of nowhere in Sri Lanka last year?
Yes, well, I didn't see the story, but I know there was a T20 because it was on telly, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, but what it was they'd made all the names of the players up and pretended it was being played in Sri Lanka, and it was actually played in a village in India where these people had hired the ground and then put fences around and covers around so you couldn't see in. And they were streaming it live on the internet so people could watch the game and therefore bet on the match.
Bet is the big thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and then the police found out they were there and they went and closed it all down.
Wood is in again, and he pulls his bat away quite late there, Matt Critchley. Might have been very close to the ball by the time he pulled it away. Did they not?
But they had all this publicity blurb for it, and because it wouldn't be sanctioned officially, they created their own cricket board and said it had been sanctioned by their own cricket board.
Fantastic.
Commentators, graphics, everything.
Can't be that difficult to do, you wouldn't have thought, in this day and age with the technology that's out there. It's all fairly cheap nowadays, isn't it? As Wood bowls to Critchley, goes onto the back foot and pushes it up to Borthwick at mid-off. Just brightening up a touch at the moment as he tempts fate in the commentary box. The horrible dark clouds that were away to the west from where the weather was coming, although the wind has dropped as well now. They seem to have passed to the south of us. It looks fairly unpleasant out towards Donington and that way. Castle Donington. Light aircraft. Somewhere. Yes, hopefully. As Critchley turns this next one into the leg side. And a misfield by Chris Rushworth. He actually put the slide in. Looked odds on that he was going to stop that ball, and it just escaped his clutches. So 4 runs to Matt Critchley to get him off the mark. It was the final ball of the Mark Wood over that included that terrific bouncer that put Wayne Madsen on his backside. He's got 1, Critchley's got 4, 77 for 3 at the end of the over.
Wood's now got 120 wickets for Durham, and this is his 58th first-class match. Now, before he played against Warwickshire, was that 2 weeks ago, his previous game for Durham had been against Middlesex in September 2018.
Well, you don't want to be playing
games earlier.
You don't want to be playing too often, do you?
No. And his best figures, 6 for 46 at Derby in 2018.
Happy days.
I think it ended in a draw, that one. It amazes me as well how many times I end up in this town while Eurovision's on the telly and everybody's Twitter's taken over by it. I have to turn Twitter off for the night.
Yes, that's going to be horrible tonight, isn't it?
Rushworth in and bowls, and it's a leave from Madsen, who's on 1. Dave Griffin put a nice photograph on his Twitter feed this morning of this day in history from a Derbyshire perspective, and it was Madsen having got a big 100 on his debut.
Yeah.
It was, I think it was at Cheltenham, it looked like.
Oh, I thought it was... sorry, I just saw the chart. I thought it was at Chesterfield.
One of the other players coming to congratulate him as he was coming off the pitch. He looked very young.
It was at Cheltenham, you're absolutely right.
Rushworth balls, this is defended. How old is Madsen now then?
37? 38?
37, yeah.
37. Graham Wagg was the
that's it.
Was the player who congratulated him. Whatever happened to him?
Isn't he?
Oh, well, he was at Glamorgan. He was Glamorgan, yeah. No, he had a terrific time down at Glamorgan, didn't he, after leaving here?
Rushworth right arm over from the city end to Madsen, played off towards mid-wicket. He came and did, it was this week 4 years ago, Durham were at Hove, and then for the bank holiday weekend they were in Swansea, and he came and did some commentary with us at Swansea.
He's a good lad, isn't he? He was in his benefit last time he came here, I think, and he had a couple of events in the vicinity. He's a former Derbyshire player.
Rushworth bowls, flights that in towards off stump, and it's deflected.
It's unlucky.
By Ned Eckersley in the covers, and it's taken it past Scott Borthwick, who now chases it up towards long off. 2 runs. Borthwick not in the slips because he's got a cracked finger apparently.
So lunch at 1:10 today, Martin. Yeah. We can wait a little extra 10 minutes.
Today, is it?
Well, that's been the rumour for the last 2 days. So I'm staking my reputation on lamb. Lamb tagine is usually the lamb that we get here. Very nice it is too. And then burgers tomorrow. Always get burgers on day 4. Well, when we get to day 4.
Rushworth in, bowls. Left alone, outside the off stump.
Decent leave, looks a decent leave, because the ball's not moving away from him at all. Noisy lot.
Yeah. Parts of Wales, southwest England and northern England have already had double the average May rainfall during the first 18 days of the month.
Thomas Schaffenacker to continue commentary.
In comes Rushworth and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump. That's from Liam Dutton, the weather presenter. We were discussing last night just how poor the weather has been this month. And 2 years ago, around about this time, during the one-day cup, Durham went to Grantham and never saw a ball bowled. Yeah. And it was just cold and wet and miserable. And they lost a game at Leeds that around about that period. The matches at, I think, Worcester and Warwickshire were also badly affected by the weather. The Midlands was just under a constant band of rain for weeks during that period.
New over from Mark Wood. First delivery is defended by Critchley to Eckersley at a wide-ish mid-on. And there's no run. Yes, that Grantham. It was a shame for Grantham, wasn't it, really? But outgrounds, especially when they get torrential rain, as it was. I think it probably would have affected most grounds, but outgrounds especially. To get that amount of rain, just can't cope. 3 slips for Mark Wood, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Matt Critchley. He's on 4. Madsen has 3. 79 for 3, Derbyshire.
Durham will be at Grantham again this year because before the one-day cup starts, they're going to play Lincolnshire in a friendly game.
Is that not been switched yet? Because Derbyshire were playing Shropshire. They were supposed to be playing in Shropshire, but the games have slowly started to be switched to the senior counties for,
I haven't heard
for
that.
protocol reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, so Derbyshire will play that game here before the Royal London. Everyone's seen Ben McDermott against Shropshire. Wood bowls, oh, that's a good delivery. Again, he tries to persuade everybody that he played inside the line of it, but by the time he's withdrawn the bat, the ball's almost smacking into the the wicket-keeper's gloves. He's building up a fair head of steam here, is Mark Wood.
Well,
Nice, good to see.
that match was originally penciled in against Lincolnshire and Grantham because Durham are on their way down to the south east, and they've
that would
got
make
games
sense,
in Canterbury and Hove and Beckenham.
So you're in the northern group there.
Yeah, and then on the way back they play a home game in Scarborough against Gloucestershire.
Of course you do. Here's Wood left alone outside the off stump. Why wouldn't you? By Matt Critchley. It goes through to Stuart Pointer. Derbyshire have got. There's 8 games, isn't there, in the One Day Cup? Yeah. Derbyshire have got 5 home games. And a home game against Shropshire, because the game against Notts that was scheduled for Trent Bridge is being
is that
played.
when Trent Rocket's on?
Yeah, I believe so. There is another competition taking place at that time, I'm told. But obviously the main focus will be on the Royal London Cup.
Yeah.
As it should be, in the home of the world champions. Wood from the city end left alone by Matt Critchley outside the off stump. We will be untouched by the slightly less complicated, more complicated competition here in Derby, as sadly you will in Durham, aren't you? Really, you've been lumped in with Leeds. That makes perfect sense. Rather than having your own team, make the fans from the north east travel to Leeds to watch the new competition. And give 2 to London. Leave Somerset out. And Gloucestershire. 79 for 3. That's my final word on the matter. Mark Wood.
For now.
For now, yeah. Final ball of the over is pushed into the offside by Matt Critchley. And it is the end of the 25th over that's been bowled in this match. And we're already at 5 to midday on the 3rd day of the game. 4 to Critchley, 3 to Madsen. That was a maiden over from Mark Wood. 11 overs he's bowled now, Mark Wood. 3 maidens, 1 for 33.
Doug's been on, 1 for Dave. If Deploy is out of form, why is he selected, he asks.
Terrific question. He's selected because there's nobody else, but there is somebody else now, and it's Ben McDermott.
Rushworth continuing his spell from the racecourse end. Coming in from 3 furlongs, bowls. It's gone past the off stump and through to the keeper.
He's nowhere near the racecourse. Well, he is. I mean, obviously he's close to the racecourse because we're on where the racecourse was, but the racecourse would have been over there to our left and to our right.
Yeah.
So he's more in the bit in the middle.
The finish line was just across to our left, just at the end of where the newish pavilion is.
Yeah. That white wall is about the only thing that's left.
Yeah. Way in.
Way out.
Rushworth balls. Ooh, inside edge. Under the pad. No run.
Yeah, 1939 it finished, so you were quite fortunate to be sitting in a racecourse grandstand in the early 2000s.
Yeah. It did have a modern feel to it. Did I ever tell you the story of Charlemagne Diva, the racehorse?
No, I don't think you did, actually.
No.
Some stories I have heard before, but some of them are worth repetition. I look forward to it after this Rushworth delivery. Yeah. I'll build it up. Is it a good one?
Here comes Rushworth. He balls. That's through to the keeper. So we went to Thirsk Races for family day because my mother-in-law just lived a short distance from the race course. And
she was running in the 3:30.
She was. She came last. She couldn't get over the fence. Anyway, we went along, bought the form card, and I was putting a fiver on a race and getting absolutely nowhere.
Fiver a race?
Yeah.
Blimey.
And my daughter starts going through the card. She was about 7 at the time, maybe 6 years old. As Rushworth comes in and bowls, this is played off towards mid-wicket and collected by Ben Rain, coming round from mid-on, no run. And she's looking through the jockey's colours and she said, "Oh, Daddy, we've got to put some money on that horse there. It's pink. Pink's my favourite colour." And I looked at this horse called Charlemagne Diva. It had never won a race. It was carrying too much weight. The jockey had never won anything. It was an amateur jockey. And I thought, I hope in hell this horse will get anywhere. It's probably on its way to the knacker's yard soon. Anyway, my wife came over and said, just humour her and put a pound on. So, Rushworth comes in and bowls. This is defended.
Parenting tips here. Humour the children.
Runs up to mid-off. I think there was a female jockey who, it might have actually been her first race, I can't remember, but she was an amateur. Anyway, I put this pound on reluctantly and then carefully put my fiver on the horse that I knew was going to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And the race started, and Charlemagne Diva looked like it was wading through treacle, and the rest of the field left it for dead. And I couldn't believe it. I thought, what a waste of a pound. As Rushworth bowls again. Oh, that angles back in, but the batsman was quite a long way forward. I think he got a bit of bat onto that first. It's the end of the over. Madsen on strike on 3, 79 for 3. And then suddenly, as the horse has got level with us, and the finish line's maybe about another...
You're in the cheap seats,
200 yards. Yeah, we climbed over the fence. And I lost money because my coat got caught on the top of the fence, and I ripped the back out of my coat, and it cost 30 quid to get it fixed. Anyway, the finish line was about 200 yards to our right, and the horse came past us, and you could see clear daylight between it and the rest, and then it was just like they put the afterburners on, and it just went straight through the middle and won on the line. Couldn't believe it. And my daughter was jumping around, dancing in celebration. I think we won something like £16. So the following year, we're back there again. Daddy, Charlemagne Diva's running, and it's in pink again. So, of course, I lumped a tenner on it, and it came last. So there you are.
There's a moral there, everybody.
Yes.
Don't gamble.
Yeah.
Is it Ben Rain?
Yeah.
It is Ben Rain. He's bowling from the City end. First change of the day, and he's guided into the offside of the toe end of the bat, really, by Mark Critchley. There we go. Confirmation from next door. Jack Burnham does the fielding. 79 for 3.
So, yeah, don't...
You're only going next door, Martin. You don't need to put your coat and your gloves on.
Yeah. It's actually warm next door.
Yeah.
Because you can't open the window there. The door's wedged open there.
Well, unwedge it.
Just to help with the wind tunnel effect from here.
It's not as bad today, to be fair, but it was horrendous yesterday, wasn't it? Horrendous.
Oh, it was whistling through the building.
Yeah, it was incredible. Critchley takes a couple of steps towards Rain this time, and there's a wild hoik at that one, and it picks up a single because it dribbles its way down to Chris Rushworth at backward square leg.
But it was useful to see the team Ineos team director here with the latest low-profile bikes in the wind tunnel, just testing them out ahead of the Tour de France.
You can see the batsmen coming out with those with helmets with the little pointy bits down the back. I'm sure there's
streamlined helmets.
I'm sure there's a technical name for those pointy bits.
Well, they had those aero helmets a few years ago, didn't they? They were quite popular for a while.
Yeah.
I remember the Gloucestershire players had a few of them in Leicestershire.
Help them run quicker. 80 for 3 now. Madsen waits for Rain to bowl to him and defends it up to towards mid-on. Alex Lees intercepts it, though, from mid-wicket. Trots across to pick it up.
The best way to, the most streamlined way to run.
Do you not do midday? You not do midnight?
Yeah,
midday?
I'm going to do it now, but I won't be on for 5 minutes.
All right.
The best way to run with a streamlined helmet on is if you have the bat in front of you with the V of the bat pointing forwards, because that breaks the wind and creates a vacuum for you to run through.
Yeah. I wasn't trying to get rid of you. I just didn't want you to miss it.
I can take a hint.
Rain bowls outside the off stump. Allowed to go through to keeper Stuart Pointer. I think I may have said it was Leas Deploy's 4th duck of the season. It was his 5th, which I'm sure he'll be pleased. He got a pair against Warwickshire, naught in the first innings against Durham, and naught in the second innings against Nottinghamshire. Did get 98 against Worcestershire. And his next best score is the 39 he scored in the second innings against Essex, which is why I think he's probably under a bit of pressure at the moment, the young South African. Madsen defends the next delivery from Rain. Out into the offside, and there's no run. The crowd are probably fearing the worst as it starts to go dark. I wouldn't be at all surprised if at any moment now the lights didn't come on, because it has gone gloomy out there. I'm going to say uniformly grey, but it's different shades of grey. Some really, really dark up above. Rain from the city end. He's defended again by Madsen, this time up to mid-on. It's the end of the over. We've had 27 overs in total, so 10 overs today. It's been quite lively. 80 for 3, so they've added a further 32 runs. Derbyshire, but they have lost 3 wickets. Matt Critchley just sorting out his guard at the far end. As Chris Rushworth begins a new over from the racecourse and balls to Critchley, and it goes straight through him. Through to Stuart Pointer. Decent delivery that from Rushworth. He's got 3 slips in place. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Yeah, we've had a little over 10 overs so far this morning to add to the 17 we had on day 1. And Derbyshire in those 10 overs have added 32 runs, but they've also lost 3 wickets. Brooke Guest for 30, Lewis Deploy for his 5th duck of the season. And Billy Godleman, who danced down the track to Chris Rushworth, who's got 2 of the wickets to fall this morning, and edged the ball straight to Cameron Bancroft at second slip. He was dismissed for 41. The lights have just come on because it's getting very gloomy here at the county ground. And Derbyshire, with Madsen on 3 and Critchley on 5, are 80 for 3. Rushworth is in again with the lights on. Bowls to Critchley down the leg side. I'm not sure what he got on that pad by the look of the umpire. Yeah, leg buys. 4 of them signalled by umpire Peter Hartley. Derbyshire moved to 84 for 3 with the lights on, and the weather closing in again, looking away to the west. There is some brightness away there, but it's a fairly dismal scene for the first game back in front of spectators, I'm afraid. Yesterday we saw the rain on the window because the wind was blowing straight at us. We won't see that as Rushworth is clipped into the leg side by Matt Critchley for a single down to long leg. Ben Rain does the fielding, the capless Ben Rain, because he's bowling from the city end. So Critchley moves on to 685 for 3. Scott Borthwick is windmilling his arms furiously, though, as though he's going to come on to bowl soon. Ambulance goes past towards the Pentagon Island. Madsen on strike now, same field, 3 slips. And he waits, takes a step down the track and gets enough bat on that one. Then Rushworth throws the ball into his pads, not with any force. And no harm done, essentially. Just a little bit of frustration, I think, from Chris Rushworth, but nothing serious. And the dot ball to add to his list. 5 overs and 5 balls, 3 maidens, 2 for 15 in this spell so far this morning. 2 for 30 in total. Not for 30 in his first 4 overs. Not yesterday, the day before yesterday. As Rushworth is in again, and Madsen leaves this one alone. It goes through to Pointer. It's the end of the over. 28 overs now been played, so we've had 11 today. Derbyshire have advanced their total from 48 to 85. And Durham have picked up 3 wickets. The wickets of Brooke Guest for 30, Deploy for 0, and Godleman for 41. But you get a bonus point for 3 wickets, don't you? Yeah, it's not showing on the board yet, but the first bonus point of the match earned following the departure of Billy Godleman.
Do you think Billy would have cared?
No, I don't think so. Doug, I don't think so.
This is your end, isn't it?
Well, it was.
Are we switching?
Well, no, I'll carry on. Ben Rain bowls.
I've sort of got an affinity with the racing world now. You know? I'm saying I feel like I've got an affinity with the racing world now, having done the racecourse end.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'll do the City end, that's fine. Yeah, Ben Rain's first delivery is defended by
I see you more as a City dweller.
Matt Critchley. Yeah, I like a City. Yeah. I do like a City.
What's your favourite conurbation?
I don't like the term Greater Manchester, I've got to say. No, and I live in Greater Manchester.
Were you listening to 5 Live yesterday afternoon?
No.
Ellis and, is it Ellis and John?
Yeah.
And they were having a quiz question. It was a quiz. It was quite a funny one, actually. I was listening as I left the ground.
Rain. There was a full-length ball, and Critchley gets his bat down and plays it back to the bowler.
So one of the questions was, how many underpasses are there in Plymouth?
17. I've no idea.
It turned out to be 9.
Was it only 9?
Yeah. And then the final question. There's a certain chain of cheap beer outlets.
Bargain places.
Pubs.
That serve booze. Oh, okay.
Yes,
Yes,
you know them,
yes.
you know.
No, I know what you mean now. Yeah.
And how many
are in
of
former
their
banks?
How many of their pubs are in Greater Manchester?
All right. As Rain bowls, it's pulled around the corner. He's got it fine of the man on the square leg boundary, Chris Rushworth, and he picks up 4 runs. Matt Critchley moves to double figures. He's on to 10. He was on that quite quickly. 89 for 3. Can you remember the total so I can have a guess?
Well, it then started a debate as to what was Greater Manchester.
Well, it's a unitary authority, isn't it?
Yeah.
Area.
But did you include certain districts? And
well, you just include the districts that are in Greater Manchester, surely.
But then there was an argument as to whether one district was actually in it or not. So they decided it was in it and added it in and got the sums wrong. And it turned out this district wasn't in it.
All right.
So it got controversial.
Rain bowls and off the back foot pushed into the offside by Critchley. Can you remember the district?
Was it Horton? No.
Could have been.
Is there a Horton?
I don't know. I don't. Yeah. There's a Norton.
Norton. Man, it wouldn't have been Norton. There's a Norton in Stockton.
There is, yeah. They're ancients up
there,
they
aren't
they?
I don't think they exist anymore.
Do they not?
No.
All right.
Norton and Stockton ancients.
89 for 3 here with the Radio Derby and Radio Newcastle ancients.
Speak for yourself. I'm still in my 40s.
You really?
Yeah.
Sorry, that one took me by surprise. That one's been pushed up to mid-on by Matt Critchley.
Yeah.
I was in my 40s 9 years ago.
Well, I am still in my 40s.
Wow. You'd have thought.
I feel 80 and I've got the back of a 90-year-old.
Well, that's what I was, yeah. Various parts of your body are slightly older than the rest of you.
Yeah.
It's never a good thing, that. My knees are the ones that are struggling now, but it's carrying 24 stone around on them.
Yeah. And those chips.
Well, it's the chips are the problem.
Yeah.
Well, it's more other stuff, I think, that's the real problem. Rain to Critchley, and they're going to go through for a comfortable single in the end. It was pushed up towards mid-on. The mid-on had to move around to his right-hand side, Mark Wood. He did the fielding comfortably enough in the end, but they did get through for the single. 5 off the over. 90 for 3. Critchley has 11. Madsen has 3. Do you remember how many pubs of the variety that we're discussing there were?
I think it was 27.
Is that all? That's
Yeah.
good, that, isn't it? I like that. There's a lot of good breweries around there, so they don't need...
Yeah.
Well, they do need pubs, obviously.
Well, there's a high street near me, and I could remember when it was all charity shops, and they're all now turning into microbreweries.
Yeah, we've got a few in Horwich now, microbreweries. At least 4. It's only a tiny place. Change of bowling at the racecourse end as well.
Bryden Cars coming in to the attack.
First time we've seen him in this match. With the ball in hand.
How many first-class matches do you think Bryden Cars has played?
23.
Here he comes, right arm over, and bowls. Gone through to the keeper. This is his 29th.
It's not bad then. That was decent, complete stab in the dark.
He's got 84 wickets, including 23 this year.
That's decent. That's decent.
I think he's in the top 10 bowlers.
I don't think he would be. Yeah, he should be, shouldn't he? But that.
Where is he?
How many first-class matches do you think Wayne Madsen's played?
Oh, 188 or something.
Oh, good effort.
Car sitting. Oh, that's taken off. It's pitched on a length and that's gone so high. Just how many has he?
195 this time round. Yeah. It says 30 for Bryden Cast, doesn't it? Well, it'll be his 30th, will it? I'm going on ESPN Cricket Info. Obviously, I don't have these stats in my head. They had the one that they're playing it on, don't they? So like Ben Rain 89, Matt Critchley 59.
Cast in, bowls. That's driven down towards third man.
The almost entirely pointless cry of catch. As the ball never went more than 6 inches above the ground. One of my pet peeves, that club cricket. Catch it. Well, what do you think he's trying to do?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're just moments away from
a rant.
Yeah.
What do you think I'm going into next then?
Support the bowler. That was on your card, wasn't it?
Yeah, support the bowler's a bad one, isn't it?
Yeah. Cars, bowls. That's a shortish ball which is left alone.
But it's weird, you don't hear support the bowler in professional cricket, but you still hear them shout catch.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if it comes to me, I'll catch it, or at least try. But if it's along the ground, well, you know, more stop it would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Despite the fact there's a crowd and we can still just about hear the two batsmen having a chat there.
91 for 3, Cast bowls, pitches that right into the block hole and takes the return delivery along the floor. Almost tumbles over, manages to just keep his balance. Sunderland in action, or inaction could be the word. 3:30 against the mighty Lincoln.
You'll be useless between 3:30 and 5:30.
You know, stupid air raid siren going off this afternoon.
No,
and daft drums.
That is true. Yeah, it's not my favourite ground, Lincoln. My boys are in action at 12:30 tomorrow, I think.
The Rovers.
With an impossible. Yes, they don't speak like that.
I know they don't. It's gone off to Point Blackburn Rovers speak like that.
Yes, ish.
Yeah.
Tranmere don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
have you Tranmere played?
They're away to Morecambe tomorrow with a 2-1 deficit from the first leg, an absolute travesty of a game.
Was it?
Well, they absolutely smashed them. Lost 2-1.
91 for 3 still here.
Tranmere have never won an away leg in a playoff.
Sunderland have never gone up in the playoff. But then apparently neither have Lincoln. So they've lost 8 matches 8 times in the playoffs. Sunderland did go up once, but that was because of financial irregularities at Swindon.
They were the beneficiaries of that, weren't they? Yeah. That was a good while ago now, wasn't it?
It was the usual dreadful performance at Wembley where they lost to an own goal which went in off Gary Bennett's shin and looped over the goalie Tony Norman.
Listen, they won at Wembley this year.
They did.
Much to my disappointment.
Felt absolutely nonplussed about that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I couldn't care less about them. Whatever it's called these days. Pizza trophy. Ben Rain from the City End bowls to Critchley, who pushes this out into the offside. There's no run. It's fielded there by Ned Eckersley, who's now got the optimistic sun hat on. A couple of those out there. Chris Rushworth, of course, always with the sun hat. Going to our left-hand side at backward square leg on the boundary.
It may not be lost on some that both times Sunderland have got to that EFL Trophy final, their league form has slipped away at the end of the season.
Right. The final used to be a lot later, as I remember. There's rain bowls and that leading edge that just loops into the offside. Eckersley dashes in to do the fielding.
Worked with a lad who was a Carlisle United fan, and they went down. I think they played Birmingham City when it was Johnson Paints or whatever it was called back in the day, mid-90s.
Leyland Daff.
And
all sorts.
Birmingham scored an absolute screamer in extra time. And my mate sat there devastated while his pal next to him said, "We're going to struggle to get an equaliser now. There's only about 10 minutes of the game left." And he had to explain to him it was golden goal and they'd lost.
Oh. Rain balls, that's horrible. Golden goal, one of those, a stupid rule. Critchley pushes it out to the offside. Then they had silver goal, where if you scored in the first half of extra time, the full-time score would be taken at the end of the first half of extra time if one of the teams was in the lead. So at least you had sort of an opportunity to get back.
Yeah. Tranmere have been to Wembley quite a lot, haven't they? Over the
We
years?
went 5 times in 3 years at one point in the Leyland Daffin playoff finals. Rain to Critchley, takes a step down the track and pushes it out to Eckersley in the offside. And each time that they had the reverse result, if that makes any sense, they lost in the, or they won the Leyland Daff and then lost in the playoff final, and then the following season they lost in the Leyland Daff and won the playoff final against Bolton Wanderers, which was magnificent. Highlight of my life, with a goal shinned in by Chris Malkin. Happy days. Lost to Leicester City, I think, in the League Cup as well. This next one was at Villa. This one's turned into the leg side.
Remember Leicester?
By Critchley. I think it's Leicester, yeah, I'm thinking of. And they went twice in the National League playoffs as well, winning the second one despite having a man sent off in the first minute. Beat Boreham Wood, I think. But as long as Forest Green don't go up, I'm not bothered.
Why?
Well, they're not a proper football team, are they? 91 for 3.
They're not a proper football team.
No.
Why not?
Well, it's a small hamlet, and it's the plaything of a multi-millionaire.
Well, how many football clubs aren't these days?
I know, but a lot of them have history, don't they? Rain. In again as Critchley goes onto the front foot and pushes it up to mid-off. A maiden over from Ben Rain. His third 9 overs, 0 for 22. His figures Derbyshire 91 for 3 still, with Critchley on 12, Madsen on 3 in the lights. I was going to say shining brightly, but that would be an exaggeration. The light's on. Yeah, just as a football fan, there are just a couple of football teams who I'm not a big fan of. Well, there are another 91 in the Football League, obviously, but you know what I mean, the football clubs, that Salford's the other one.
Cars. Right arm over from the racecourse end. That's played by Madsen up to...
Shot.
Yeah, it's off, really heavy off the toe of the back, that wasn't it? Up to Rushworth. Tony Waters has been on. He said, having watched almost all of our county championship matches while stuck in the house, I really like the balance and quality of the team this year. Being ultra critical, maybe a batter with effective medium pace, Collingwood sort of type player, he suggests, would be good. Do we have one in the squad? Well, you did have one called Gareth Hart, and he's decided he doesn't want to play cricket anymore, and this is pushed off towards square leg. I think he got a century against Derbyshire in recent exchanges. Very good nippy bowler as well. And during the winter, he announced he was packing in professional cricket, and he set up a business in South Africa. And so quite a loss, actually, to Durham, I think, because he was starting to look the business.
I think most clubs are looking for a Paul Collingwood kind of player, though, aren't they?
Yeah. Shotley Bridge have got a good one at the minute.
Have they?
Yeah. Cast balls, that's left alone outside the off stump. There's a few emails come in.
Excellent.
Doug says the Kent fixture is at Beckenham as I'm going and not at Canterbury. I never said it was at Canterbury. I said they were going to Beckenham. So I'm trying to work out if I can stay with friends in Eltham while in Beckenham. There's a lot of travelling around the south to do that week.
Is it the friends who don't want you there, or is it the travelling that's the problem?
It's the friends.
Yeah.
That's defended and rolls back up towards the Polar's end.
Yeah, Derbyshire don't have that problem in that Royal London, because, as I say, most of their games are here. They go down to Taunton, but Surrey are coming here, and Glamorgan are coming here.
They play Middlesex at Radlett.
Nice.
So, is it feasible to do it all by train or not? And then there's the element of getting down to Scarborough as well. In comes Carson. This is off down towards the gully area, stopped by Eckersley.
I'm sure you do know, but what's the reason for a home game at Scarborough?
There was a plan that came out last year as part of a Scarborough Cricket Festival, which was to feature something like 6 or 7 matches over 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
With varying teams playing, because of course Headingley will be used for whatever their franchise name is.
Yeah, I don't know.
The Northern something or others.
Charges, I believe.
Is it?
Well, the scoreboard's having a bit of a do.
Cars in, balls. That's played up to mid-off, no run there. Collected by Borthwick. I think Cars might be involved in the 100. I know Rushworth was meant to be originally and then wasn't.
Well, Deploy the same, meant to be last year, but not drafted this time round. Derbyshire got 3. Lewis Rees, who's currently out injured with having that focused rehabilitation on his knee, whatever that is. Yeah. He's at Lords. Wayne Madsen's at Old Trafford, and in fact both of these batsmen, Matt Critchley's at Sophia Gardens.
I think Mark Wood goes. Does Mark Wood go there? I think Stokes is at Headingley.
Yeah, no Derbyshire player. They're going off here. Are they? Oh no, I thought they were going off, but there's some kind of problem here with Wayne Madsen.
The bat handle maybe, or something.
I think it's his left. I think it's his left pad.
It
could be anything, really, couldn't it? Could be anything.
The A1 trunk roaders. That's what they should have called them.
Yeah.
Brackets M for motorway close brackets.
What they shouldn't have done was call them Trent.
Well, Trent Rockets sounds like a film star, doesn't he? Yeah.
Not in the films I watch, Martin. I know you've been in a hotel for a couple of nights, but I don't watch those kind of films. I just think that calling them Trent alienates even further all the people whose town is based on the Derwent, or city rather, is based on the Derwent.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Burton's on the Trent, but in a different county as well.
Yeah.
Just madness. Geographical locations, like the Welsh Fire, which is supposed to encompass Somerset and Gloucestershire, I mean, it's mad. That's me, and Ben Rain is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. I wonder why it had gone quiet. And he picks up a single. He moves on to 5.93 for the. That's my final word on it. Yeah. For now. For now.
Anyway, I don't want to get you started on the 100. Joe's just texted. He says, "Friends, I thought I was your only friend."
Well,
depends what your definition of friends
is.
It's
very much a loose term that Martin Banley's around quite often. I'm quite open about the fact that I don't really have any friends. I'm happy not to have any. 3 slips go down as Rain bowls to Critchley, who drives it back past the bowler, but can't get it beyond Mark Wood at mid-on, who comes across. Just send the scoreboard. Any second now, that scoreboard could fail.
If you look for 3, it is.
If you look at the bottom line where it says Durham Crit,
push rock.
Yeah, it's push to restart, I think. It's basically what it's telling everybody. Then we get.
No, it's
it's not a happy scoreboard.
I've got the circle going around on it.
Yeah, we'll get a new one soon, apparently.
It'd be good if they could come up with a waterproof scoreboard that works in cold and wet weather.
Could be handy. Yeah. Rain to Critchley, pushed out to Eckersley in the covers, and no run. Yeah, the new scoreboard is going just to the right of this building.
Brilliant.
Well, we can't see it.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a little monitor on our desk here, which will be exactly what's on the scoreboard.
Very good.
How exciting is that?
Well, that's what they had in Chelmsford, didn't they? They had a camera on the other side of the ground filming the scoreboard, and then you could get it on a television channel.
I was quite clever though at Chelmsford. For the first time in my life, I was quite clever, and I went to the far right and sat there with a very long lead on my headphones and never moved for the entire match.
That's what I did as well.
Yeah, so
I did move,
so I couldn't see the television, but you could see the scoreboard. This one's turned into the leg side by Critchley.
Mark Morrison's emailed. He says, "Good afternoon, chaps. It's great to have you both back. I'm laughing out loud at Martin's horse racing tale. It's cheering me on. It's cheering me up whilst I'm trying to teach myself Braille. I hope you don't get the weather that we're getting here. If it heads south, take care," says Mark in Castleford, one of our 2 listeners in Castleford.
Oh, yeah.
But Stewie will not be listening today because he'll be out playing club cricket unless it's already washed off.
Has he found a club down in the West Yorkshire region?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Old Tofts or somewhere like that. Rain in. Critchley defends. Eckersley fields. Deja vu. No run. There's some really good teams around that area.
Well, he's in the Pontefract triangle, isn't he?
Yeah.
We've got a derby match with Ferry Bridge Services today. B team.
Nottingley. That's where I started. Well, it was my second job in the Pontefract and Castleford Express.
Conisbrough. They got a team at Conisbrough.
That's a fair way away, isn't it? Relatively. Rain beats the edge of Matt Critchley's bat that time. Critch, you can hold that pose as much as you like. You played at it. 93 for 3. He's on 12. Madson's on 5. And
they're probably playing the Sheffield League, will they not? Something like that around there.
No, they used to. They used to play in the Yorkshire Council, which was very much regionalised. I don't know what they do now, because there'll be a Yorkshire Premier League, won't there? And as there is in Greater Manchester, if indeed it exists. If you're looking for a specific kind of pub, you might have been for a long drive. I'll have an update in a couple of minutes, but Martin's in charge of the racecourse end.
Here's your money on. As Cars comes in. The ball to Madsen, who's on 5. That's left alone. And are they already trying to see Derbyshire to lunch, do you think, here? Because lunch is not till 1:15.
10 past?
10 past 1.
Blimey, don't say quite, I'm starving already.
Madsen has faced, so far, 30 balls.
Yeah, Critchley's had more of the strike, hasn't he, since he arrived?
Madsen's on 5 to Critchley's 12. 93 for 3. The score has not moved for a while. Cars in again. Bowls. It's a rising delivery, which batsman just gets his bat out the way of.
Good delivery, that, wasn't it?
Yeah. There's been 2 singles in the last 2 overs, I think. Over a week now.
Yeah.
We used to collect teddy bears from a factory in Conisbrough, up the hill near the castle. It had been at one time a sweet factory. Cast balls. That's another leave. Another shortish ball which rises up. That's where the teddy is, as well as the rhubarb triangle around Pontefract and stuff. It was the teddy bear triangle as well, because they made their soft toys with all the remnants from the carpet factories.
So the carpet triangle too.
Yeah. I don't think there were any woolen mills though.
Well, they're more West Yorkshire, aren't they? Bradford way. Carls comes in and bowls, driven, and that's away through the colours. And Madsen times that nicely for a half volley, and he's put that across towards the players' pavilion for 4. First boundary for mine, Madsen.
Waiting for a ball to pick off there.
The problem with waiting for updates is that you sort of have to listen to the song before, don't you?
What's on now?
Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars. What's that one?
Marry you? Marry me? I don't know. It's not really my kind of thing.
No.
You may be surprised to learn.
Yes. I don't think your target audience, Dave.
No.
Cast in. Oh, playing a miss there. The ball seaming away from the batsman. Keeper takes it in front of first slip. So how long of the song do you think there is left? How much more?
Minute and a half.
Minute and a half. Is it a 12-inch or a 7-inch?
Oh, well, God, I hope it's a 7.
Daniel Hay says, evening, Martin. Tuning in from New Zealand again. Nice to have some play for today. This may be the last time that I'll be able to stay up until silly o'clock watching the game, as against all odds. I've finally landed myself a proper job at the ripe old age of 24. Well done. It's off the bat and thigh pad and drifts across towards, come off the thigh pad, it's a leg by, across towards square leg. Oh, no ball, sorry. And a leg by.
Oh. That's put a spanner in the works as far as the update's concerned. That would have been the last ball of the over, I think.
Yeah.
Might not have been, of course.
He said he's relocating to Auckland to start as a graduate acoustics engineer and probably won't find much time for the championship.
Sound job, that, isn't it? Sound job, acoustics engineer.
Yeah. This is a lad who's going to need listening to, isn't he?
Derbyshire 100 up with that no ball.
Carse in, and it's a wideish ball, and it's thumped through the covers and away for 4. Just lost his line and length there. And it's the end of the over. The scoreboard at the bottom still twirling round and round.
Yeah, it's a worry that. It is a worry.
It?
Yeah. Push 2. Ready for an update fairly shortly. Cunningly answered a question there by not answering the question. But it's worked out well because it's the start of a new Ben Rain over from the city end. Still another 40 minutes to go until lunch, 38 minutes to go until lunch. Not that I've started thinking about it early. 104 for 3. Madsen on strike. He's got 9, Critchley's got 16. And Rain on his way in. Madsen defends. And now he wants something from the pavilion. Wants a drink. Don't we all? 104 for 3. It will be happening soon. Here we go. Summertime cricket. No, it hasn't. Where's got summertime from? I've no idea where you've got the word summertime from, Steve. It's horrible here. The lights are on. Grey skies up above, but Derbyshire, they're just starting to rebuild, really, as a short delivery from Ben Rain goes over. Wayne Madsen's heading through to the wicketkeeper. They're 104 for 3. Wayne Madsen's on 9, Matt Critchley's on 16. These two have added 32 from 80 deliveries, so scoring certainly slowed down a lot. That after 3 wickets fell in very short order. Brooke Guest for 30, Leas Deploy for his 5th duck of the season, and Billy Godleman for 41 as he charged down the track to try to, well, I don't know what he was trying to do actually, but he was dismissed at second slip. Cameron Bancroft with the catch. 2 wickets for Chris Rushworth, 1 for Mark Wood. The 100 came up just a few moments ago, and Derbyshire are 104 for 3 as we wait for lunch, which is still another half an hour away. Lamb tagine. We believe. That's been rumoured for 2 days now, so they better come up with the goods. That's all I'm saying. Beef and rice yesterday. Yeah, we got lunch. They didn't call it off until just about a minute past 1, which was very, very fortunate indeed. Yeah, very fortunate. Latest delivery from Ben Rain is pushed into the offside. I apologise again for the one-sided conversation that you've just heard, where I inevitably get asked about what I'm going to be eating. It's become a bit of a thing, that. I don't know why. God, I barely mention it.
Imagine a scenario where you're constantly talking about food during your 2-ways, and then they decide they have you do an online diet on the air.
Well,
and
yes.
weigh-ins, live weigh-ins on the radio.
Yeah. Well, I'm now staying at the house of the man who weighed me on the radio. Madsen defends this delivery down into the ground.
Can you remember what you weighed then?
About 2 stone less than I weigh now, I think. I don't know. It's about 22, 23 stone, wasn't it?
I have a cricket season weight and a winter weight.
Yeah.
And the cricket season weight's always heavier.
Yeah. Yeah.
So all the nights away eating out.
But nights away eating out and sitting down for most of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, I know when you're away, you at least some of the time have to move into another room, but not always. And it's a fairly sedentary job, isn't it? Really. Yeah. Madsen waits as Rain from the city end bowls to him, and he defends it back to him. And there is no run. It's a maiden over from Ben Rain. His 4th 11 overs, 0 for 23. Derbyshire 104 for 3. Madsen has 9. Critchley has 16.
I got back last night. I was able to book a slot in the swimming pool and did 500 metres before my neck and my shoulders felt like they were going to back in.
Really?
Yeah.
You brought swimming trunks with you?
Yeah. I could have just stayed in my jeans because it was just laps around the pool. I wasn't actually in it.
Did you go for the shorts or the budgie smugglers?
Oh, shorts.
Good man.
They're like Hawaiian surfer shorts.
Yeah, down to your ankles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't get the surfboard in the car this week, though. Here's Cars. Bowling to Critchley, who's on 16. Critchley pulls a short ball out through mid-wicket for 1. Daniel's second part of his email from New Zealand says, just wanted to extend a great thanks to you and all of your co-commentators this season for the excellent company at 2 a.m. The streams have been top quality, Derby's being among the best. He said, it's been great to see Durham get back to winning ways this season, and I hope they can make something of the strong start of the season. Well, Daniel's been a regular in our online commentaries in that he tries to find an all-night cafe with good Wi-Fi so he can sit and watch the first few hours of play. So, while
Good
probably
effort.
sipping 1 cup of coffee. Carson bowls, and that's a top edge down towards the third man area, and it's bounced to safety just ahead of Mark Wood, who's fielding in front of the Old Players Pavilion, which is now the Members Pavilion, which looks really like a long
Pavilion.
1970s series of terraced houses, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That reminds me actually of the sort of style of house that my daughter had to film a scene in the final episode of George Gently. I had a house in Durham, and I asked her if she met the actor who plays George Gently, and she said she didn't. Oh, that's a shame. As
More
Cars-
stories later.
Yes, as Cars comes in and balls, and that's defended off towards point. And then I said, well, what did you have to do? She said, well, I was just playing in a garden. And I said, well, who else was there? And her on-screen brothers and the lady who was her mother. And she said, but she didn't really know how her scene would fit in with the rest of the 2-part drama. It transpires it's the most crucial scene in the whole thing,
Nah.
because it turns out that her mother was a murderer.
No.
And George Gently actually does turn up at the house to arrest her in front of the kids.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, it was 4 years ago. This has gone through to the keeper. A little bit of a play and a miss.
Don't think I've ever seen George Gently.
No, I hadn't. I had no idea what it was until I watched those final 2 episodes. And in fact, what they did was it was meant to be a double header across a bank holiday weekend. So I'm sitting in my hotel room near Hove, watched this episode, didn't see my daughter, and then it said, and George Gently will be back in the autumn. And I was like, what? It's May. So we only saw the first episode of a 2-parter, and the eventual part came up in the September, October or something. Carson, and that swings across towards the first slip area, taken by the keeper. Yeah, and they basically split it because Theresa May called a general election.
Right.
And so the following week was some
Yeah.
general election thing or something like that.
He's got heavy feet, Bryden Cass.
Heavy feet.
Heavy feet. You look, the footmarks of his approach, they're his. They're not Chris Rushworth's, which suggests to me that Chris Rushworth is extremely light on his feet. Or Bryden Cass is extremely heavy on his feet. You have a look.
I've never thought about the weight of his feet before, to be honest with you.
Oh, but they're his feet, Marks.
Comes in again and bowls. That's defended. He's a tall lad. I mean,
He is. He's a unit,
6'4",
and he's a
6'5".
unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, as they say these days.
Yeah. Bernard's been on.
Oh yeah, managed to switch everything on today, has he? He was struggling last time we were together.
Sounded like he was trying to operate Jodrell Bank the last time.
Yeah, he was struggling, wasn't
Yeah.
he, the lad?
Friends is a term that is used much more loosely than ever
Yeah,
due to
well,
social media.
It is with Martin, certainly.
I heard the comment about Morecambe and Wise. Surely you two are in an even higher position than those great comedians.
Yeah.
Not sure how.
Little and large.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike and Bernie Winters.
Well, large and little are large.
Ben Ray to continue from the city, and he's taken a step down the track again as Matt Critchley, and he defends it out into the onside. I think that's Alex Lees. It is. Who does the fielding at mid-wicket?
I don't know how to take this next comment from
Oh,
Bernard. He's
dear.
likening us to Anton Deck.
What?
What?
Oh, well, I've got a forehead that goes all the way to the back of my neck.
And I've never been in Biker Grove.
You've been through it, though, I bet.
I once went to do a feature there when I was
Yeah,
a
I knew you'd
reporter
been
on the
there.
Shields Gazette, and they asked me to join in this scene and throw a ball at a wall. And I said, why would I do that? And they said, well, aren't you one of the extras? I said, no, I'm a journalist. I obviously looked very old at the time.
Rain ball, short delivery, pulled around the corner. Rushworth does well to get down and slide and field it, and keeps them down to a single. Critchley to 18, 110, 4-3. I was going to ask your daughter. It was your daughter who was in the George Centre.
Yeah.
Was it paid work?
Yeah.
Excellent. Good stuff. Good stuff.
What they did was she had to go for a photo shoot quite a few weeks before with the two other lads who were her on-screen brothers.
Yeah.
So they could have a family photograph of the kids on the mantelpiece.
Yeah. Brilliant. Madsen leaves this one alone outside the off stump from Rain, goes through to Pointer. David Griffin, you may not be surprised to know, has done a lot of extra work.
Has he?
Yeah. Ask him about his role in
Juliet Bravo.
Jonathan Creek. No, Jonathan Creek. He was dressed as a soldier with a gun.
Was he?
I'm not sure I'd let Griff loose with a gun these days, but...
Was he a roundhead?
Yeah, he had a gun. I think he was a soldier. Yeah. I think Nigel's done a bit as well in the written box at the far end of this media centre. Madsen pushes this very nicely, very pleasantly up towards a wideish mid-on. Mark Wood comes around to do the fielding. He gets through for a single to move to 14, 111 for 3.
The only reason we knew she was on the TV that night was because we went to visit some friends, and the husband said, I'm going to be on the telly tonight. And I said, oh, what in? He said, I play a journalist in the last episode of George Gently. And my daughter was like, I'm in that.
Got the popcorn out and sat down and watched it.
Yeah.
Nelson on the board. Makes no difference at all, of course. As, oh dear, might have done. It's a horrible shot from Matt Critchley. Wide delivery from Ben Rain, and he threw everything at it, really. It went past the inside edge through to the keeper. Horrible shot from Matt Critchley, who's on 18. Perhaps there is something to this Nelson. There clearly isn't, but...
As I've said before, if he hadn't gone to sea in a battleship that day, he might have still been alive.
Might have been alive today. Yeah. If it's like the curse of the commentator, if I had that kind of power, I wouldn't be doing this. Rain to Critchley. Defended out into the offside. This time Eckersley runs over it, and the ball goes through to mid-off end of the over. 111 for 3-2 off that one. Madsen 14, Critchley 18.
It's the coincidence of the commentator, but only partially, given that we're here to commentate on the game and describe each ball. So therefore, you're likely to say something, and it happened.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Anyway, I don't think it's going to rain anymore today.
Excellent. That will get me brawly.
Mark's been back on. He says, just to help you out, chaps, there are 4 Premier Leagues in Yorkshire.
4, is it? Yeah.
Based basically upon
north, south, east,
and west.
Yeah, I thought so.
Conisbrough is in the Wakefield Pontefract League. There are actually...
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
There are 16 different cricket leagues in Yorkshire.
Yeah.
And each one reckons they play the best cricket.
Yes, Central Yorkshire League.
Mark Wood replaces Bryden Cars from the racecourse end.
Had a couple of sharp deliveries in his first spell, didn't he, from the City end? Some really sharp deliveries. Sat Wayne Madsen down at one point with a short ball. Really good delivery.
Here he comes then, right arm over. And that is a wideish half volley, which is slapped past point for 4. Nice shot.
That was his loosener. Mark Wood.
Yeah.
Cars
has none for 17 from 4 overs. Rain none for 25 from 12 for maidens. Cars only bowled today. Rain did bowl a little bit on day 1. That was well wide of off stump and short of a length, that one from Mark Wood.
Wasn't a great ball, was it?
I'm sure the next one will be pitched up. 111 for 115 for 3. Scorecard's just updated. Wood comes back in. Madsen's on 18. That's the umpire and bowls. That's left alone, a rising ball.
Have you seen Bernard's tweet?
Bernard's tweet?
Yeah.
No.
I don't understand it.
No. Well, that's quite irregular.
I don't watch any of the food programmes on any channel. But if Derbyshire had produced a wicket where low scores had occurred with lots of wickets like at the main grounds of Hampshire, Middlesex or Surrey, the pitch inspectors would have been deducting. What's that got to do with food programmes?
Got no idea.
Go on, Bernard, make some sense, son. Make some sense. I'm not reading the next one out unless I understand what it means. We're tuned into one of the stewards' radios there.
Yeah, in comes Wood again. That's on the money. Played back to him by Madsen. James says, I've always imagined being a cricket reporter as 50% cricket analysis and 50% weather reporting. I hope we get enough play for Durham to get a few bowling points at least. And Hawaii man adds, and 50% talking about buses. So that's 150%. We've got the local police station on the line.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Somebody over the taxi.
Yeah. Wood in, bowls. Shortish, left outside the off stump. Through to the keeper it goes. And that email from Mark came from the centre of the rhubarb triangle, he says. Do they grow rhubarb in the dark? They do mushrooms in the dark, don't they? There's rhubarb in the dark.
You can force it, yeah, you can force it by putting buckets over it, and that forces it to grow.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Paul Wilson's been on. How do
A lot of
Marty and
licorice as
Dave-
well, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, they grow licorice?
The grow, yeah, Pontefract.
Under buckets?
Pontefract. No, it's separately, but Pontefract cakes are licorice sweets.
Wood up to the stumps, bowls. Right on middle stump, played back up towards the bowler's end, collected by Rush with no run. Paul says, greetings from a fairly overcast and chilly Costa del Hartlepool. He says, it's great to have the cricket on following all of the rain. It's not looking promising for Sunday on the weather forecast, though, so it looks like this match will end in a draw. Have fun. Did somebody say tomorrow afternoon about 4 o'clock? Armageddon was coming in, isn't he?
I'm not sure it's Armageddon, but yeah, I've seen the forecast for tomorrow, and it's not great. I mean, the best weather today is going to be between 7 and 8 this evening.
Wood comes in. That's defended. He collects the ball back. And that is the end of the over. 115 for 3. The 4 from the start of it, and then dot balls. Yeah, I was once talking to a guy, you know, these leek growers and all the rest of it. You know? And you
grow
go to
them in
these,
tubes.
you go to these country shows, and there was a guy it was either Stanhope or Walsingham show in Weardale, and he'd grown this thing, huge. You can't eat them; they're just too rubbery and
they become tasteless as well, don't they? Yeah. Yeah.
But he was telling me he grows his leeks in tubes and pours in to feed them things like beer and pig's blood.
Nice. Where's he got his beer? Ben Rain to continue from the City and his 13th over of this innings. And the first delivery is defended by Critchley. Back to him. Bernard's excelled himself with his his follow-up tweet. He has. No, it's sensational, Bernard. And I'm going to read it as it is here. It says, the only technology issues I have, which is still an ongoing issue, is my Wi-Fi connection to the router. I've reported on it to my network supplier, and it happened again. It happened again earlier, where I resorted to the BBC hyperlink of your commentary until the Wi-Fi was. And then it ends. It's the next delivery from Rain. It's pushed out to the offside by Critchley, so clearly not all issues resolved there.
And Bernard will be back in the autumn.
All his issues have been resolved, apart from the end of his sentence. 115 for 3. Always good to hear from you, Bernard. You know that. I'm only joking you. Excellent work. Where's he's there. He's gone to mid-on. Chris Rushworth.
Bernard was telling us the story last week of the train destination board when he worked at Newcastle Central Station.
Well, that bit's missing off it as well.
Yeah.
His Rain. Critchley off the back foot, then goes forward and forces it up to Rushworth at mid-on rather.
So they had this fabulous train destination board, which, you know, the finest brains had put it together so you could see where each train was coming in, which platform, where it was going to go to, what time it was stopping in all the different places, even where the carriages were going to line up. And the one thing missing from this train destination board was a clock.
Who needs to know the time when you're catching a train? They're never on time anyway.
Yeah.
Rain, a couple of steps down the track from Critchley, thuds into his pads, dribbles out into the onside. But again, he's showing some intent here. I think he doesn't enjoy necessarily being tied down, Matt Critchley. He's got 3 fours in his 18, but he's faced 55 deliveries for it. And he's very much the stroke player of the Derbyshire side and has been throughout the course of this season. That's really what they need here with, I imagine, Harvey is saying next, is for these two to hang around for a bit. I beg, actually Alex Hughes is slated to come in next, which makes more sense. He was down at 9 in the game at Chelmsford, came in as a night watchman. He's got 6 first-class centuries. There's a man coming close at mid-wicket, Alex Lees. Rain bowls to Critchley bowls. Yes, it is, you're right. Apologies, as the ball is pushed out into the offside. Lees is further behind him, isn't he? He's got the more orange on his boots. And we're not going to get into that conversation about the percentage of colour you're allowed on boots. That was...
I'm starting to wonder that I've now been left out of the whole Bernard situation and he's just tweeting directly to you.
No, this one says at Marty Cricket.
Oh, none of them are coming up with my feed.
Yeah, that was 4 minutes ago and the previous one was 12 minutes ago, so...
Weird.
Got a dodgy feed there, mate.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, lunch is in 10 minutes. No, it's not. It's in 17 minutes. As rain is in. Critchley pushes this one out into the offside. And it's another maiden over from Ben Rain. 13 overs, 5 maidens. Not for 25. Derbyshire with Critchley and Madsen both on 18 are 115 for 3. These two have added 43 for the 4th wicket.
Jamie Bowman, who's the cricket writer in the Northwest and works for the Bury Times, I think it is. He's put a picture on saying ball first, I reckon, and the stumps look like they've been put in the wrong part of the ground because next to where they're meant to be playing looks like the cut strip and it looks like the stumps are beyond the square. It's that dark green. Wood comes in and bowls, and that's clattered away for 4 more. That's another half volley outside of off stump and dispatched by Madsen, who's played some pretty nice cover drives today. He's now moved on to 22, 119 for 3.
Yeah, nice shot from Madsen. It was wide of the off stump, so he sort of had a license to throw the bat at it. But he's still got to connect. Half centuries in both innings. Up at Chesterler Street, 76 and 74.
Wood's giving the ball a polish on the back of his thigh. Derbyshire resumed after a day and a half off the field because of the weather on 48 for none, and Billy Godalming went after the bowlers this morning. He hit 12 in the first over from Chris Rushworth. As Wood bowls to Madsen, it's a short one, I thought it might be. It's through to the keeper. And then at the next over from Rushworth, he came back and he got Brooke Guest LBW for 30. The opening stand was worth 71. But Derbyshire lost 3 wickets for 1 run in 8 balls during this spell because Deploy went for a second ball, duck caught behind off Mark Wood by Stewie Pointer, and then Godalming went down the track at Rushworth and clipped one to Cameron Bancroft at second slip, and off he went for 41.
Catching practice, that one.
Yeah.
It was a very strange dismissal.
Wood comes in and bowls. It's another short one, collected by Stewie Pointer, high up.
These two batsmen, when they came together, were both on naught. So they've got their eye in now. They'll be used to the whatever light there is out there. There isn't a great deal of light, even with the lights on. So a short pitch delivery earlier on from the city end from Mark Wood that sat Wayne Madsen down. The last 2 he's dealt with far more comfortably.
Wood in. That's gone through to the keeper and he falls over, as we see him do quite often. James Humark's emailed. He says, "Hey Martin, glad to see the cricket is on amidst some pretty miserable weather. Extremely lucky to be playing at Durham's racecourse ground against Durham Uni on Wednesday for Sunderland Uni." Nice setting down on the riverbank there. You've got some football and rugby pitches just next to it, and then beyond there you've got Durham City Cricket Club as well on that big sweep on the river. Wood comes in. This is pushed away towards mid-off, no run there.
You know, the local cricketers will be just about ready to start. They're still in the cars at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah.
Their supermarket meal deals for tea. not a huge amount of fun.
It was meant to be the start of the T20 tournament in the North East Premier League last night, but I'm not aware of many games surviving. Quite a lot were called off yesterday morning, and then a few more mid-afternoon. Wood in bowls. That's gone wide of the stumps and through to the keeper, and that is the end of the over. I wonder how many matches have survived today, to be honest with you. Did they start at 1 or 11? 11, I think.
I think you gave a couple of scores out in the last game on the Saturday, I remember, and I was surprised how early it was.
Yeah, I think they sort of play a day which more or less mirrors County Championship Day.
Right.
So they start in the morning, have lunch, then have a tea.
Yeah. The Bolton League, I think they play 46 overs a side, so they generally don't get underway till 1 o'clock, 1:30, something like that. Haven't heard that the game's off up in Blackrod yet, which is good news. Madsen, the non-strikers then. Critchley waits, as that one is way, way wide, and it's going to be signalled a wide. It was an astonishing delivery. It's clearly slipped out of his hands. Bryden Cass, who's come on at the City end, so he'll have to bowl that one again, but that was wide and went wider, and in fact Stuart Pointer did well to dive across to his right hand side and get a glove on it, because it might have raced away for 5 wides. It didn't.
It says Burnmoor are playing Whitburn, but there's no score on the board yet. Abandoned between Burnett Field and Tynemouth. Cancelled between Ebbleton and Benwell Hill.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
No.
This next one is pulled into the leg side, slightly short of a length, but didn't really get up. Critchley picks up another single. He moves to 19, 120 for 3.
Pitch inspection between Felling and Hetton Lions. Chesley Street 18 for 1 against Washington. Coming up to 1 o'clock now as well, aren't we?
We are indeed a minute away from the next update. Excitement mounting. For listeners on FM, hanging on our every word. Scars is in to bowl to Madsen this time. And he's in. He played it very airily out towards the cover. Ned Eckersley was interested for a while, but the ball went past him. It's eventually fielded by Jack Burnham, and they think about coming back for a third as well. Matt Critchley did. Wayne Madsen wasn't interested. And they pick up 2. There's an applause for something there, because it wasn't a great shot. Must have been for the fielding. It was very aerially.
The 50 partnership?
Oh, yeah, nice. I like it. Is that what it is?
Yes.
50 partnership. Better write that down. Well done, crowd. Cars is in again, and that one is guided into the offside by Wayne Madsen.
It has come.
There it is.
In 116 balls.
Thank you very much. News has already started.
Crook against Castle Eden's off as well. Lanchester 50 for 4 against Bladen at Bladen. Bolton are at home to Philadelphia, who is 67 for 1. I better go next door, Dave.
You'll be back now. Keep coming back. Cast from the City end, bowling to Wayne Madsen, and Madsen just dabs that into the leg side. There's a possibility of a run there, and they're going to go for a run, because rather bizarrely, Ben Rain slipped, and as he slipped, the ball went past him. That's very peculiar. They're off a bad light, incidentally, and now they've taken lunch, Warwickshire against Essex, where Essex are 65 for 2. That's at Chelmsford, of course, trailing by 101. And just up the road at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire have moved on to 143 for 3 against Worcestershire. Start delayed at Southampton. They're looking at a 12:45 inspection. They're going to start. Oh, no, they're not. They're going to inspect again at Canterbury, as this next delivery is pushed up to mid-off by Matt Critchley. They're going to inspect again at 2 o'clock at Canterbury and at 1:30 at Wantage Road in Northampton. Somerset 102 for 2 against Gloucestershire in Bristol, and Middlesex 74 for 5 now in reply to Surrey's 190. I think that game's at the Oval. It just says London rather unhelpfully on my screen. Cars is in again to bowl to Critchley this time, who drives very nicely. Good stop by Eckersley in the covers, diving to his left, gets both hands to it. End of the over. 25 to Madsen, 19 to Critchley. 52-run partnership from 120 deliveries. And Derbyshire 124 for 3. Of course, the 1 o'clock update is the one that goes on the old smart speakers. So I'm not included in that one, because by the time you ask for the latest news, it could be, well, things will have changed dramatically. So we'll do one just after the news. New over from Wood, turning to the leg side by Wayne Madsen for a single. Madsen moves to 26. Derbyshire 125 for 3. These two came together with a score on 72 for 3, in fact, when Billy Godalming was dismissed. Just after Leas deploy and Brooke Guest, 3 wickets in quick succession for the addition of just 1 run. Guest making 30, Godalming 41. Leas deploy a second ball duck is 5th. Woods in again. I think we've just seen the first 6 of the match, have we? The umpire, yeah, signals 6. Matt Critchley has just pulled England test bowler Mark Wood for 6 down to the city end of the ground. He's moved on to 25. Wayne Madsen has 26. It's 131 for 3 Derbyshire. Now these two have added 59 so far for the 4th wicket. That after 3 quick wickets. Guest for 30, deploy without scoring, and Godalming for 41. As the score went from 71 without loss to 72 for 3. But so far, Madsen and Critchley batting nicely. Derbyshire 131 for 3 as we approach lunch. Some shot from Matt Critchley. Banged in short by Mark Wood and just helped on its way, really. It's a fairly short, straight boundary, but a good shot nonetheless. First 6 of the match as Wood is in, and Critchley clips this into the leg side very nicely for another single. He'll move to 26, where he joins Wayne Madsen, 132 for 3. Lunch, as I say, at 10 past 1, so we'll return about 10 to 2, that kind of time. And as far as I'm aware, tea's still at 4 o'clock. We were supposed to play 104 overs today, but it was reduced to 100 by a slight delay at the start. Lights have been on since just past midday. It's gloomy. The rain's holding off at the moment, and Derbyshire doing okay. 131 for 3, but they don't want to lose any wickets before lunch now, as Wood is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen. I thought it must have been, just have a look at that delivery again and watch. Have you got the replay on? And watch Mark Wood's right arm, the hand in which he had the ball. It seems to shoot out to the right just before he gets into his delivery stride. It was peculiar. I hadn't noticed him doing that before. I thought he was. It
was something he used to do a while ago, where he would change the approach to the stumps at the last second. So either dive in tight to the stumps
or go out wide. Yeah. It was a strange old. I thought he was going to punch Peter Hartley, the umpire. He hasn't done it this time, and that's turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen for another single.
I was taught that tactic in the 80s.
Yeah. Well, you're always ahead of your time. Always ahead of your time, Martin. Good 6, that, wasn't it? Yeah. Short ball, just helped down his way.
Halfway up the temporary newsstand, or permanent old one, or whatever you call it. Can't remember.
It's the permanent temporary stand.
How many people were in it today? 22, did I count this morning?
I think it was fewer than that. I think there were 1 or 2 more who've gone in there. I'll count them. Well, I'm not doing this over, aren't I? But you could do this. No, there's no point. That's the last ball. Stop being daft, Fletcher. I can't count them all. I'm looking at Mark Wood prepare to.
There's about 30 in there now.
Yeah. I'm just glad they've had some cricket to watch. It's been Fairly soul-destroying for the members who've been allowed back into this game for the first time, as this next one is turned around the corner. Now then, is that going to go all the way as well? It's a similar kind of area. It hasn't gone quite as far, and this time it bounces inside the boundary rope, does it? Peter Hartley's not entirely certain.
I lost sight of that as it left.
Yeah, and it's gone for 6. I couldn't see it at all, but it's another 6, so that's 2 6s in the same over from Mark Wood, and in total 15 runs off the over. Matt Critchley moves to 32, Derbyshire to 139 for 3 at the end of the over. Madson's got 27. Better make a note of that.
He's trying to bolt up a plan there. He's got a fielder at long leg, but it was fine.
He has as many fielders as he wants if he clears the rope.
That's a very good observation.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. Down there for dancing and up there for thinking. Cars from the city end. Right.
Are you doing the city end now?
Yeah. This is cut down towards third man for 1. By Madsen.
Well, it's about 30 in the East Midlands demolition stand as well. Couple in front of the old calf.
Yeah.
Handful in the CSI stand, or whatever it's called.
There was plenty of running water in the commentary box there. It was coming down the walls. I think it was me who got it condemned in the end. Cast comes in and bowls. It's left alone.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't you, Martin. There are more people sitting outside the marquee as well, away to our right-hand side. There'll be a sprinkling of spectators, no doubt, in the sea. Yeah, there are more than a sprinkling. Oh, there's 15. So
I can't remember who the chairman or the chief exec was at the time. It was the 2013 season, and we'd had a bit of rain, and the water was coming through a hole in the roof and down the wall. So when I showed him what was going on, the next morning he had the ground staff on the roof with a huge tarpaulin and nailed it in place.
Don't flip it, it's not broken.
Yeah. It's gone down the leg side. But what happened was that the rain would build up and the tarpaulin would end up with this pool of water on it, and then there'd be a gust of wind which would throw all the water up into the air, and anybody sitting in those white seats just in front of the cafe got soaked. So
it'd be quite refreshing on a hot day.
Yeah. It was a misty, murky, wet week in September 2013. I came out one day and the battery had gone flat in my car because I'd put my fog lights on coming to the ground because it was really murky, and couldn't get in the car. The battery had gone flat and it had locked itself. Just drive towards the cover area. Critchley, no run there. I can smell food. I can smell food, Dave.
Does it smell like lamb tagine?
Yeah.
Good.
That's good news. Maybe pork rather than lamb. No, it could be lammy. Spicy-ish.
Shish.
Yeah.
It's kebab tonight, I think.
For a change.
No, I've not one yet. This match, no. Chicken last night. Chicken.
Cast balls pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. That's gone for 4. It was a shortish ball, and Critchley saw it early. I think some of the bowling's been a bit on the ordinary side today from Durham.
Yeah.
They're certainly not bowling as tight as they have done in recent weeks.
It's the third ball in the last 2 overs that Critchley's faced that's ended up costing Durham 6.
You're counting the 2 6s as well?
Well, they're the other 2,
yeah.
Certainly. Yeah, and that one there.
Yeah.
So that'll be 3.
Yeah.
2 overs.
See what you did there, because that rounded up the 6 with the no ball,
yeah.
even though it was a 4.
Yeah.
But you added it onto the other 6s. Cast in. Oh, he's fallen over. He's tumbled down the wicket. This is driven out through the covers.
Timed it, has he?
Oh, diving stop from Burnham.
Good fielding.
Run 3.
Good fielding.
Sounded tinny, didn't it?
Yeah, horrible. He didn't time it at all.
But there was a yelp from Cast as he bowled that, and he ended up doing a forward whirl down the wicket.
Yeah. It's not the first time he's fallen. No, the previous time he sort of walked gingerly away, but he looks okay, doesn't he? He looks all right.
He ricked his ankle in a foothole at Chelmsford a few weeks ago.
And
still managed to take a final wicket, but then missed the next match. Here he comes again. And that's gone through to the keeper.
Didn't look massively happy. There was follow through there, did he? So we'll keep an eye on that. And that is indeed lunch. Well done, everybody. We've got there Derbyshire 149 for 3, having at one stage been first 71 without loss and then 72 for 3. 2 wickets for Chris Rushworth and 1 for Mark Wood in very quick time. 3 wickets falling for the addition of just 1 run. Brooke Guest 30. Lewis Deploy for a second ball duck, his 5th of the season. And Billy Godleman for 41. But at lunch, Wayne Madsen 28. Matt Critchley 39. If you're following us on the live stream, the Derbyshire live stream, we'll be back at just before 10 to 2. If you're listening to us on the BBC Sport website, we'll be back with you just before 10 to 2. I think we'll be back just before 10 to 2, Mike. What do you reckon?
I'm starting to get a feeling about 10 to 2.
10 to 2 is when we'll be back. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch. We will.
The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Well gone, bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Well gone, bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day.
They don't want them on anymore. I've optimistically, Dave, or perhaps for the word optimistic, replaced with foolhardishly.
I know, you brought them. You brought the sunglasses.
I've gone and got my sunglasses out of the car.
Yeah. As soon as the sun came out, you went and got them. Commentator's curse.
Yeah. A couple of emails arrived during lunch. One was from Ian Myers, entitled "All Right, Lads." So 149 for 3. Critchley on 39 is on strike as Rushworth bowls. The first delivery after lunch goes down the leg side and is cut off at the far end of the ground. I think Ben Rain. He says, a cracking listen as usual. He said, it's a shame your daughter never got to meet George Gently because the poor fella's dead now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Who played him then?
Martin Shaw, wasn't it?
Is Martin Shaw dead?
No, but George Gently got murdered in the last...
Oh,
episode.
right. Oh, okay.
He got shot on the beach at
So
Redcliffe.
it's a shame she didn't get to meet a fictional character.
Well, she did meet him in such because she was in the scene where he came to arrest her mother for murder.
Exactly.
Yeah. Rushworth coming in now to bowl to Critchley. This is played to Wood at wide mid-on, 1 run. I think Durham just need to tighten up their bowling this afternoon because it was a little bit loose and wayward at times this morning. And occasionally expensive. He also says, lamb tagine sounds ace for lunch.
Yeah, it was.
He said, I'm going to knock up some chicken wraps. I like the chicken dead lumpy and the lettuce to be extra crispy.
Right.
Rushworth in to ball to Matson, played up to Wood, no run at mid-on. He said, I'm going to have to go multi-screen at 2. As Great Britain face the might of Russia in the Ice Hockey World
they do,
Championships.
yeah. Look out for Swinney. Plays cricket at Blackrod. Paul Swindlehurst.
He says your BBC colleague Seth Bennett will be on commentary.
Good.
And he says he's excellent. Yeah, I work with Seth
Yeah,
at
good
5
lad,
Live.
He's a really good lad.
We used to swap shift. When I ended my shift, his shift used to begin. He used to do the overnight shift.
Go back to his camper.
Yeah. Something needs to be looked at with regards to the ball here. Have they got the little ring out to see if it's out of shape and will it fit through? It's
I used to have
the ring is out.
I used to have the door thing, Martin.
And it won't go through. It won't go through. Yeah, thinking back, I think Seth used to get a late train from Sheffield to Manchester, do an overnight shift and get the early train back. So his train would be full of revellers returning home.
Revellers.
Yeah, you remember the days of when you revelled?
I can't remember revelling.
Have you ever taken part in revelry?
I don't remember revelling, certainly.
Rushworth in, bowls, and that's pushed wide of mid-off. And this should go for 3. It's chased by Borthwick up towards our end of the ground. I don't think they changed the ball, did they? They just They must have managed to get it through the hoop eventually.
Squeezed it through.
Yeah. Davey says the start times in the North East Premier League normally start at 11:30. It's the last week of white ball, and red ball starts next week.
All right.
Oh, so they start the season with a white ball, do they? Didn't know that. Rushworth in. That's left alone by Madsen. I haven't seen any club cricket this year at all because all of Durham's matches have been on a Saturday. And I think the one Saturday where they weren't playing, it was chucking it down.
I knew I'd find them. I'll read it out loud later on.
That's one of the two.
Yeah, I don't know which one it is though.
Right. In comes Rushworth and bowls. That's through to the keeper. That is the end of the over. 154 for 3 here on BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio Newcastle.
I mentioned at the Lamb Tagine, I managed to have 2.
I knew it. I knew you were going to have 2.
Because there was a spare one knocking about.
I thought about having 2, and then I thought, no, that would be greedy.
Well, it would. And if it had prevented me from having 2, there'd have been hell on. Beautiful it was. But we're slightly...
It was just not the right portion size.
It was in between, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just felt... From a portion control point of view today, just wasn't quite right.
Nice, though.
Yeah. Could have done with about 3 extra chunks of lamb in mine and a bit more.
But what I will say is the portions were 100% larger than any portions we've had at any other ground this season. So we won't be complaining, will we? The only place we get fed. Ben Rain.
They did,
from the city end, defended by Critchley, sorry, yeah.
They did pack lunches at Trent Bridge.
Oh, do they? Terrific. Well, when we go to Trent Bridge, it's after the 21st of June, when nothing will have changed. So, because they're determined not to change it, it would appear. 154 for 3. Don't get me off this subject immediately. Madsen 30, Critchley 40. He's on strike with his short-sleeved top and sleeveless sweater as Rain bowls to him. He clips this into the leg side. They've still got that man, Bryden Cast, close in on the leg side. So the little aerial flick into the leg side becomes a problem for Matt Critchley here. It really did look like he was getting tied down before he hit those couple of boundaries off Mark Wood. And then seemed to settle down again, which was good from a Derbyshire perspective, certainly. And having missed out on half centuries in the last couple of matches, he's 10 away from 1 here. And he pushes this into the leg side. And there's no run.
Brentford 2, Bournemouth 1, 2-2 on aggregate in the playoff. And Bournemouth had added 10 men today as well.
Spoiler alert. I mean, people are taping that to watch it tonight instead of the Eurovision Song Contest. Now they'll have to watch Eurovision with all the jeopardy that entails. Whoop-de-doo. It's Rain again. And that one is clipped fine. I'm not entirely sure that's where he meant to place it, but that's where he has placed it. Matt Critchley, and he's picked up a couple of runs, goes down to long leg. Rushworth does the fielding. He moves to 42, 156 for 3.
I have 0 interest in the...
Oh, me too.
What is it? The Euro singing championships?
Yeah, no, me neither.
But I did watch... Will Farrell did a film a couple of years ago where he played this Icelandic character. It was quite funny.
Dodgeball? No.
Well, it was him, but in this, he's an entrant to the Eurovision Song Contest. Yeah.
Australia won it last year.
Yeah, that's dead local, that.
Yeah, swing and a miss from Matt Critchley as the ball goes through to Stuart Pointer, who immediately claps his gloves together in appreciation of the delivery from Ben Rain.
Because if you think the footprint of Europe, if you go down towards Tajikistan, that's just over the fence to Australia from there.
Yeah. Well, they quite often nip across the border to do the shopping, don't they?
Yeah, cheaper fuel as well.
Yeah. Yes, I'm not sure why. I'm sure there is a perfectly good explanation, but nobody's ever told me it. Rain, driven by Critchley, but not timed. Up to mid-off. That's the end of the over. 2 runs from it. Critchley 42, Madsen 30, Derbyshire 156. 4-3.
You've now strayed into the area where you sound like you're interested and you've raised a query which people might answer, which draws us into a talk about it, which we don't really want to be.
No, we don't. No, I'm not interested in why Australia is it. It's the same as the... it's gone... Where is it? There it is. It says -3, the over rate. Don't understand it and don't want anybody to explain it to me because I just think it's nonsense.
They're always -3, Durham.
Yeah, but it's nonsense, isn't it? They've got to sanitise their hands. They picked up 3 wickets. The ball's been clouted for 6 and it has to be dried. It's damp. Get it off the board. We're not interested. Not interested in the slightest. People are enjoying the cricket.
I tell you what, though, it keeps the scorers up at night worrying.
They need to get a life, then.
That is their life, Dave.
It is your end, this match.
Sorry.
No, you're all right. You're drifting off there.
Well, no, I'll tell you what, I looked at the clock and it was coming up at 2 o'clock, and I just expected you to say you were about to do an update.
I'm about to do an update, mate, if you want to go.
Right. My next update is at 25 past 2. So
25? What kind of update's that?
Because it's in the build-up to this playoff match that nobody wants to see Sunderland in.
Yeah. Well, I'll do this over from Chris Rushworth. And the first ball was went through to Pointer. And the second ball to Madsen is, clipped rather unconvincingly into the leg side. He sets off for a single. There isn't one there. Of course, I've gone a bit early because I think we're regional news now, so I won't be in that by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, it's local news, I've just been told. Thank you, Nigel.
It's a good job.
Much appreciated. I am in this one. It's the next one I'm not in. Rushworth runs away from us and bowls to Madsen. It's pushed out into the offside.
Do they do summer sport or do they just play music?
They call it Summer Saturday, I think, and it includes sport, but it's mainly music. Jen Thomas this afternoon, I think. 156 for 3 here.
Well, I still thoroughly believe that Sunderland will be playing Sheffield Wednesday on Boxing Day in the big Christmas fixture.
Be down at the Pirelli at some point. Rushworth in. Oh, off an edge, a leading edge, out into the square, into the offside. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs here as Alex Lees gets to the ball now, leaves it for Ned Eckersley, and they come back for a third. 3 more to Madsen. He moves to 33, 159.
Where did
4-3.
Where did Burton finish in the end?
16th, 17th.
They were marooned at one point.
Yeah, till Jimmy came in. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. He was on television last night, I think. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank doing the game at Blackpool. Good pundit, good manager, good interviewee. Rushworth bowls. That one is pushed into the onside by Matt Critchley. They think about a single, think again, then think it might be one there, but there isn't. Jack Burnham got his hand to it, left hand. No run. So just what is it now left today? 71 overs to go today.
It's going to take a few hours. I'm going to run out of things to talk about.
It's going to take a while, I would have thought. As Critchley waits and guides this down into the ground, it's half stopped by Bryden Carse. He stops it with his right hand as the ball bounces up and ricochets away, but there's no chance of a single, so they stay where they are, and Derbyshire remain on 159. 4-3. 10 overs added. 10 runs added since the lunch.
I noticed you using colouring pens.
Colouring pens?
Well, highlighters.
Yeah, always have.
Highlighting the numbers.
It's just easier if you just glance down, I always find. Yeah.
Helps to wear
So I'll do this over as well now.
Well, I'll do it if you want.
Well, no, I'm done me. There we go. The update's coming up now as Rain begins a new over. It's pushed out into the offside. Early stages of the afternoon session here. Derbyshire have added 10 runs to their lunchtime total. They're 159 for 3. Wayne Madsen 33. Matt Critchley on 42. They've added 87 so far for the 4th wicket. That after Guest, Duploy and Godalman were out with the addition of just 1 run to the total as they went from 71 without loss to 72 for 3. It's settled down quite nicely now. Derbyshire 159 for 3. So am I doing this now? I'm not bothered. Yeah, you do it if you want.
Which end do you want?
I'm not bothered.
That's defended by... Well, I'm sort of out of kilter now. I'd rather be at this end.
Well, I'll carry on doing this one then. Yeah, that was Rain. It was pushed out into the onside by Wayne Madsen. And there's no run. Not much to report, in all honesty, from that delivery.
It's brightening up a bit, mine, Dave.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. 1 or 2 dark ones away to the west.
Looks nice down towards the Toyota factory.
It's the glow of the paint. It's Rain Next delivery is left alone by Wayne Madsen. Lifts his bat high out of the way. Rain must have thought that was quite close to the off stump because he lingered for quite a time at the end of his follow through with his hands on his head. Madsen's still there though. Umpire Hartley's gone an awful long way at square leg. He's almost off the square, halfway to the boundary. Tim Robinson, the other umpire at the city end. Madsen waits and the back foot pushes this down to point, where Jack Burnham is waiting to pick the ball up. Always goes a little quiet. I know the crowd haven't been exactly boisterous, but it always goes a little quieter after lunch when their bellies are full, doesn't it?
And they all fall asleep in their seats.
Yes, yeah. Although David Griffin tells me it is still very cold out there. Just to be standing around or sitting in one place. It's a bit chilly, so hats off to everybody who's in the ground today. They're watching Madsen push this next delivery from Rain into the covers, where it's fielded by Ned Eckersley. Has he had a bit of a trim, Eckersley?
What, hair-wise?
Hair-wise, yeah, well, yeah.
Still looks quite long to me.
Excellent, that's good then. I know he's been wearing a cap, but every team that we've come across so far this season has had one shaggy-haired player. Finn Hudson-Prentice is Derbyshire's. Can't remember the name of the guy down at Chelmsford.
Coghlan and Rain shaved their heads at nothing.
Yes, it's still not back, is it?
No. Not sure there's much of it to come back, really.
Well, there's a problem that some of us do have, as that one is left alone outside the off stump by Wayne Madsen. Last ball of the rain over, another maiden. 15 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 27, his figures. 159 for 3, Derbyshire. Madsen 33, Critchley 42.
It's one thing less to worry about in the morning, though, isn't it? If you don't have to mess around with your hair.
Yeah.
You've compensated with an overly large beard, though. So
well,
that must take some.
I don't do anything with it.
You don't? No. Don't even pick food out of it or anything like that?
Bit of egg dribbling down it this morning, but apart from that, it's all right.
It's last week's baked beans that put me off.
I wasn't asking for a kiss, though, so you're all right.
Well, we can now, though, can't we?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, if you want.
Apparently.
Tea time.
Rush within. This is defended on off stump. Coming in from the racecourse end, our end of the ground.
I don't think we should kiss while we're on air, though.
No.
Unless you insist. There it is. That's what's
What are
after.
you looking for now?
Pencil. Got that many wires down here, I don't really want to put anything on them.
Rush with balls. And that's a poor ball. It's short, wide of off stump. It's pulled hard over deep mid wicket for 4. Any short stuff's been punished today, really, hasn't it?
It has.
It's not that kind of wicket, I don't think. 163 for 3, and Critchley moves on to 46. He's got quite a few runs against Durham, hasn't he, over the years? What did he...
Well, in the first game between the sides, he scored 109 of them. 40 and 69.
He's had 5 50s against Durham, scored 40 and 69 this year in Chesley Street. Player of the month, you know, PCA.
Quite right, too.
This is pushed out into the covers this time to Eckersley, no run there. Looks like Paul Coghlan on 12th man duties at the far end of the ground, jogging around with his bobble hat on.
I heard a whisper that...
it's not, it's Matt Salisbury.
The Derbyshire 12th man could be Ben McDermott at some point today, so keep a lookout for that. Somebody's just come out as the Derbyshire 12th man. I think that looks like Mikey Cohen, personally, but...
Cameron Bancroft was on 12th man duties for Durham the other day.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Get them fully involved early on. McDermott will play at Worcester.
Rush within. This has gone off towards mid-wicket. This partnership as well, by the way, continues to develop. It's now nearly 100 runs, 91 from 160 balls.
It's very slow to start, or very watchful, wasn't it, really, to start with this partnership? But
Madsen was on 3 after about 25 deliveries.
It took him forever to get going, didn't it? And even now he's been overtaken by some distance by Matt Critchley.
I only went outside briefly at lunch to the car, and my feet feel like blocks of ice now.
And those shoes, they look like blocks of ice.
It's the fashion, Dave.
Is it?
Yeah, I slide on all surfaces, though.
Like the bloke in Seinfeld who comes in the room, the big lad. He always slides into the room, and he should do that. That could be your trademark. I love that.
Rushworth to Critchley. It's a short one, and he's hooked it behind, has he? No, he hasn't. Thought for a second he'd just got a bit of the bat on that one, but no. Looked it.
It certainly did.
It's come off his arm. Can't tell on the replays at all.
Told you we're not talking about it, Bernard.
In comes Rushworth again. This is pushed up towards Borthwick, and he has a throw at the stumps and misses Justin. Almost hit Peter Hartley, the umpire, who's trying to get out the road. Borthwick coming round there, trying to stop that quick single.
Well, that was very impressive by umpire Hartley, because he was not only trying to get out the way of the ball, but also of Mark Wood and Matt Critchley, who were running at him from different directions. I'm not entirely sure he would have been in one piece of the ball hit the stumps. It might have been close, though.
Yeah, well, the ball had gone across to Borthwick at mid-off, and he'd come round sort of side on, hadn't he?
That's definitely not Mikey Cohen, incidentally. That's far too tall for Mikey Cohen. So that could be Ben McDermott.
He looks like he's got a baggy green cap on.
The problem I've got is I don't really know what he looks like. So I've never met him. I've never spoken to him.
Well, look him up on the internet. If only there's a way you could find out what people look like online.
Is there a way?
Yeah.
Right. I'll look him up. But even then, unless he's wearing a mask and gloves on air, he's not going to look the same, is he?
Well, they might be wearing the same mask.
Yeah, it could have been him. Here's Ben Rainbows to Critchley. Short delivery, pulls it around the corner. Rushworth's got a bit of a chase on. He picks it up. They come back for a second. Throws on its way. He gets back easily. Critchley moves on to 49.
How many 50s has he had this season?
It's a terrific question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including a century. 18 in his career. 4 centuries. He's on 49 runs from 85 deliveries with 5 fours and 2 sixes as Ben Rain comes in and bowls to him, and he pushes it up just to ruin that particular clip for the podcast to mid-off, and there's no run. I'm not going through it every time. I'll just clip that bit off and then put the delivery on afterwards.
Yeah. Wow.
166 for 3.
I did a cricket podcast in 2009. It was the first podcast on the BBC dedicated to a cricket team. And then the following year it became difficult to get the material, and so we scrapped it.
Yeah, we started one this year. Rain bowls, he's mistimed that horribly. Straight into the ground off the bottom edge, Matt Critchley.
Is it a Radio Derby podcast?
Yeah. A very good listen as well. If you can subscribe on BBC Sounds. If you already subscribe,
is it you and Griff?
And bits of commentary and
I listened to one a few weeks ago.
And interviews, post-match, not end of day interviews, but not if it's not. We don't say the wicket tomorrow or anything. We just take out a few pertinent bits. What I can be bothered to put in really is Rain again bowls to Critchley, who forces it out into the onside this time. And
does it have a theme tune?
It's got in the last. I think it was the last episode was the first one to do it. We've got fans chanting Derbyshire, Derbyshire from one of the Lord's finals, either 93 or 81. I'm not sure which. So it's a sort of theme tune. I think there's some music there. It sounds a bit like a 1970s sitcom theme tune to me, but yeah.
George and Mildred.
Man about the house, yeah, exactly, that kind of thing. Rain bowls. Critchley turns this into the leg side, but it's off a thigh pad. So they're applauding his half century, but he's not going to get it because that's signalled as 4 leg byes. He remains on 49. Manson has 33. He'll get another round of applause a little bit later on. 170. 4-3 the score moves on to. Got a little overexcited, the
They did,
Derbyshire
didn't they? I
supporters
think they're out
there.
of practice.
Yeah.
610 days.
Yeah. Yeah, well, 612 now.
Yeah, God, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Although yesterday, for some, 3. Supporters back in the ground and good to see. Ben McDermott's middle name is Reginald, I noticed. That's a terrific middle name. Rain balls. Critchley guides this out into the offside, straight into the hands of the man at point, Jack Burnham. No run. He remains on 49. He's going to remove his sleeveless sweater. It's obviously warming up out there. He's got 49. Madsen 33. 170 for 3 now, Derbyshire. These two.
Sounds
added
like
98.
Sounds like a 1970s British Leyland car, the Austin Reginald.
Yeah. Benjamin Reginald McDermott. Son of Craig, of course. Former Australian Test opening bowler. But he doesn't bowl, he bats and keeps wicket, although I don't think he's going to be keeping wicket in the red ball, from what I can gather.
Rushworth coming in here to bowl to Madsen. It's turned towards square leg. Jack Burnham runs across to try and cut it off from mid-wicket and stands on the ball. And that's the 100.
Well, I
No,
think
it's not.
I think it's 99.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they keep
Well,
tapping in the wrong places.
Well, I
these
think
people.
they thought it was Matt Critchley who got a single as well, so they've gone to cock there. But he's going to get both here, isn't he? Now, when he scores the next run, he's going to get his
be out
half
now.
century, and Derbyshire will have the century stand.
This is going to wreck your podcast here. Rushworth in. Defended.
Well, it is, because you'll be on it. So make it a good one, Martin.
Okay.
Just for me. Just for me.
So what will this be, his 6th of the season?
Oh, God.
You said 5, didn't you?
I think so.
See, I can't read my notes because the printer broke and nothing's really there. How many has he had it?
He's got 5 half centuries, including a century.
Right. Rushworth bowls. That's up in the end. He is out. He's gone. Mid-wicket. It's a false shot. It pops off the splice of the bat and he's caught by Bryden Carse. He's out for 49 and that ends the partnership at 99. Well, what about that? 172 balls they were together. And a very uncharacteristic moment there. Just played the wrong shot. False shot.
Unbelievable. There is no such thing, as we've discussed this morning, as the commentator's curse, but that is unbelievable. 92 deliveries he'd been out there at Matt Critchley, and he's just chipped one. Just chipped it, didn't he? It was a nothing kind of shot to Bryden Carse. 5 4s and 2 6s. Deserved round of applause when he'd already been applauded for his half century.
Yeah. So he owes that back to them.
Yes, and I'm sure it won 71 for that. Is absolutely remarkable.
Well, yeah, I said I'd do a good bit for you there. I'll be in the podcast.
Yeah,
now,
that's going in. I've just written the time down so I can go back on the rock to get it.
Well, you need to go back a ball before when I said he's going to be out now.
Oh, I'll put the whole lot in and I'll blame you.
Right. Well, then link me in when it goes online. I'll have a listen.
Martin Emerson takes wicket at County Ground. Wow. You'd have thought. It looks like Harvey Hussain. Well, that is Harvey Hussain. So he's coming ahead of Alex Hughes. I think it's Harvey Hussain anyway. That's what I'm saying, and I'm sticking to it until I'm told otherwise. It doesn't look hairy enough to be Alex Hughes. Harvey, good clean cut boy. Derbyshire's wicket keeper. Yeah, he's got 16 on his back. That's the giveaway. That's his number. So Alex Hughes, who we thought might be batting at 6, is going to bat at 7 at best. And if he drops below Hudson Prentice, he'll be batting at 9 again, which I frankly find baffling. Hughes, Hudson Prentice, Sam Connors, Ben Aitchison and Dustin Melton still to come.
Well, Harvey Hussain got some runs at Durham, didn't he? Put on
Yes,
a
he
few
did.
partnerships.
Yeah,
Did
I
he
think he
get,
did he put a century on with Matt Critchley? Got 63 and 34 not
Yeah.
out. I think he put a century on in the first innings with Matt Critchley, but I wouldn't swear to it.
106 for
Was
the
it?
4th wicket.
Yeah. That was when those two were saving Derbyshire on a regular basis.
Ball here from Rushworth, just wide of the off stump. And Rushworth has taken 3 today, so he needs 1 wicket for 1,000 for all the teams he's played for at Durham.
It's impressive. I do like that. I do like that. Yeah, Harvey Hussain started the season like a house on fire. 78, 83, 55, 63, 34 not out after an initial innings of 2, and since then he's got 2, 0, 9 and 5. So looking for an innings here.
Rushworth in, slower ball, defended, played up towards the bowler's end.
People will be staggered that I'm coming out with these stats. I've actually started to keep a small record of things like that, which is very unlike me. 20 past, you say?
25 past that one. Yeah.
25?
My alarm will go off in a second and it'll frighten the living daylights out of you. Because I've got my gloves on, I won't be able to turn it off. It'll be quite a noise.
I'll just press your button.
Rushworth in. And this is pushed off towards point. No run there. And that is the end of the over, 171 for 4.
Yeah, an over that took the wicket of Matt Critchley for 49. He'll be disappointed, no question about it. But an opportunity now. They added, as Martin said, 99 of 172 balls for the 4th wicket. And Wayne Madsen has got 34 of those. 150 coming up in the 44th over, incidentally, which has some time ago now. Not much has happened since then, really. I thought Mark Wood was going to come back on the way. He was messing around with the foot marks, but clearly not. Tajine stuck in my throat, I think. That's not Ben Rain, is it? It's Bryden Carse.
Yeah.
He's going to replace Ben Rain. 3 overs for 4 runs. Carse is in, and that's wide and cracked away for 4 runs by Wayne Madsen. Poor opening delivery. The warm-up, the loosener, very much a loosener. But I don't think Bryden Carse has bowled particularly well today. I don't think he's right. And I'm watching as somebody who didn't see him pick up the injury last week, but he just doesn't look quite right. When he gets to the end of his follow-through, he seems to be pulling up really sharply. And
it was a few weeks ago, the Chelmsford game is probably not because what have we added since then? They played Warwickshire at home and Worcestershire at home after that.
He's in again now and bowls a short delivery that's pulled into the leg side. It's in front of square, though, so the man out on the mid-wicket boundary comes around to his left to do the fielding. And it keeps him down to a single. Martin's going to spare us his alarm on his phone by leaving, but almost destroys his laptop in the process. 176 for 4, Madsen on to 39. Harvey Hussain, who's faced just the 3 deliveries so far. Settles himself down now. He's got the sleeveless sweater on as well, but the long sleeves for the wicket-keeper. Same as Wayne Madsen, in fact, as Carse bowls to him. Oh, he's beaten. Terrific delivery from Bryden Carse. Played a tentative defensive shot off the back foot to that one and almost feathered it through to the keeper. I was just looking to my left to make sure that they're still receiving us in the... They are, because if they weren't, they'd be through here now panicking. In the stream room, as I like to call it, where all the highly paid people work. Same weights. Leaves this one from Carse alone. Pulls his bat a long way away from the ball as it goes past him. One of those where, if you're not quick enough, you can just catch the toe of the bat. It didn't. I think it looks like everybody who's coming is in now. The stewards are slightly less busy as they no longer have to usher people to their seats. They're all on standby as Carse bowls to edge, tipped by Hussain and just short of Beddingham at first slip. Genuine nick. Didn't carry. So after I said that Cast didn't look like he was right to me, he's bowled 3 terrific deliveries. So I'm going to shut up now, having already got Matt Critchley out. I don't think I'm in any position to comment on anything else, really. Apparently they just paid in the stream box. Fuller delivery this time. Hussain pushes it out into the onside. And there's no run, end of the over. Cast 7 overs, 0 for 37. That over was clearly better than those figures, but overall I think it's a fair reflection. Hussain has yet to get off the mark. Madson's got 39 and Derbyshire 176 for 4. As far as we're aware, tea remains at 4 o'clock, despite the fact that we lost 4 of the 104 overs that were due to be bowled today because of a little light shower at around about 11:15 this morning. Everybody, no doubt, fearing the worst, given what happened yesterday and to a large degree on day one. 17 overs on day one, none yesterday. And if I could take 17 away from 51, you'd know how many overs were bowled today. I'll let you do the maths at home. Just keep your brain ticking. As Rushworth begins a new over from the racecourse end, and it's played off his toes by Wayne Madsen. That'll make it 24. Well, it's probably 34. That would make more sense. It's 34. An update for BBC Radio Derby at some point in the near future. Currently playing Tiffany. I think we're alone now. I can't remember the last time I heard this. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen. Rushworth with 3 for 42. Just the 2 slips for Chris Rushworth now. Man at point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. A man close in on the leg side at mid-wicket, and there's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary as well as a long leg as Rushworth was on his way in, but Wayne Madsen says there's somebody moving behind the bowler's arm. And while that's very irritating, it does suggest that there are people inside the ground, so that's quite good. Just having a look down to see if I can see anybody, and I can't. And once again, I bang my head on the window. I can't quite judge where that window is. Rushworth on his way in again. Madsen pushes it out to the leg side. Bryden Cast is there to do the fielding. Yeah. I will be asked about the lamp tagine in about 4 minutes' time. Jen Thomas, fascinated by food at cricket grounds. Well, it is particularly good here at Derby, as we've said. Here's Rushworth in again, bowls, and that's left alone by Madsen to go through to keeper Stewie Pointer. A couple of deliveries left in this over. Martin currently giving his update ahead of that Sunderland playoff game. Second leg against Lincoln City. It'd be a mess, an absolute mess. 3:30 start, which is slightly unusual. Madsen waits and guides this one into the offside, where it's fielded by Ned Eckersley. 76 for 4. Madsen 39. Harvey Hussain yet to get off the mark. He's only faced 7 deliveries. Madsen's faced 90 so far. 5 fours. Same as Matt Critchley, 5 fours and 2 sixes, but he just chipped the ball to that man close in at mid-wicket. He's still there, Bryden Cast. As Madsen pushes this one out into the offside and Eckersley comes in to do the fielding. End of the over. Update coming up shortly. Ooh, about 90 seconds, but I start thinking about it. I'd never have known when the end of the Justin Timberlake song was, to be brutally honest, because Again, not really my thing. I'll try and wind Martin up about Sunderland as much as I can for everybody out there who has no interest in Sunderland. And for those who are interested in Sunderland, you probably won't be listening to us anyway, but it's all in jest. Cast begins a new over from the City end. Oh, and Hussain plays at that one. It leaps on him really off a length. And he basically didn't move his feet and just pushed the bat towards it. Remarkably poor shot from Harvey Hussain. Not entirely sure what he was playing out there, but he survives. Didn't manage to get a touch on it. Update in about 30 seconds. Martin's going now. See you later, mate. No, he's gone. He's gone. I don't know where he's gone, but he's gone. Here's Cass. The same weights. And this one is guided into the offside, where it's fielded very comfortably indeed, moving to his left by Jack Burnham at point.
I've changed my mind.
Okay. Well, you'll have to keep quiet for a minute anyway, because I'm going to be asked about lunch very shortly. No, I am.
Important stuff.
Well, Jen Thomas does like her lunch updates. Still got a bit of it stuck in my throat, I think. Here's Bryden Cass. Into ball to Harvey Hussain. Oh dear, he didn't know how to play that one at all. He was going to duck initially, and it's probably just as well that he didn't, because it would have smacked him. It didn't bounce as much as he thought it was going to, and went past the edge of the bat through to the keeper. Absolutely remarkable non-chop by Harvey Hussain. Got himself in a bit of a tangle there, but he's still out there. I thought that Justin Timberlake song was finishing, but I don't know when Justin Timberlake songs finish.
Normally on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, they just seem to be there. Yeah, never soon enough, Nigel. You're absolutely right. Here is his next delivery from Carr. Strikes the pad. Umpire Robinson is already looking away by the time the bowler turns round to complete his appeal.
Have you read Bernard's tweet out? Have you read Bernard's tweet out?
Not yet, but I'm just going to do my update, so save it for everybody. Be very exciting. Is that the Don't Watch the Show?
No.
Oh, no, I didn't read that one. I don't think I'll get this Cast delivery in. I might do. Cast on his way in, bowling to Harvey Hussain. Afternoon, Jen. How are you? I do. Yes, I'm today. No, I can tell you. Go on, but you're going to say but. Oh no. Yeah, they're currently playing out the fact my. Oh, good delivery from Cass. To the keeper. Absolutely playing a very large chunk of commentary at the moment. Very large chunk of commentary at the moment. 176 for 4. Scoreboard's gone off. Thanks, Nige. Yeah, I'll be having words next time I see him. It was nice, though. I was offered it. I was offered a second Lamb Tagine, and it would be rude for it to go to waste. That's what I thought. And you heard Martin, my colleague, who's can't hear you but can hear me, sitting next to me, and he was right. It was just not quite a full portion, but obviously two's left me a bit full. So, yeah. Well, this was sort of rice, but it was very little rice. I don't know what it's called.
Couscous.
Couscous, thank you, Martin.
Sort of rice.
That's little rice, though, isn't it? Sorry, Martin still... No, you need to get me a cooking dictionary, I think, with pictures so that I know what I'm eating. So I've eaten couscous today, have I? Excellent. Yeah. I never knew. Yeah. No. Yeah, well, we started a little late today as well. It was 11:15 by the time they got underway. Derbyshire doing okay at the moment. 176 for 4. They have lost a wicket since lunch, and it's all down to us because we were just preparing how we were going to celebrate Matt Critchley's half-century when he chipped the ball by Chris Rushworth to Bryden Cass at mid-wicket. He was out for 49 off 92 deliveries, 5 fours and 2 sixes. And also, he'd added 99 for the 4th wicket with Wayne Madsen. Madsen's still out there. He's on 39. He's been joined by Harvey Hussain, who's yet to get off the mark. And early on this morning, they lost 3 wickets for the addition of 1 run. Guest, Deploy and Godalming all out in quick succession. Deploy, his 5th duck of the season. His place in the side must be under pressure from the recently arrived Ben McDermott. But Derbyshire will be relatively happy with the way things have gone. 176 for 4. Couscous. Little rice. Well, what's couscous then?
It's a...
Is it not rice?
No.
Oh, right. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside.
It's it's not a pulse, is it? It's a type of wheat.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Lovely. It was nice anyway. I just made a fool of myself on local radio.
Unbelievable.
But she enjoyed your intervention, so that was good. Everything's all right with the world. Apart from in Nigel's world, who's going to get it because of that long bit of commentary, me discussing little rice and
crushed Durham wheat.
Durham wheat.
Yeah. Oh, that's a snorter. Oh, that's gone right through him there, and appeals from everybody. And the batsman looked a little bit shocked at that delivery from Rushworth.
Terrific delivery, wasn't it?
Brentford are going to Wembley. They have fought back to beat Bournemouth 3-1
Good.
at full time, so 3-2 on aggregate. So no instant Premier League bounce back for Jonathan Woodgate's Cherries, but here's a stat for you from Richard Jolly. The last top flight game Brentford played was their last match before the birth of Roy Hodgson. Now they are only 1 game away from ending the curse of Roy Hodgson.
Who's just retired.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
It's a long time ago. Rushworth in, slow ball. That's left alone outside the off stump and through to the keeper. Isn't Hodgson sort of mid-70s? Because when they came out of lockdown last year, he technically wasn't allowed to go to Crystal Palace's matches.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. He is exactly 73 years old. He'll be 74 in August. A terrific manager, and he'll be missed at Crystal Palace, I think.
And apparently Sunderland is playing with only 2 recognised defenders today. Good luck with that one.
Sunderland. All out attack. Cass begins a new over from the city end, and Harvey Hussain pulls out of a pull shot.
Yeah, you're right. They're playing 8 up front with 9 wingers. That's how football used to be played in the early years, wasn't it? Everybody was an attacker.
Yeah, they just kept one back, didn't they? Yeah.
To mark the goal hogger.
Greg Watts says, what about Darren Stevens going berserk for Kent yesterday? 15 sixes, 15 fours in 190. Apparently at one point all the Glamorgan fielders were on the boundary. This next delivery is outside the off stump, left alone by Harvey Hussain. Someone remarked that Stevens' innings was like a one-man T20 show, not bad for a 45-year-old. Of course, he had a little spell on loan here, didn't he?
Well, didn't he? There was a partnership of 166 and he hit 165 of them.
Yeah, the other lad got 1, didn't he? Yeah.
Now, Rick Finlay, innings played, he did this morning. Innings played by 45-plus-year-olds in English first-class cricket since 1990. So there's quite a few ducks, 1s, 5, there's a 14 and an 18 and a 190.
Next delivery is, well, he's tempted to play these, is Harvey Hussain. It was well taken by Surie Pointer, diving and tumbling away to his right-hand side.
And he names them as well, somewhere in this thing. He named a few of them, and one of them was Stevie Greensword. I'm trying to think which first-class match he would have been playing in. 45 years old for Durham in the minor counties, maybe?
Yeah, Harvey Hussain tapping his bat as he waits. Now he lifts it up above his head and leaves the next delivery from Cass alone. Was the football one from Bernard that you wanted to read out?
No, he was saying if it's so cold indoors, why don't you open the window and let the heat in?
I don't think it's that cold in here, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I can't tell anymore. Can't feel my extremities.
Sun's out now. Shadows are being cast.
It's 90 million miles away. Oh, look at that. It is. You're right. Bright sunshine.
Bright
wow.
Sun. I'm just saying it for a comic effect. Because it wasn't very funny.
Well, it is now.
The same pushes this latest delivery to the man at point, Jack Burnham, as the sunglasses go on for the first time in the match.
Yeah.
To my left.
It's all about the timing.
Yes. 3:30, you say? It's a big build-up, isn't it? On.
They've been on already since 2.
God, what are they going to fill that with?
Keep your powder dry and all that. I don't know. A review of the season.
Yeah.
Where it all went wrong.
Well, it hasn't finished yet. 2 hours. That one's a short delivery from Bryden Cast. I was saying ducks underneath it. And it goes through to the keeper end of the over. It was a maiden. That's successive maiden overs. Might even be 3. I think it is. 3 successive maiden overs bowled. 176 for 4. So all the other numbers have stayed pretty much the same. 39 to Madsen Hussain, yet to get off the mark. He's now faced 19 deliveries. Ben Rain's going to come on from the racecourse end for the first time today.
Paul's emailed. He says he won't be watching that thing on the telly tonight.
No, good man.
He said, I'm going to watch an excellent show called Skullduggery, a rock band instead.
Oh.
So should be with you until around 6ish.
Thanks.
Rain, right arm over from the racecourse end. Played safely away by Madsen, who's on 39. No run there, just heading towards the covers. Now, normally Paul leaves us at about 12 each Saturday to go and get his fish and chips.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah, so... But he's never mentioned that today, so I'm a bit perturbed.
I think he might be hungry.
Did he go for his fish and chips? And did he get extra batter as well? Rain prepares to come in and bowl. Oh, a little cut shot there, and I thought for a minute he'd nibbled it to the keeper. He's played and missed.
He's played over the top of it.
Might be a Weatherby Whaler job on the way home tomorrow night.
They open on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, you'd be full of burger by then.
Burger?
That's what we have on a 4th day, apparently.
Burger.
Yeah, that's the rumour anyway. Extra slip going in.
Will it be in one of those greasy buns which gets all over your hands?
No, they're really nice buns.
Are they?
Yeah, a few potato wedges. You can throw them away, though, if you don't want them.
In comes Rain. That's left alone. Wide of off stump. Are you worried that there's vegetable and goodness in a potato wedge?
I just don't really like... If you're going to do chips, at least peel the damn things.
Yeah.
And then by the time they come around here, they can
Well,
be
are they not the peelings for the chips?
Well, they could be, yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. And then you've got the situation of the vitamin content of a potato wedge. Because isn't there meant to be as much vitamin C in a... Or is it a potato? Is it carrot or something?
Or is that an orange?
No. Well, this is the thing. Batsman coming down the track here to Rain. Plays it up towards Borthwick at mid-off, no run. Scores 176 for 4. I think there's the same amount of vitamin C in a potato as there is in an orange or something like that. One of these weird statistical things in food.
No, I'll take your word for that. I might have to stop eating potatoes, though.
When you have a tomato, it starts off as a protein, but if you heat it, it becomes a carbohydrate.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
Rain in. That's chopped down into the ground, and off it goes towards point, bobbling along the floor.
Well, I say interesting. I mean, it's fairly interesting. But yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
I don't think you're in a position to have a pop at me about food when you were just talking about Little Rice a few minutes ago.
Me? No,
Yeah.
no, I wasn't having a pop. No. It is interesting.
Yeah.
I've started eating fruit.
Have you?
Yeah, but you get one of those big plastic things of fruit. And
Yeah.
it says 2 of you fibre. And you think, how can that be 2? If I ate another 1.5 of these,
Well,
I'd
if
explode.
you've managed 2 tagines at lunchtime, it can't be that hard. It's just gone up to mid-off again. It's another dot ball. Good tight bowling there from Rain. End of the over. 176 for 4.
2 lots of little
It was a
rice as
maiden.
well.
That's
That's
great.
4 in a row.
Yeah, I was going to
4
say,
in
I'm
a
just
row.
looking back through the scorecard. 4 maidens in a row.
Yeah, 4 in a row.
Little Rice. It's they could be the sort of teeny bopper version of Little Mix, couldn't they? You know. What was that American show where they had the sort of adult band and the kiddie band? Some Disney concoction, wasn't it?
Like the Brady Bunch. Bryden Cast to begin his 10th over. Bowling from the city end, bowls to Hussain, who plays it straight back to him. That's the 20th delivery that Harvey Hussain has faced. He's yet to get off the mark.
It's been a response from Paul. Fritter and chips today.
Oh.
It's like what's a fritter again? Like a spattered sausage, flat sausagey burger thing. Burger and batter, is it?
Well, it can be a fritter can quite often be spam,
Spam, yeah.
in batter and deep fried. Very nice.
Oh, oozing with
Yeah, beautiful.
protein and vitamins.
I'd have thought so. This one's pushed out into the offside by Harvey Hussain. David Griffin has just come up with a terrific stats, and never before have the same 2 Derbyshire batsmen recorded 4 consecutive century partnerships in first-class cricket when they've been batting together. Wayne Madsen and Matt Critchley had 3 in a row before this match, and it was broken at 99, so that record stands. No batting pair have recorded 4 successive century partnerships batting together as Cast bowls to Hussain, who is still to get off the mark as he pushes this one up to mid-on. I think the fielders are getting bored, and Ned Eckersley certainly is. Running around like a fool out there. He's at 3rd slip. Collected the ball off Stewie Pointer, which was looped to him. Raced halfway down the pitch before passing it on to a teammate. Just to keep himself entertained. 176 for 4. Cast is in, and that one's left alone as it again takes off a little bit. Hussain having nothing to do with it. I had thought that Alex Hughes would come in ahead of Harvey Hussain in this innings, but he may even come in now below Finn Hudson-Prentice as he did down at Chelmsford. He seems a little harsh for somebody with 6 first-class centuries, but especially as Finn Hudson-Prentice has none. High score of 99. Hussain raises his bat, and that all gets a little inside edge onto his pads, and it dribbles out into the offside. No run.
Eric the Stanmore Mackham says, I'm sorry lads, I've got to leave you now. Footy calls. Maguire starts, however, lads, it doesn't start till 3:30, Eric. So if you're thinking it's a 3 o'clock kickoff, it's a 3:30 kickoff.
He's going to go and put his face paint on and
Unless he's going to the match, because I think some of the spectators have to be in 45 minutes before the game starts today.
he's missed that as well. Cast bowls, Hussain leaves, ball goes through to Pointer. That's 5 successive maidens bowled by a combination of Cast, Rain and Rushworth. 176 for 4, hand sanitisation break. Madsen 39, Hussain yet to get off the mark, having faced 25 deliveries. The only person who didn't sanitise his hands is the only person who's actually got a ball in his hands now. Which rather shows the folly of it all.
Just heard 6 in a row there. They obviously know they've had the 5 maidens, don't they?
Yeah,
They're paying attention down there.
probably listening to us, Martin.
You reckon?
I reckon so. I reckon somebody out there's got one of those little radios in his hat.
Right, Ben Rain bowling to Madsen, who's on 39. Right arm over to the right-hander. defended bat and pad and runs in towards the short extra cover area to Ned Eckersley. Not related to the Eckersley of Barmstonworth. Fish. It was a fish fritter.
Was there an Eckersley in Barmstonworth team?
No.
I didn't think there was.
8-0.
Haggerty.
Yeah.
8-1.
8-1 was it?
8-1, yeah, 8-1.
Rain in, balls. Defended again. I'm thinking of 8-0 when I was at Southampton a few years ago. The first of the goals was an absolute, one of the best own goals you'll ever see. Absolutely mullered into the corner. Keeper had no chance. Mind you, at 1-0 down, Sunderland should have had a penalty. Andre Mariner waved it away. And then after that, at 1-0, they just conceded 7 unlucky goals.
Yeah. Well, it can happen, can't it?
Yeah.
It can happen.
Yeah. And our friend Cass was with us, and that was the third time he'd seen Sunderland lose away 8-0.
Blimey.
Rain balls. Just cuts that one through past the batsman. Rolling his fingers around the ball there as he delivered it. Yeah, he saw them lose 8-0 at West Ham and 8-0 at Watford. When it got to 7-0, I wanted it to be 8-0 because then there was the historic element of it.
Yeah. I always, whenever my team's losing 7-0, I always hope it's 8.
Well, 7-0 didn't matter. It wouldn't have gone down in history, would it? It was a record equalling defeat. So you may as well be part of that for the sake of one goal. Oh, great stop in the covers by Eckersley. That was driven hard right out the meat of the bat by Madsen off Rain.
Certainly was. Blimey.
Sounded like a shell, didn't it? Right out the middle.
There is a real Barnstoneworth United FC as well in Australia. You know?
Is it?
Yeah. I only know that because I'm just looking up Barnstoneworth to see if I can
what
get
was the team?
That's what I'm going to try and find. I know it's Haggerty R, Haggerty F, but... Pressed the wrong one. Rain
in. That's gone through to the keeper. For those of you who are not sure what we're talking about, it was Ripping Yarns, wasn't it? And it was called Golden Gordon. Michael Palin in it, and it was hilarious.
It was brilliant.
It's about this football team that continues to lose each week. And each week his wife hands him a vase so he can throw it through the front window. As he comes home after seeing them lose again.
Yeah. Gordon, I'm pregnant. I'm off out. One of my favourite programmes, though.
In comes the bowler to left alone. I got it a few years ago on a videotape for Christmas, and one of them was something like Hopkinson's School Days. Tompkinson's School Days, where on a Friday, if you'd been misbehaving, you fought the school bear. And there was the nailing to the wall.
School leopard, it was. Yeah. But yeah. No,
and the one-legged cross-country races.
And there's the crossing the Andes by frog. Haggerty F, Haggerty R, Tompkins, Noble, Carrick, Dobson, Crapper, Dewhurst, McIntyre, Treadmore and Davitt, which of course is a Half Man, Half Biscuit album title, McIntyre, Treadmore and Davitt. Here's Bryden Cars from the City End. Was that another maiden?
Yeah.
It's 6 in a row then.
Yeah.
I'll just make a note of that. Yeah, you get T-shirts with the full team on it, so that's terrific. If you haven't seen it, I would advise you to seek it out. It is magnificent. There's also Eric Althwaite and his shovel, which is really good. He kidnaps somebody, I think, or he gets kidnapped. I can't remember which now. I'm trying to remember the other ones. There's Escape from Stalag Luft, 7B.
Yeah. Got that one on the tape.
It's a brilliant series. There's only 9 ever made. This one is made. This one's pushed out into the offside by Harvey Hussain, who's still to get off the mark after facing 27 deliveries now.
They're running 40 Towers again, aren't they?
Yeah, it's been on BBC One. Yeah.
The kids love it, but they were a bit surprised about some of it was the German episode the other day.
Yeah.
One of my daughters described it as, that's shocking.
It's not quite 2021, is it? Hussain waits and ducks underneath one and gets smacked straight on the head, and he's in a spot of bother here, Harvey Hussain. He immediately removes his helmet, he's rubbing the side of his head, and he's gone down on his knees, and that doesn't look good at all for Harvey Hussain. Wayne Madsen jogs across to check out his teammate. Umpire Robinson's already there as well, and we'll see Fran Clarkson racing onto the field from the pavilion away to our left-hand side, and I don't think Harvey Hussain will be able to carry on here, if I'm entirely honest with you. The clunk, the noise that it made as he misjudged the short delivery.
Might have to go off a concussion protocol.
He's been smacked right on the side of the head. And the good thing, of course, is that they have other wicketkeepers available, but
that's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough. All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day.
In rugby league, certainly, they're the concussion protocols. I think he's going to try and carry on here, Harvey Hussain, which is it's either brave or foolhardy. He's picking up his gloves and his bat, and what's he going to do? I think he's going to go off here. Harvey Hussain is going to retire not out, which is the way that they describe it now, the old retired hurt, on naught. So Harvey Hussain will leave the field for presumably further tests, and a couple of the Durham players Sporting to just come up and give him a little tap on the back as he makes his way off with Fran Clarkson. Derbyshire will remain at 176 for 4, but Hussain, who's faced 28 deliveries,
you can now have a substitute on instead of him.
He can if it is concussion. Yeah, he can if it is concussion.
Well, I don't think it'll be anything else after that, really.
No, and I've got just the player. A lad called McDermott, Australian he is.
Is his dad called Craig?
That's the fella. Yeah. That's the very fella. Although it'd be interesting to see who, if they do, as Harvey Hussain leaves the field and gets a little punch of the gloves there from a Finn Hudson-Prentice, who is coming out ahead of Alex Hughes, I think. Yeah, it looks like the lights are coming on as well, incidentally, as it does get a little bit gloomier. Just 10 minutes after Martin said how bright it was and put his sunglasses on. I don't think we can wait 10 minutes for the curse of the commentator, though, so we'll not count that one. But that's a nasty blow for Harvey Hussain. It seems almost churlish to say, but it was a terrific delivery by Brighton Cars, who was bowled quite nicely ever since I said he didn't look right. He's looked anything but not right. As you can see, yeah, indeed, John.
Incoming batsman is Finn Hudson.
And it is Finn Hudson-Prentice who replaces him. We'll have an update at about 3 minutes past 3 after the regional news on BBC Radio Derby. 176 for 4. That was horrible. It was the noise it made as well, as much as any could hear it in the effects microphone, the real clunk. So the new batsman, Finn Hudson-Prentice, waits, cast balls to him, and he pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. Wayne Madsen has faced 109 balls for his 39. 2 more balls, and we'll have had 7 successive maiden overs. It's a good effort in anybody's book. If indeed maiden overs go in a book. I'm sure they do. Somebody will have a book somewhere. Cars in again, and this one, leading edge as he tries to turn it into the leg side there. Hudson-Prentice fails to do so. Got a message from Michael Maiden. Coverage and commentary of the Derbyshire games this season has been greatly appreciated by us all. That's very kind of you to say. So I always look forward to the Durham match because of the witty badinage between you and Martin. Witty badinage, eh? And then he poses a question that I wasn't going to ask, but I might do in a moment, as Cars bowls. Full delivery, driven straight back to Cars. 7 successive maiden overs, 176 for 4. What have I been doing during the lockdown? Well, I've been chatting to my cousin's French friends. They live near Avignon. We've been running a sports quiz online. Amazingly, I was through to the semi-finals when I was disqualified and barred from his French friends' future games. And then I can't read the
It's raining.
the next bit. Is it?
Yeah. Is that because it's in French?
No. They're just having a light
aren't they?
reading.
Yeah.
The little meter that they use is being placed on the stumps, and off they go. So that's it. No further play for the time being here at Derbyshire, where the home side are 176 for 4. So 2 balls after Harvey Sane was led from the field after taking a bang to the head. The players are being led off. Wayne Madsen, he's got 39. Finn Hudson-Prentice yet to get off the mark. You can hear the sound of seats, which means that people are heading for cover. And when there is further play, on the BBC Sport website, app, and on the club stream, we will return.
that's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. breakthrough. Ball gone, bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Ball gone, bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day.
With one of the finest intros to a little session of play that I think I've ever done. Unfortunately,
You've just missed a corking rant.
Well, I can do it all again now.
Yeah, go on.
Well,
They should have been on here 10 minutes ago.
I'll give them 5, but I agree with 10. They've run a rope round the outfield which has done nothing. We've lost another 4 overs. Tees at 4:20. There we go. John just confirming tee at 4:20. We've lost 4 overs for absolutely no reason at all. And given that we lost 104 overs yesterday and whatever 17 off 96 is the day before, it's just madness. Absolute
My
madness.
next update at 4:20.
Excellent.
That's canny, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right during tea.
Mine's at 3:30. Ben Rain, over to you, Martin.
Is this my end?
Yeah.
Who's he bowling to? Madson's on 39. Make that
Run.
40 because he's played that off. So if it hadn't rained, this would have been a maiden. Hadn't there been 6 or 7 in a row or something?
Well, it's the first ball of the over. I think it's a bit harsh to suggest it might have been a maiden after one delivery.
Well, they were clearly never going to get another run today. It was obvious. That's why they went off for rain when it wasn't raining.
Couldn't wait to get off.
Yeah.
They'd ground to a halt. First time Harvey Hussain, Harvey Hussain
we've
pinning
got
some pressure
actually
down the
blue
far
sky
end.
and sunshine.
Yeah, it's glorious, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a summer day. Won't last. Floodlights are on. Rain balls, that's gone off down towards long leg. Wood will cut it off in front of the canteen. 2 runs. Never seen an aeroplane for months.
No.
There's one there, look.
Where? Oh yeah.
It's going to be heading to Germany or somewhere like that.
Yeah, you don't see many now, do you?
No.
To say there's an international airport in that direction.
If he's going there, he's a little bit too
Oh, he
high.
is. Yeah, I think he might struggle to land at this rate.
Yeah.
10,000 feet up.
I bet it's 35.
35,000 feet up, that bloke.
Yeah. Rain in and balls. Driven off towards mid-off to Borthwick. No run.
That's quite high, isn't it?
That's very high.
Yeah.
That'll be one of the transatlantic flights, I reckon, heading across from America to Frankfurt or somewhere I'll go for.
I know, but you can't tell me what it is because your app's on your phone and your phone's been used for something else.
We'll see. So that's going to be down over Northampton or somewhere now, that.
Yeah.
Rain in, balls, and that's cut 2 point, no run there. Trying to find Derby on this map.
The ground staff have managed to kick a football onto the field. Good effort. Their skills clearly not up to much. Bernard, it's not possible, no. The captains won't agree anything. But one of them won't, certainly.
179 for 4. Rain in. It's played off towards square leg. Burnham collects it.
And Ripping Yarns was the one where the family ran away from him. That was Eric Hallthwaite. His family kept trying to leave him because he was so dull. Talking about his shovels. I think when he got kidnapped, he was so dull that the kidnapper let him go. And that was pretty much the gist of that one. Roger of the Raj.
Rain in. This is defended. And that is the end of the over. I can't work out which aeroplane that is there.
Excellent.
I've lost Northampton on my map.
I think it's still there.
It is.
Yeah, I think it'll still be
Well,
there.
It could be the Glasgow to Jersey flight, which is currently at quite high in the sky.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's quite high. Yeah. It's going over. It's going east though.
I know. So that's the wrong one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's flying east, and it's probably now. Well, it's way beyond. It's not going to Northampton. It's not down as far south as Northampton. That. It's heading over the top of Nottingham and that way. Here's a new over from the City end with Bryden Cast bowling, and he's driven by Wayne Madsen out into the covers for 2 runs, in fact, as the ball is picked up there by Jack Burnham.
Well, there's a little twin engine thing up there at the minute, which is coming from Dublin, heading in an easterly direction.
It just looks bigger than twin engine, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If it's 35,000 feet up and we can see it, it can't be a twin engine, surely. Not that I know what one of those is, but that would be one with 2 engines, isn't it? Madsen waits, cast ball, strikes him on the pad and gone. No doubt about that one. He looks around over his right shoulder. There's Wayne Madsen at the umpire, but Tim Robinson had absolutely no doubt about that one. Once he'd got it past the bat, Bryden Cast, Madsen was always going to be in trouble. He's gone for 42, Derbyshire 181 for 5 now.
Yes, I think that was in Plumsville. Mind you, the last time I said that last week, that started an online row with a few viewers.
That looked pretty adjacent from here, though, didn't it? I mean, and Bryden Cast, who, since I said looked out of sorts, has bowled beautifully.
Well, like you said, they've got little earpieces on, so they're listening to us while they're out there.
It's a terrific delivery. Madsen's on his way, having faced 112 deliveries, hit 5 fours. Gets an extra little bit of applause, and out comes a man with 6 first-class centuries to his name. We're still not sure about the future of Harvey, the immediate future of Harvey Hussain, of course. I don't think he'll come in now by any stretch of the imagination. I'd be surprised if he did, although, who is it? No, that's not Harvey. That's Alex Hughes. Probably. Harvey Hussain retired not out, naught, after being hit on the head by a delivery from Bryden Cass. Whoever it is, and it is Alex Hughes, I think, he's just sprinted onto the playing area, which is a good effort. Quite why Alex Hughes is batting at 9, I've no idea. Batted down there at
They will tell
Chelmsford
you
as well.
that it's an attempt to shore up the tail.
No, well, we got told, I think it was last year, no, it was the year before last, so 2019, somebody came in and batted way down the order, and I asked why he was batting there. He said, well, that's where the space was. Well, that's nonsense. If you bring a better batter in, everybody else drops down one. Surely. Anyway.
Just seen an advert on the screen here. Sunderland to win, 16-1 in a 2-horse race.
Is that to win the tie? Or the game?
Just said Sunderland to win. I don't
Must
know.
be the tie,
The tie.
the whole tie. Yeah. You'd have thought. I don't know. I could be wrong. It's Alex Hughes just marking out his guard. Malloy going on a lap of the ground, the batting coach. Hands in pockets.
Who lives near a sewage farm on the canal.
I'd heard that. Yeah. Twice yesterday or the day before, objected to meeting. The first delivery to Alex Hughes from Bryden Cass is pushed out backward, a square on the offside, fielded by Jack Burnham. Yeah, objected to my dietary habits. I am still alive and I've got to 58. That's quite an achievement in this modern day.
It's a good job we're only in the 1920s, and that's about as far as you're going to get, isn't it? Oh, hang on a minute. Modern life expectancy is...
What is it?
got to be in the up to 80 or something now, is
Oh, I've got another 20 years. Ooh, good delivery, and he's caught behind, is he? No, he's not. The entire Durham team went up there. Bowler,
Cass looks
keeper.
convinced and is saying to him, come on, you know you hit that.
And Alex Hughes didn't hit it, so he's not out. Again, I'll repeat, the number of times I've seen that this season, where the bowler and the fielding side is 100% convinced that they've got a wicket, and the umpire just says no. And both sides, you know, either Derbyshire or whoever the opposition is, it's happened to everybody. It's absolutely remarkable. No stats are kept on that. Cass is going to be angry, and he bowls a quick delivery outside the off stump that Hughes leaves alone. Allows it to go through to Stuart Pointer. There'll be a song after this bit of chat on FM before I do my update, so could be 5 minutes away at this rate.
What song is it? I'll tell you how long it lasts.
Yeah, don't tell me. Yes. Cass again bowls to Hughes, who defends this back to the bowler. Fields at the end of his follow through, picks up, tosses the ball away. 2 runs and a wicket off that over from Bryden Cass. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 39, but in this spell 6 overs, 1 for 7, which is a terrific little spell. Hudson Prentice 2, Hughes yet to get off the mark. Derbyshire 181 for 5. They are indeed going to play a song, so I can just turn it down a bit. Another 4 minutes, 5 minutes or so until we do the update.
Rain in from the racecourse end, and an inadvertent clip towards the keeper and the slip cordon there from Finn Hudson Prentice, who tried to leave it. There was a nick, and it didn't quite carry to the keeper with Rain standing, hands on head in disbelief that he didn't get a wicket.
Stopped it well in the end, pointed, didn't he? Because it would have dipped alarmingly on him, having hit the toe end of the bat. Ooh, almost kick-off time. You can feel the nervous tension to my left.
Rain, who is from Sunderland, bowls. Oh, it's a Rising delivery on a length. Damien Spellman, who works for Press Association Sport, who I went to journalism college with, said, just tweeted a picture of the fans back at the Stadium of Light and says they're making one hell of a racket as the kickoff approaches. There's only 10,000 in there. Wait till they start setting off their air raid siren and banging their silly drums. Oh no, that doesn't happen there. Rain turns. A bit of dark cloud too, just to the south of us. Sunshine here at the moment, and a bit of blue sky. And balls, it's left alone. You spotted something, Dave?
No. No, I'm just drifting off. My tension comes tomorrow at 12:30, so I'm feeling your pain. Morecambe away, 2-1 down from the first leg. Well, they're away.
I have to say, I've got myself into an ambivalent state of mind and just believe they'll be in this division again next year.
I think that's probably for the best, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
And whatever comes.
I've learned over many years not to expect anything, really. If you set your sights on something, it's only a letdown, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, usually.
So don't have any aspirations and you'll be fine. Rain slightly over pitches this one. It's drilled back into the ground and bounces out of his hands.
That's certainly been the way I've been throughout my journalistic career. No aspirations at all.
Well, there was a group of students in yesterday, wasn't there? They're working on the camera feed here.
Yeah.
And that's what I tried to tell them yesterday.
Don't set your sights too high.
Don't set your sights on getting a job.
Because there aren't any.
Or making any money as a journalist, because there isn't any money out there. And there's no jobs left. And I think the lads understood where I was coming from. 3 of them haven't come back today. In comes Rain and balls. Oh, played onto the back foot there. What a edge. Bottom corner of the bat, I think.
He's surviving by the skin of his teeth here at the moment, Finn Hudson-Prentice.
You see one of the camera lads is down in front of what used to be the old press box on our right-hand side. There's another on the balcony at the far end of the members' pavilion. There'll be a third somewhere round the corner on our stand somewhere that I can't see.
High score of the season is 31, Hudson-Prentice. Who's more of a bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder.
Rain in. That's come off the legs and drifts down towards fine leg. Did he get those runs at Durham or not?
No, against Worcestershire. Yeah.
2 leg buys there.
12 and didn't bat second time around at Durham.
Yeah. Did we have any rain in that game, or was it just such a slow, flat track?
We must have done, mustn't we? But nothing much happened, really, did it? Nothing much happened. It's the one draw that Derbyshire have had this season that was an actual, genuine draw, really. Because the snow came to save them against Warwickshire. And they should have beaten Worcestershire, but didn't declare early enough. That's me, isn't it? Bryden Cast begins a new over. His 13th, and Alex Hughes allows it to go through to the keeper.
You don't suffer from hay fever, do you?
No. Why?
I'm just wondering about your coughing, that was all. Maybe a bit of pollen or something.
Just a little bit mucousy.
You're still a bit February. Well, this cold weather hasn't helped, has it?
No, it's rubbish. Chesterfield have scored.
Have they?
They're leading Dagenham. Oh no, they're losing. They haven't scored. Dagenham have scored. This one's turned into the leg side by Alex Hughes. He's off the mark with a single. 184. But no, he's not. It's a leg by. So 184 for 5, and Alex Hughes remains on 0. Hudson-Prentice on 2.
Is that in the National League
Yeah,
playoffs?
yeah, they don't finish until next February. Something ludicrous.
Hartlepool are in the playoffs as well. Well, they have a sort of quarter-final, semi-final thing, don't they? And then the semi-final.
Yeah. Update. Yes, Derbyshire are 184 for 5 now. They're back underway after a brief delay due to bad light and then quite a heavy shower of rain. We lost a further 4 overs. And we've lost a wicket as well, Derbyshire, since the restart. Wayne Madsen led before wicket to Bryden Cast for 42. It looked a fairly plumb decision from where we're sitting. And he was on his way. So Finn Hudson-Prentice has been joined by Alex Hughes. Don't forget that Harvey Hussain retired not out on naught after he was hit on the head by a short delivery from Cars. A good delivery, and poor old Harvey Hussain just misjudged it completely, and it basically hit him on the side of the head, which will not have done him any good. They can, of course, have a concussion replacement should Harvey Hussain be suffering from concussion, so they can replace him if required. But at the moment, Derbyshire are 184 for 5. Complete rambling nonsense. As that one is, was that buys? A buy? Buys. Yeah, thank you, John. Don't feel you need to answer any of the questions I ask you, Martin. That was a buy. 185 for 5. Hughes back on. No, it's Hudson Brent. Oh, is it? I have no idea. It's Hughes on strike, yeah. Oh. And that bounces through past his nose. Keeps his bat nice and low. It goes through to the keeper.
Did you just signal through the glass to John there?
No, I just turned to my right and John told me it was buys. Right. Yeah. He's obviously listening, which is good. Yeah, well, he must be. It doesn't look like he is, though. No, I can hear us through the doors, because all the doors are open, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the doors are open.
And the windows.
Are they losing yet? Cars running towards us. Balls to Hughes, who has a wild swing at that one. It's not held on to by Stuart Pointer, but he didn't get a nick on it. And it's the end of the over. 185 for 5. A leg bye and a bye from that over. 2 leg byes from the previous over. And the scoring has yet to reignite, in all honesty. 185 for 5 with Hughes yet to get off the mark and Hudson Prentice on 2.
Apparently the fans are already booing Lincoln for time wasting.
Oh, yeah.
And in a turn of events, it's obviously Sunderland at home now, so they're now playing in red and white stripes, and Lincoln are in dark blue. It was the other way around the other night.
Is it not green?
Is it green? Is it? I thought it was dark blue.
Is it? Yeah, one of those strips is definitely all green. They played it all green at the Pirelli Stadium, because obviously the red and white stripes would have clashed with the yellow shirts that Burton were wearing.
Yes. Here's rain from the racecourse end, and that's left alone by Hudson Prentice. Hudson PT, it says on the scoreboard.
Yes, well, it's a great scoreboard in many, many ways.
We've got a really long name.
I can't think of any at the moment. Well, Derbyshire doesn't fit on it.
Oh.
There's no E on the end of Derbyshire, which has always irritated me. We're getting a new one.
Yeah.
All will be well with the new one.
In comes rain. It's driven out into the covers. No run there. When Durham played at Swansea, probably this period 4 years ago. So they were at Sussex, then they drove across to Swansea, and there was a guy there still doing the tins at one end of the ground.
Yeah. It's good though, isn't it? Yeah. I like that. Like a bit of tradition. Blimey, it's not even on main event.
That's on. They've got some cars going round and round and round on that. Posh cars. That's through to the keeper. Bouncer.
Well, it's the dullest Grand Prix. Grand Prix are dull anyway, but this is the dullest one of the year.
What, Monaco?
Yeah. There's no overtaking, is there?
I just can't get away with it, I'm sorry, but...
No, I can't.
It's actually probably the only one I could watch because of the fact it's going around the town centre and along the seafront.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But I can't watch it.
Rain in. Another shortish one. Batsman just slightly jigs out the road of that one.
Not being tempted, though. Not being tempted. Some of the crowd's first opportunity for 610 days to say, well done, Jack. Because they think that Hudson Prentice looks like Jack Sparrow from the Pirates of the Caribbean films.
He was at first graces when Charlemagne Diva won.
Was he?
Yeah. The kids got their faces painted and had the picture taken. It's a leave outside the off stump.
had a film star doing a film around here, but I can't remember who it was. Recently. What's the little bloke called?
Yeah, he was in the North Yorkshire Moors on the Steam Railway. Mission Impossible 97 and a half.
The little bloke.
Yeah.
Whatever his name is.
Yeah, they were on the North York Steam Railway. Rain. This is turned off towards mid-wicket. Was that a train hood or a car horn? Name that horn.
Sounded like a wagon to me, but yeah, I don't think it was a train.
End of the over. Clouding over again now. Some pretty nasty looking cloud right above us at the moment. Floodlights are on.
Not that you'd notice.
Subbuteo floodlights. Did you ever have the Subbuteo floodlights?
I did. Yeah. Ned Eckersley just realised he's in entirely the wrong place. He's raced up to mid-on when he's required to field. Alex Hughes gets to get off the mark on strike. Bryden Cast at the top of his mark at the far end. And is it Wood?
Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting. Yeah. He sets off and realises that the little white marker isn't in the right place, so he trots forward and sorts that out. 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 7. Bryden Cast's spell from the city end. As Wood steams in, bowls to Hughes outside the off stump, left alone, through to Stuart Pointer. 185 for 5. I think we've lost a load of listeners with the Sunderland game going on, you
know. What, in the lack of traffic now coming our way in tweets and emails?
I've hardly had anything. Well, I haven't had a lot anyway, but...
Well, it's been a disrupted game, hasn't it, with the weather and whatnot. They'll all be wanting to listen when the football season's finished. They'll all come running back in their droves.
I might not let them. Wood outside the off stump again. And again, Alex Hughes has nothing to do with that delivery as it goes through to the keeper. Rather waste of effort. The first 2 deliveries, too wide for Hughes to be interested in any way in playing a shot. Come on, Woody. Turns clockwise at the top of his mark to run in. Over the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who this time has to play it because he's on target. Picks up at the end of his follow-through.
Which were you an anti-clockwise man, were you?
I'm trying to think which way I'd go. I don't know. It just looks slightly strange, but I don't. It probably isn't. But he just walks back and then turns clockwise to get into his. Because his run-up has been the subject of much debate over the course of his career, hasn't it? Really.
Yeah, he's changed it now. Yeah. He's getting injured.
It looks a more natural run-up to me. And that small or short run-up when he used to sort of push himself away. He's in now, bowls to Hughes, who gets one that leaps on him, and he deals with it quite nicely in the end. He just jumps in the air and pushes it out into the onside. Alex Lees comes in to do the fielding, but that was a good delivery from Wood. As it gets ever darker here at the Incora County ground.
Could be a little bit more drippage.
I think you might be right. Beautiful blue sky away to the east, but we've already had that. I can't really see to the west because they've pulled the blind down next door, but it doesn't look great. As Hughes waits once more and Wood bowls to him and he clips it for his first run down to long leg where Chris Rushworth does the fielding. Derbyshire moved to 186 for 5. Hughes finally off the mark. How can Lincoln have 3 different strips? I mean, that's mad. They definitely wore all green, I'm sure, when they played at the Pirelli Stadium. Looks like a cracking game of football. There's another ball is kicked way long. We should commentate on the football, Martin. Wood's in again. Oh, and he slashes at that one outside the off stump, and it nearly takes Stuart Pointer's hands with him as he collects it above his head. Nearly knocked him off his feet.
Oh, Sunderland have scored. Ross Stewart. I think he came from Scotland somewhere.
Sounds like he should have done.
Probably Ross County I would go for. Probably get it wrong.
Not Stewart County.
No.
Nice little close range tapping. And it's 2-1 on aggregate now. And all to play for. If only we'd lumped on at 16-1.
Nice little flick on it, the near post there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should have. We'll not get those odds again.
No.
Should have lumped on.
When the fun stop. I think Tranmere were about 16 against Sunderland in that cup, so I bet on Tranmere to win at five quid on, I think.
I always thought if you put £5 on Tranmere to win anything, you lose £5. So
you know what? I lost £5.
Yeah.
Rain in.
Is
This
it?
is defended.
Oh, no.
It will be in a minute. It's got really gloomy.
That's
I wonder if
got
the
gloomy,
umpires are going to get their light meter out in a second.
I wouldn't be surprised. Peter Hartley looks a bit fidgety. It's the perfect name for a cricketer in our country, though, isn't it?
What?
Rain.
Rain. Peter Snow.
Yeah, John Snow.
John Snow. Defended into the pads and across towards the offside. I think you might have too much cordial in your orange.
I think it's the heat that I'm generating from this enormous fleece that I'm wearing. I'm too hot. If I take it off, I'll be too cold, but I'm going to take it off. There, I've done it.
Rain comes in and bowls. I've just spilt water all over my laptop.
That's not good.
No, it's not.
Oh. I did that with a cup of tea a couple of games ago and had to keep my fingers crossed.
Hopefully it hasn't got anywhere.
Cleaned it nicely though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
With your face mask.
Yeah.
I knew that'd come in handy.
Yeah. Let's give it a nice wash.
Yeah, it looks new now.
Rain comes in and bowls. Off the splice. It's got really dark now here.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be out there for too much longer, if I'm honest. Because, as Mike said, it has gone really, really dark. The lights are on, and you can see, this is how dark it is. You can actually see the shadows now.
Something called Cortana has started up on my computer.
Cortana is the voice.
Oh, I don't want to talk to it.
No. And they're going off. As we suspected, it's got too dark.
Is it raining?
Yeah. It might be.
No.
Don't know.
Just dark.
Just bad light again.
Well, they can go and have tea now, can't they?
Well, half an hour early, but they could do. That would save a bit of time. They go off with Derbyshire on 186 for 5 in the 66th over, 65 overs and 4 balls, and their innings have been bowled. Hudson Prentice has 2. Alex Hughes has 1. And as I usually say at this particular juncture of an innings, when bad light strikes, we'll be back when it gets lighter. I think that's the best we can hope for, really. And Martin can concentrate fully on the football.
that's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day.
Yeah. I'm not too bad because they're back out playing cricket. We've just seen the first delivery post the latest delay for bad light, and it's been driven handsomely for 4 by Alex Hughes out to the cover boundary. That's the only cricket I've got to report on. He's moved on to 5. Finn Hudson-Prentice has 2. 194-5 now, Derbyshire. Still no news of a confirmation on the concussion replacement for Harvey Hussain. He was hit on the head earlier and was led from the field by the physiotherapist. I can't imagine for a minute we're going to see him again. It was a really nasty blow that he took. But we have lost another 7 overs. I reckon at the moment we're on course to finish at around 7 o'clock. And Derbyshire 190 for 5. Final ball of the Ben Rain over is defended by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Alex Hughes, rather, and there's no run.
It was an advert for these little balls you put in your toilet, and when you flush the toilet, pink flowers come out of them.
Oh, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
Do I sound like I'm off mic or not? Or do I sound like I'm on mic?
You sound like you're on, but we can turn you up a bit. There you go. How about that?
Yeah.
Is that any better?
Sometimes these microphones twist round, don't they?
Yes, they do. I can hear you.
And if you've got a twisty face as well. It's gloomy out there, though. I can't see Mark Wood's face.
It's definitely there.
It's above his shoulders.
Yeah, I think in that region. Yeah, it's definitely there. Is this me?
Yeah.
New over begins from Mark Wood, and it's pushed into the onside by Finn Hudson-Prentice, and there's no run. It's that kind of light where it is difficult to actually pick things up. I mean, even earlier on today when Matt Critchley hit one of those sixes, I had no idea where the ball was.
No.
I'm not entirely sure that he did.
There's nobody in the left-hand side of the stand now.
No. They could stand that steward down, really, couldn't they? He's just sitting there. He's got nobody to look after.
He's just checking his pools coupon.
You still have those? Wood in. Shortish delivery. Hudson Prentice sways out of the way of it. Goes through to the keeper. Be about time for the Aussie football scores, wasn't it, on the pools? Remember those when they used to go on ITV and they'd read through all these scores of places you'd never heard of?
Newcastle.
Never heard of it.
Ongonga Woola Longagong, which is near a mining community near Coobapedi or something like that.
It was madness. It was the Western Australian 3rd Division.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. That sounds a bit like that tournament in Sri Lanka to me. Wood in again, and this one is carved away. Backward of square on the offside. A good sliding stop comes in from Ben Rain. They go through for 2 runs. Ben Rain won't have found, although he's put his cap back on, so it suggests he might not be bowling necessarily from the racecourse, and he completed his over, bowled 2 balls after the latest interruption.
And trying to keep his head warm.
Well, there's a better way. There's a better way of doing it. If he hadn't shaved all his hair off, his head would have been warm, wouldn't it?
Part of it.
It's harsh. 192 for 5. Wood in. Oh, that's a nasty one. It's hit the hand. It's hit his right hand. Finn Hudson Prentice, and off he goes. He dropped his bat straight away, and he's shaking out his right hand. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we didn't see the physio, because that struck him a nasty blow on the hand.
Well, last week Daryl Mitchell was on 62 and going along quite nicely, and Wood got him on the hand, and he needed the magic spray. And then the next ball they brought Jack Burnham in as a short leg, and he flicked the ball straight into his hands.
Well, it's Jack Burnham calling for the. He's not calling for the helmet, is he? Good
He's got shin pads on, hasn't he?
Yes, I think he's had those on all day.
Physio's not coming out, I don't think.
No, she's not. She's not. He hasn't called for it. He's just taking a few deep breaths and pretending it doesn't hurt, when clearly it does.
Yes.
And he's still wringing out his right hand. Just having a look, can't see her coming out of the door to the left of the pavilion, which is where she'd come out of. Derbyshire on the top floor of the elite performance centre. Wood in again, bowls, and this one is left alone by Hudson Prentice. It smacks into Stuart Pointer's gloves, rebounds up into the air, and he has no idea where it's gone. And he actually looks around. It could have come straight back down on top of his head, that, couldn't it?
Ended up landing behind him.
It didn't, so he's okay, but most peculiar. 192 for 5. Yeah, he's still moving his thumb on his right hand, Finn Hudson Prentice, and he will be required to bowl. You would have thought, well, let's see if it's going to make any difference at this stage. He waits, and that one's a good leave. That flies through to Stuart Pointer, who spins around by 180 degrees as he catches it. And it's the end of the over, 192 for 5. Just the 2 runs came from that one. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 59 now, Mark Wood. And it's, who's it going to be to bowl? It's not going to be Ben Rain, that's for sure. Borthwick?
Borthwick?
Yeah, Borthwick
Over
for the
8.
first time today.
He'll have his mind on the over 8, which is on the board.
Well, it's already reduced to -2 from -3. And it's nonsense, anyway. I don't want anybody to explain, by the way. That's not what I'm appealing for. I'm just appealing for common sense to prevail.
Are you appealing for court behind or LBW?
I'm just appealing for common sense to prevail.
Scott Borthwick.
Got the Zoom link. Looks like we're talking to Matt Critchley at the end of play. Oh, nice.
Loopy full toss down the leg side to start with.
A bit surprised by that, I think, Alex Hughes. He's only got 2 for it. That should be still rising on its way into the city centre. Quite got that one right. The Durham skipper. So you won't update until after the game now, then?
This is 270th first-class match. Nearly cut into the keeper's gloves, bounces out, playing a miss for a Hughes, 270th match in all formats for Durham.
Again, he looks like he's
175th
sliding in,
class.
doesn't he? He's got that action where it looks like
Yeah.
his front foot's sliding in the crease.
Comes in and bowls. There's a plane taken off there, Dave.
There is.
It's a dot ball. Shall we see where the happy holiday makers are going to?
It should be fairly easy to find on your radar because it's a very orange plane.
Yeah. Borthwick. Oh, full length delivery. And they're peeling for LBW, but there was an awful lot of bat on that.
That might have been behind the boot though, mightn't it? Not out anyway.
Oh, it's a DHL parcel plane.
All right.
It's heading to Leipzig.
Disappeared now. It's going the wrong way.
Yeah. It's driven out towards the covers there, Noran. It's disappeared. It totally disappeared. Has it gone?
There's a Bermuda Triangle up there. That's where all the planes disappear.
Cloud base is obviously still low. Borthwick bowls again. Well, it's come in from Leipzig.
And it's going back to Leipzig.
Unless I'm clicking on the wrong one.
It didn't look the right colour for
It looked like an EasyJet
DHL.
flag,
It
didn't it?
absolutely looked like an EasyJet to me.
No, it's taken off again. It's
I think
DHL.
I think you've been let down by your app.
Well, I was talking to some pilots in the hotel in Nottingham a few weeks ago, and they'd come in on a huge cargo plane from New York. And they said there's still plenty of cargo planes flying in each day in the East Midlands.
Yeah. Wood begins a new over from the City end, and Hudson Prentice guides it down to third man. We'll be happy to be off strike, I fancy, as Ben Rain comes in to do the fielding. He moves on to 4 Hudson Prentice and 195 for 5. Get it right in a minute. Hudson Prentice comes down and says to Alex Hughes, "Good luck." That's Mark Wood, you know. He's sharp.
And he has no face.
And he getting more and more like an episode of Doctor Who all the time, this game. The bowler with no face. Wood in. Good leave by Hughes. Just raises his bat out of the way at the last moment. Allows it to go through the pointer. Wind is still blowing from the west, but nowhere near as bad as it was yesterday. We've had a few showers, as
It's a hoolie.
we were expecting. And we have lost, what did we say in the end, 16 overs?
Yeah.
So we've gained 8 at the start of the day and lost 16.
Including those 8.
Including those 8, indeed. Although they could be bowled at the end of the day. That's a short delivery from Wood that bounces over Alex Hughes' back as he crouches down and goes through the pointer. And there's no run.
I think Sunderland beat Lincoln at the Stadium of Light in the semi-final of that EFL trophy earlier this season in a penalty shootout.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, if it's a penalty shootout, I'll let you just disappear for a bit. Because you'll be a wreck. You'll be an absolute wreck.
I'll cope.
Once they've missed the first one. The team that misses the first miss, they usually go on to win. It's next. He's bowled him. He went forward. And the ball has just trimmed the bails and dislodged them. It's actually run all the way down to the boundary below as it was another sharpish delivery from Mark Wood, and Alex Hughes goes for 7. Having faced 28 deliveries, and Derbyshire are 195 for 6 now.
Yeah. Speed.
It's an old adage, but there is no substitute, is there, for speed and pace? And Mark Wood's got pace in abundance. And Alex Hughes goes for 7. So a disappointing score for him. And who's going to come out next? Well, it will have to be Sam Connors, you would have thought. Ben Aitchison is probably a better batsman than Sam Connors there. I've said it out loud. But even, yeah, that looks like Ben Aitchison. Yeah, I was going to tell the scorer who I thought it was, but then if he announces it and I'm wrong, he's going to come through here and beat me up. I think it's Ben Aitchison who's going out to bat. They've got the binoculars trained on him. It's too tall for Sam Connors. It's Ben Aitchison. Definitely. And he is a better bat than Sam Connors, with the greatest of respect to Sam, who I like as a cricketer, not particularly as a batsman.
I thought you were going to say not as a person.
No, he's always a great lad. He's a cricketer, well, they all are. They're all good lads. 195 for 6. At the moment, as Durham collect their second bowling bonus point, Derbyshire still waiting for their first and could well be bowling at some time later on today if the light holds. Although the chances of this game finishing anything other than a draw remain very slim. They've strengthened the slip cordon with the addition of Ned Eckersley at 4th slip, Bryden Cars at 3rd, Cameron Bancroft at 2nd, and David Beddingham his 1st slip alongside Stuart Pointer. They've got a short leg in place as well as Wood bowls, and that's played very nicely by Ben Aitchison out towards the square third man boundary. A long chase for Ned Eckersley, and they get through for 3 runs, which this is a good moment to point out. The last time he batted in the first team, he was left out of the side inexplicably for the game at Chelmsford. Actually played for the Seconds last week. The last time he batted here, he got his maiden first class 50 against Notts. There was some big hitting in that. There was no pressure on him, so but it was a genuine half century. So I'd have been pleased with that. It's Finn Hudson-Prentice on strike now as Wood is in, and he pushes this out into the offside. Wood falls to the floor, and it's the end of another successful over for Mark Wood. 2 for 63 from 17 overs, his figures. 4 runs in fact from that particular over. Aitchison off the mark with the 3. Hudson-Prentice has 5. Derbyshire 198 for 6.
Aitchison's mum apparently lives in the village which was the furthest south we got on our canal boat. That was our halfway point before we turned around and came back in October last year, with a nice thatched pub on one bank and a lovely curry house on the other, and a canal museum.
A canal museum?
Yeah, which was closed.
I'm not surprised. Denise, of course, Ben's mum.
Borthwick, right arm over, leg spin from the racecourse end. First ball is played safely away by Aitchison on the leg side. Got Jack Burnham at deep mid wicket for the Hawk.
Hawk?
Yeah.
I like that.
And we've got a man deep extra cover as well.
Is that similar to a hoik?
Yeah, but it's with a W instead of an I. Give it a howking.
I've not heard that one. Like a different.
Well, you would howk it to cow corner.
Oh, you'd hoik it there. Yeah.
Or maybe you would give it some clapy to cow corner. Borthwick in again, driven along the floor, and bounces awkwardly, but 1 run as Rain manages to recover the ball, bobbled in front of him at mid-off.
You're giving him a bobble there, are you?
Did it hit something and bobbled along, didn't it? 2 men on the leg side now. Wood's gone down to long leg. Borthwick bowls, and a stride forward there, Hudson-Prentice, to snuff that one out as he plays it to Eckersley. Short extra cover. Eckersley's got his tinted sunglasses on the back of his hat, and they're a sort of bronze colour, and reflecting the light of the floodlights. So when he's facing away from us, it looks like he's actually looking at us. That's a drive out to Lees on the cover boundary.
Looks like he's got stoplights on.
100 up, 200 up, a batting point. 200 for 6.
Rapturous applause.
The 70th over. Bowler comes in again. And he's cut away. 1 run.
It's not me. It'll be somebody downstairs, won't it?
Sounds like someone's listening to our commentary somewhere.
Well, let's hope they are.
Yeah, but I can hear it coming back at us, and I couldn't understand how.
Oh, well, it'll just be going around in a big circle. A big audio circle. I think they'd have been happy with facing a few overs of Scott Borthwick, given that Mark Wood is currently thundering in from the City end. I know I'd rather face. Well, neither, if I'm entirely honest with you, but here comes Wood. Balls to Aitchison, who couldn't have taken a step further back towards his stumps, otherwise he'd have stood on them. He walks off into the leg side.
Lincoln have scored and they're back in the game, and they've been far more composed in the second half than the first. Sunderland were all over them in the first.
You should have seen that game on Thursday night. It was a disgrace.
Which one was it?
Morecambe beating Tranmere. I've never seen a team get battered so badly and win 2-1 since the last time I saw Tranmere on television. 201 for 6. Old short delivery. Aitchison, who's a tall man, ducks underneath it. 6'4". He resumes the role of tallest man in the bowling attack now that Billy Stanlake's disappeared after playing one game for Derbyshire.
Now then, does the away goal count?
No away goals in playoffs.
White missed an absolute sitter in the first half as well after he rounded the keeper and then just played the ball tamely off the defender's legs on the line.
Wood's on his way in again. Bowls to Aitchison. Has a wild swing at that one with some fairly disappointing footwork. Goes through to Pointer and get very close to that one at all. So what, Mr. 5 o'clock then? We're miles away. 12 minutes to go yet. Was panicked. I got very close to missing one at 4 o'clock. I got a message to say, "Are you there?" And I wasn't. Obviously, I was in another room entirely. Aitchison waits as Wood bowls another short delivery to him, and he ducks underneath it. Goes for a little walk towards square leg. So the half century was decent by Ben Aitchison. I'd like to say I saw it all, but I clearly didn't because I was driving to Burton at the time. But it was very exciting to listen to it until he got that catch down on the boundary from Patterson, which was decent. Aitchison waits, and this time he plays and misses outside the off stump. Again, he doesn't move his feet, so therefore it looks better for the bowler than the batsman. Denise has just switched on. He's been watching Ben's sister Holly playing for Saracens. They've beaten Loughborough Lightning to get through to the Premier 15's final next week. Rugby Union, of course, that. Braunston, yeah, lovely village with a canal and a couple of nice pubs. What more could you want?
Yeah, was it the boat inn? Did we go in for a meal?
The boat inn, Denise, is that there? She'll reply in a minute. Wood in, bowls, played miss from Aitchison. He did move his feet this time, but didn't get the bat anywhere near the line of the ball. And it goes through to the keeper. And it's the end of the over. A maiden from Mark Wood. A couple of bounces in there that Ben Aitchison dealt with nicely, and a couple of good length deliveries that he didn't deal with particularly well at all. He's on 5. Hudson Prentice has 6. 201 for 6, Derbyshire.
Braunston's really considered the hub of the British Canal network.
Is it?
Yeah. You've got the Grand Union comes through there and the Oxford meet at Braunston.
But they get the night's flyby there.
Yeah, they do. This is flicked off towards steep mid-wicket for one run. We ended up in a Hungry Horse there. One of those sorts of pubs. Quite a nice, big, airy place.
And he says that they prefer the Admiral Nelson at lock number 3.
Yeah, well, it was on the locks. We were thinking of mooring there the penultimate night, but we couldn't find anywhere to moor near the pub, so we had to continue on through Braunston.
Breakneck speed.
Yeah, in the dark. This has gone off down the leg side. It's come off the pad. Aitchison on strike there, leg by signal. Yeah, well, Stoke Burn was as far as we got, which is that's where the Canal Museum is and the thatched pub. It's about 7 miles or so from Silverstone. Borthwick balls.
You're not selling it to me.
No, it's a lovely area, very rural.
Oh yeah.
There's a huge tunnel there. There's a Blisworth tunnel and Braunston tunnel, and they built them. It's very clever how they built them. As in comes Borthwick again. It took them years to build them as well, because I dig them out by hand. They basically lined up from the top of a hill, lined up 2 church steeples in different villages, and put these piles in a line, and then sunk all these different shafts down to build the tunnels. This is playing out towards the covers this time by Hudson Prentice for 1 run. So they dug down, and then they sent the workers in each direction, so all the little tunnels would eventually all meet up. Yeah.
Well, they built the Mersey tunnel, the first Mersey tunnel. They dug that by hand, and it's got all sorts of bends in it and all sorts.
Yeah.
And they were a fraction out.
Yeah.
They built it from either end, or dug it from either end.
Borthwick in, and that's a slog, and it's going to land in no man's land. There's 3 players around it, and he had to go at it from quite wide of off stump there.
Wasn't his finest moment, was it?
End of the over. Single though. 204 for 6.
Ben Aitchison's inability to count to 6 may count against him there, because he's pinched the strike and he's going to be facing Mark Wood again. Which you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. Well, I wouldn't. I don't have any enemies, of course, but if I had a worst one, I wouldn't wish this on him.
No, Lincoln have got a penalty now. It's all going Pete Tong.
Away goals don't count.
Well, they're going to be 2-0 up again now. At this
You'll
rate.
be all right. There's loads of time to go. Wood in and balls to Aitchison, and how that's not shattered his stumps, I have no idea. He's played a very expansive looking drive. He's played around it, so it's gone past the inside edge of his bat and the stumps and through the Stuart pointer, and well, it didn't touch the stumps. How? No idea. 205 for 6. It's definitely not us on that radio, is it? That was a woman's voice.
Oh, Burgess saved the penalty. That's your moment there. That's your dramatic moment.
Wood in, good short delivery, and he does well again this time. He's all right with the short delivery. He's ducked underneath that one. They don't need anybody else being clunked on the head though. Harvey Sain's already out of the game with concussion after basically taking one flush on the side of the helmet from Bryden Carse.
Oh, good save.
Aitchison lives to fight another day. He's on 6. Hudson Prentice on 8. Derbyshire 205 for 6. Aitchison just flexes his knees, crouches down. Woods in and bowls a full delivery that's driven but not timed. Up to Ned Eckersley at mid-on.
You see the story the other day where a goalkeeper in the League of Ireland got sent off during a penalty shootout?
That was months ago, wasn't it?
No, it's just...
I'm sure that was months ago.
Oh, well, I saw it in an email, doing the like a staff email this last week. He came off his line and was warned by the referee for the first penalty. Then he came off his line and was booked by the referee for the second. He came off his line and got red carded for the third.
One of the outfield players had to go in goal for the rest of the shootout. Next delivery is defended by Aitchison back to Wood. I'm sure that was a while ago, but you might be right. It might be, perhaps it's happened again.
Maybe it's the same ref.
Same keeper.
Who never learned his lesson.
Yes. Get back on your line, man. 205 for 6 here as this game meanders gently.
At 4 miles an hour through Braunston first log.
Only interrupted by Mark Wood deliveries. Here's the next one. Full, and it's whipped away, out for 6 runs, out to deep backward square leg. They're going to signal 4 though, I fancy. Peter Hartley thinks it's a 4. I thought it was a 6. And it is a 6. Terrific blow. Just helped it on its way, really. Used all the pace that Mark Wood put into it from the delivery, and he just whipped it away down to deep backward square leg for 6, and rapidly moves on to 12. 211 for 6. I think he hit 2 6s in his half century against Notts. Has the ability to hit the ball a long way.
Helped by the speed of the ball there.
Yeah. As was Matt Critchley with the 2 sixes that he hit earlier. That's 3 sixes that have been hit off Mark Wood. It's a short one coming up. He's in now and he bowls, and that is worked away off nothing at all, I don't think. No, it is. It's off glove or something like that. And then diving to his left. Stewie Pointer couldn't get there, and he's got 4 more runs. He moves on to 16. 215 for 6 at the end of the over. That won't have improved Mark Wood's mood any. Aitchison, as I say, 16. Hudson Prentice, 8. So another couple of batting points would be useful when you get 8 for a draw. And you think that Derbyshire got 1 point from their defeat against Essex. And we're pretty fortunate to get 1.
If you think you're describing the game as meandering along and I'm going at canal pace, if you want to use the analogy of 4 miles an hour on the Grand Union Canal, you're tootling along in your boat. As Borthwick starts his first ball of this new over, dot ball, played up 2 mid-off, and then Mark Wood is basically the mainline trains that come bombing past you every 10 minutes.
125 miles an hour.
Yeah. Borthwick again. That's cut towards backward point, bobbling awkwardly for Cameron Bancroft.
Good decision to put Aitchison in ahead of Sam Connors. I'm sure that Sam Connors could hit a 6, but Aitchison's definitely got a big shot or 2 in him.
Borthwick in again. Oh, and that's cut towards backward point again. Another good stop from Bancroft, who is by trade a wicketkeeper, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Eckersley is as well.
Derbyshire have got 2 wicketkeepers in there. Well, had 2 wicketkeepers in their ranks before Harvey Hussain's blow to the head.
This is driven to Eckersley, one of the other wicketkeepers in the Durham team who's playing in the outfield.
I don't think you can have enough wicketkeepers, really.
No.
Cuts down your bowling options a bit, but...
difficult to deliver the ball with that big glove on. Borthwick balls again. That's a bit of a quicker delivery.
Whoop,
oh,
down he goes.
And Cars, I think it is, who's fallen over there. He went to bend down to pick the ball up, and his feet just went away from him on the square, and it ran past him. And there was a bit of hesitancy between the 2 batsmen as well initially.
I'd like to see the bottom of his boots and see how many studs he's got in there, because he's been a bit like Bambi on ice at times.
Borthwick in. It's a wideish delivery. It's towed back to him. And that is the end of the over. 216 for 6. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Derby with you. Mervyn Hardy's been on. He said it was the Glentoran keeper on Tuesday in the Irish Cup semi-final, and Larne won.
I thought you meant the proper Irish, the League of Ireland.
There's a really good documentary on BBC 4 a few weeks ago.
Derry City.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
No, you told me about it.
Did I? Have I seen you recently?
3 weeks ago. Yeah, no, I do mean to watch it. No, I did.
Might still be on iPlayer somewhere.
Yeah, all the Brandywell problems that they had up there in the early 70s with the troubles. Change of bowling, is it? Yeah, it is. Bryden Cars, so it can't have been too bad after that fall. They've seen off Mark Wood. And here comes Bryden Cars, has bowled a couple of quick deliveries himself. He's in from the city end outside the off stump. Standard loose net. Goes through to the keeper. And there's no run. If you want to concentrate on that for a few minutes, Martin, I'll be doing an update after the news at 4 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Yeah, 5 o'clock. Beg your pardon. What day?
Nearly missed the one at 4.
What day is it? 216 for 6. After the news, the update, of course, because it's regional news from 2 o'clock onwards as Cast bowls, left alone by Hudson Prentice outside the off stump.
When's my next bowling meant to be? 5 to 6.
Just before extra time.
Time's it now? 5 o'clock, 55 minutes away.
What time's yours?
5 to 6, I wrote down.
What, 55 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
They're not interested, are they? They're not interested in you.
Maybe they've built in for extra time. I don't know.
Same thing happens when Derby County play, to be fair. You do us one at a minute to 6. Yeah, cheers. Cars is in, bowls, and that's uppishly driven out into the covers. where it's been chased down by Jack Burnham. They get back for a second run. He moves on to 11, 218 for 6. I wonder why there is nobody sitting in the left-hand side of the permanent temporary stand. It seems quite strange, really. Cars is in again. Oh, and that's beaten Hudson Prentice. It just took off and almost nicked the shoulder of the bat on its way through, but not quite. So he survives.
There's a few people out on the balcony now on the members' pavilion.
The vice presidents who are allowed in there.
All right.
And then the chairman's box at the right-hand end with the
So
doors.
do you have to be well connected as a former player or have a bit of money, or how does that work?
I don't know. I think Griff's a vice president.
Is
He's
he?
former honorary secretary, yeah. Here's Cars in once again, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who gets a thick inside edge out into the onside. They've run one. Oh, they're thinking about coming back from a second. That would have been slightly injudicious, given that Mark Wood was already throwing the ball in. And Hudson Prentice has got a few words of advice for Ben Aitchison, suggesting that the ball's nipping back a bit.
Played it with one hand as well, didn't he?
Well, this ball's 74 overs and 4 balls old. Glastonbury tonight. Only a fiver. In comes Cars again, and that one's a play and a miss by Ben Aitchison. Ball goes through outside the off stump. Update coming up immediately after the news bulletin. Derbyshire 219 for 6 now. Ben Aitchison on 16, Finn Hudson Prentice on 12. They lost Alex Hughes, 195 the score was on when he was bowled by Mark Wood for 7. The 200 came up in the 70th over, giving Derbyshire their first bonus point. Durham already have 2 in the bag now with those 6 wickets. And Ben Aitchison hit Mark Wood for 6, just used the pace of the England opener and sent him down to deep backward square leg over the boundary on the full. The third 6 played off him in this Derbyshire innings. 2 for Matt Critchley. Earlier he made 49. They've just got another 4 runs there. Nice shot by Finn Hudson Prentice, who moves to 16. Same as Aitchison. It's 223 for 6. Just a little glance down the leg side for a slightly offline delivery from Borthwick. Sorry, Martin, it's your over.
Just tell me when you've done your update.
I've done it.
Right.
Could you not tell?
Borthwick, right arm over. Oh, that stayed quite low and is punched out late by Hudson Prentice out towards the cover boundary for 1.
Tell me when you've done your...
Decent partnership this, 16 and 17 the 2 batsmen have. Aitchison on strike now. So they have added 25, I think. This is played back towards Borthwick, just can't get hold of it. It runs just beyond him to Rain, who's not too far behind him at mid-off.
29.
That's defended. 29, what did I say?
25.
I don't know why I said 25, because it's got 29 on the screen, and I was reading it off
well,
the
that's
screen.
where I got it from.
Ah. Are you sure I said 25?
Yeah.
Weird. There hasn't been a 4, has there? Oh, that sneaks in low. It's just kept out. It's getting a bit of turn here, Scott Borthwick. It's skidding in. Bit of top spin on that one, perhaps. Here he comes again and bowls. That's defended on a length, and that is the end of the over with Derbyshire. 224 for 6. So they have a batting point. Durham have 2 bowling points.
Excitement is palpable. Chesterfield currently occupying the final place in the National League playoffs, down in 7th, having beaten Dagenham and Redbridge, coming from behind to beat Dagenham and Redbridge. As Bryden Cast beginning a new over from the City end. Finn Hudson Prentice defends it straight back to him, and he fields it by just putting out his right hand at the end of his follow through. 224 for 6 it remains. whole round has been badly affected by bad weather over the course of the last
I think Leicestershire might be
days.
declaring an innings, have they? Something like that, forfeiting an innings, maybe.
I shall have a look. Yes, there has been a forfeit there. As in comes Cast again, and this one is flicked away by Hudson Prentice for a single down to Rushworth at long legs. So Hampshire 233. Leicestershire were bowled out for 84. Ah, right. Well, because they couldn't enforce the follow-on, of course, because they were within 150 of them. So they forfeited their innings, Hampshire, and now Leicestershire are 4 without loss. So there is no comeback for Hampshire should Leicestershire bat better the second time around. This one's scooped up into the air, but it's going to land safely at some distance to the left of Chris Rushworth, away to our left-hand side, and he picks up 2 more. There's Ben Aitchison. He moves on to 18, 227 for 6. No forfeiting anywhere else that I can see. Nottinghamshire 326 for 4 now against Worcestershire in their first innings. That game's going pretty much the same place as this one. Roughly nowhere. Warwickshire 166 all out. Essex 151 for 6 at Chelmsford as Cast is in again. A short delivery. Aitchison bends at the knees, which is a good place to bend, and gets out of the way of that one as it goes through to the keeper. Lancashire against Northamptonshire, terrific game there. They've had 28 overs and 1 ball in the first 3 days, 75 for 1, and it's stumps for the day. They've abandoned play for the day, so a bit of a mess down there. Play due to start at Canterbury at 5:20, much to the delight, I'm sure, of the local journalists. Glamorgan 55 for 2 as Cast runs straight through there, loses his run up. That means that they trailed Kent by 252 runs. It's raining in London, so Surrey are 12 without loss in their second innings. They lead Middlesex by 42 in a game that, who knows, may well have a result one way or the other. It'll have a result, but maybe have a positive result one way or the other. And Somerset 225 for 7 in their first innings against Gloucestershire. So rain badly affecting matches around the country in this round of games. Cast is in, and that one's turned very nicely by Aitchison off his pads down towards Rushworth, and they come back for a comfortable second as well. And Aitchison moves on to 20. 229 for 6. The huge error, of course, that Ben Aitchison made by scoring 50 against Notts in the last game that he played is that he's still some way from improving his highest score in first-class cricket. We know he was a batsman as a youngster, playing up in Formby. He waits now as Cast bowls to him. Oh, that one's scooped into the air over mid-on. That's a horrible shot. And he's going to get 2 runs for it as it plugs. And he comes back. And he moves on to 22. And it's always good watching a tail-ender bat. Ben Aitchison's making the most of any luck that might be going out there. He moves to 22, as I say. 231 for 6. Finn Hudson Prentice has 18. And if this is all about bonus points, the next target for Derbyshire is 250. The next target for Durham is 9 wickets down, as we await confirmation of any potential replacement for Harvey Hussain. Another call has been put out. Anush, where are you? You may well be here. Borthwick comes in and bowls at the start of a new over. It's pushed out into the offside by Finn Hudson Prentice for a single. 232 for 6. Now, I'm no expert, as anybody listening will know. But if he doesn't have a couple of wild swipes at the ball in this over, Ben Aitchison, I'd be surprised. First delivery, he defends straight back to Borthwick. It's a foolish delivery. All along the ground, back to the bowler. Surely to goodness he's going to have a go here. You would expect. Borthwick's in again. Defends that one. So he's got 3 deliveries in which to have a wild swipe. He will. Believe me. Tailenders can't resist this kind of thing. Just the one slip in place. Borthwick's in. There we go. Dances down the track and hoiks it to square leg. If he gets back for it, always setting off for a second as well. And they could have got there in the end because there was a slight fumble out in the deep by Jack Burnham. But by that time, Finn Hudson-Prentice had already decided that one was enough. And Aitchison moves on to 23. I'm glad he didn't let me down. That was a horrible shot. But if he's going to add 23 every match, then that would be more than valuable down the order. Hudson-Prentice goes back into his stumps and defends this out into the offside. So we're not going to see another ball faced by Aitchison in this over, sadly. Hudson-Prentice is playing far more circumspectly. 53 deliveries for his 19. He waits now with Borthwick Ballstrom. That one keeps low, and he gets a bat on it and pushes it out into the offside. It's almost like the flipper, isn't it, that just keeps a little bit low. And the batsman has been caught, or has almost been caught out on a number of occasions, but not on this occasion. Hudson-Prentice 19, Aitchison 23, Derbyshire 233 for 6. 27 overs to go in the day. Still 2-1.
They've just hit the post.
It's a real tale of woe from the Stadium of Light.
Cars here from the city end. It's gloomy again, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Coming in the ball to Aitchison. Gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper.
Just a fine glance was required there rather than the full-blooded attempt to smash it into next week. Doesn't often work out. Trying to hit the ball too hard.
Cars. Bowls. And Aitchison edges that one down towards Rain at third man for 1.
Aitchison on the move. He was walking forwards before edging that delivery. It's good fun watching the tail-enders, especially if they're going to have a go. Can't imagine it's much fun to bowl at. And there's nicks going in all directions and scooped shots landing in no man's land and absolute pandemonium.
Cast bowls, and this is played back up towards mid-on this time. No run there, collected by Mark Wood.
I was hoping you'd describe that shot because I wouldn't have the first idea how to do it. It was a sort of flat, batted, defensive shot that he continues to practice, so it's clearly in his armoury. We know that Dustin Melton's got a new shot this season, rather than the forward.
It's a little whip.
Forward defensive and leg before wicket.
Cast balls. That's in the air and it's safe. It's wide of square leg and down towards third man it comes. 1 run.
Big cry of it. Well done, Jack, from down below us. I think they're the ones who call him Jack. I don't think anybody else does. Because all they ever shout when they're on the field is, "Come on, Finney." In keeping with all of the sports. Stick a Y on it.
Cast to Aitchison. It's a bouncer. Through to the keeper. Free kicks just flashed across the face of the goal. Grey skies all around us here. There's a bit of brightness way down to the south and way across to the west, but there's this big patch of clouds sitting right on top of the sea, and actually looks just beyond Pride Park as if the edge of the cloud's raining. Water coming off the edge of there. Carson. Oh, where's that gone? This should be out. It's off the splice and it goes down the leg side. It's possibly hit the helmet after hitting the splice, and Stewie Pointer takes a catch, and that's the end of Aitchison for 24. And 235 for 7.
Yeah, disappointingly tame end in the end, wasn't it, for Ben Aitchison? 36 deliveries for his 24. Makes his way off. Shoulders slumped. 1-4 and 1-6. That's a
40-run partnership, though.
Proper tail enders. Yeah, no, very useful. Very useful. The next batsman, I imagine. Well, here's the confirmation that the concussion substitute is it, or is it Sam Connors? It's Sam Connors. He's going to have to get permission pretty quickly, you would have thought. Looks a bit like Dahl the way he's walking in. In which case they've been given permission, but nobody's told us.
Incoming batsman, Dustin Melton.
Well, that's never Dustin Melton in a million years, so we can discount that. I think it's Anuj Dahl.
Beg your pardon.
I would agree with you.
Just been told that we have a replacement.
Yeah, Anuj Dahl replaces Harvey Hussain as a concussion substitute, which is the second time in Derbyshire's history since the concussion substitute rule came in that they've used one, and on the previous occasion the substitute was Anuj Dahl down at Sussex three years ago now. He replaced Ben Slater, who got hit on the head, the opening batsman. That was Ben Slater's final game for Derbyshire before he went off chasing the money at Trent Bridge. This first delivery of a new over, and Hudson Prentice pushes it backward of square on the offside. So Dahl is the concussion. It looked well, it certainly didn't look like Dustin Melton, no. Who's 6'4" and Anuj Dahl's 4'6". Not quite, but and of course as a concussion substitute, he will be allowed to bowl. Nice cut away there by Finn Hudson Prentice, if indeed they want him to bowl, because they haven't wanted him to bowl. He's batted at 7. He's batted at 3 this season. Now he's batting at 9. He's a decent bat. And fair play to him for answering the call. If I'd have been him the way I'd been treated, I might have said, "I'm all right, mate. I'm just watching Sunderland on the telly." This one is pushed into the leg side for the first run for Anuj Dahl. So that means that Harvey Hussain will take no further part in this game, and Brooke Guest will take the gloves for Derbyshire. Hudson Prentice on strike now, pushes it out into the offside, milks another run from Scott Borthwick. He moves on. Oh dear, the scoreboard. You see, the scoreboard's got problems now because they hadn't been told it was Anuj Dahl as a concussion substitute either. And now the scoreboard can't cope because they've got to program in a 12th player. Dahl drives out into the offside. They've run the first run quickly, and when I say quickly, Anuj Dahl is the quickest player I've seen on a cricket field. And one's all they get, though, as it's fielded out there in the distance by Alex Lees, 235 for 7. Dahl has, I'm going to have to count them on my fingers here. I think he's got 2. Actually, no, it's not 235 for 7 at all, is it? I think it's 238. This one is defended by Hudson Prentice. End of the over. An over that has caused all sorts of confusion for the scorers and therefore for the scoreboard. I think it's 238 for 7. With Dahl on potentially 2. And
They'll have to delete things and
and
find the bit in
put
the
an
program.
Put an extra player in, won't they? Yeah, no, it's not easy. Not easy. Very confusing, I imagine, for the electronics. If they are electronics, there we go. 239 for 7. It is 2 to Dahl, 22 to Hudson Prentice. Thought so. I don't know what I said because I can't remember because I said it a minute and a half ago.
Smartwood coming back into the attack from the City end.
As I say, Dahl has batted at 3 this season, not with any major success, it has to be said. Sadly. He's got 11 runs this season before he was dropped. That was in 2 matches.
Wood then balls to Dahl, who plays that to point, no run. Collected by Burnham. New ball. New ball taken, 239 for 7.
As you've probably noticed, it's the new ball has been taken.
So 80 overs gone in 3 days. Oh, somebody's just been caught on the telly with a hip flask. It's illegal in a sports ground, isn't it?
You're going to dob him in. Do you know him?
No.
Definitely a Sunderland fan, though.
Yeah. That's
Is
a
it,
dot
you're
ball.
not, you're not allowed to take a hip flask.
You're not allowed to have any alcohol within view of the playing arena in
Right.
football.
Right.
In fact, at the stadium, there are lines on the floor as you're coming up the tunnel towards the seats which say no alcohol beyond this point.
Right. I was probably out of breath by the time I got to those lines. I've never been so high watching a game of football in my life.
You must have been in Middlesbrough.
No.
Wood in.
Yeah.
It's gone off down towards third man for 1.
Is Middlesbrough higher?
Well, Sunderland's press box used to be down in the lower tier at the back. That's where I used to sit.
Well, it's not now.
Yeah, they've moved it up to the back now, so it's probably now higher than certainly Middlesbrough's. But
Well, that's why
Middlesbrough's
I've never been higher then. Because I went to the
but
back.
for quite a while, Middlesbrough's was the highest.
Well, yeah, but it's not now.
Yeah.
And I didn't go when it wasn't the highest. I've been since it was the highest. Hull's a long way back, actually.
Underneath the roof at Sheffield United in the camera gantry and at Villa Park. Flicked off the legs nicely here, and that's racing away for 4. Nice shot from Hudson Prentice.
When I went to Villa Park, it was in the press box where the radio were. So
Yeah, well, they moved it once they'd finished the new stand. They moved you down just near the tunnel.
Yeah, and I've been to Sheffield United. That's quite high up as well. You go do that sort of rickety bit, don't you? That's not pleasant.
Yeah. Wood to Hudson Prentice. He leaves that one alone outside the off stump. It was at Villa Park where, just as we were starting commentary in the second half, another one flies past the face of the goal.
Past the face of the goal.
Well, it's gone across the
Come on,
rolled along the front of the goal. I was going to say, yeah, there was a glitch, like an electrical glitch in the press box. I heard this funny noise in my ears anyway. Continued commentating. My co-commentator at the time had his match notes on our Kubi, on our ISDN machine. And it was back in the days when mobile phones affected everything. As Wood comes in and bowls, defended. So you never took your mobile phone into the press box, because if it went off, it would irritate all the machinery. So I had my mobile phone in my bag. And I was thinking halfway through the game, it was a dreadfully dull 0-0 draw, but I was thinking halfway through the game, why am I not getting any score updates from any of the matches? Anyway, it was only when I handed back at the end of the game to the studio and there was nobody there.
And back to the studio. No.
And they'd frantically been trying to ring the switchboard at Villa Park and no one was answering the phone. All right, Chris Rushworth bang into the attack now, looking for his 1,000th wicket in for all the teams he's played for at Durham. And Sunderland look like they could be playing Sheffield Wednesday on Boxing Day.
You think that's who it'll be?
Mm-hmm.
Dahl's on strike. And Rushworth is in and bowls to him, and he's driven but straight to Scott Borthwick at mid-off. No run. How long to go?
Into extra time now, 1 minute left of the 5 minutes added on.
5 added on. Well, they've given you every chance, haven't they?
Well, Charlie Wyke had scored that one when he rounded the keeper and then just tapped it straight off the defender's leg on the line.
I've got an auntie who could have been my uncle, but for one small part of anatomy. Rushworth said, that's way, way wide of the off stump. Dahl has absolutely, quite correctly, nothing to do with it. 24 overs, including this current one being bowled, left in the day's play, so about an hour and a half.
This is Sunderland's 6th appearance in the playoffs. They've never got promoted. And they even managed on the first year of the playoffs to get relegated. when they played
Yeah, they
Gillingham
did.
from the division below
I
and
remember
lost.
those days. Yeah, Charlton played Leeds, didn't they? Rushworth's in and left alone outside the off stump by Dahl rather extravagantly. He raises his bat high into the air and steps across his stumps. He's got 3. A concussion substitute. Hudson Prentice, who wants new gloves, has got 26. You have to get to 26 before you can be confident enough to ask for new gloves, I think. Which is why I never ever, in village cricket, ask for new gloves. Dahl waits, 3 slips in place, new ball in Rushworth's hand, and he bowls and it's turned into the leg side nicely. They've run the first one quickly. They're going to think about a second, but Burnham's there. Throws the ball back in.
They've lost.
244 for 7. Still, as always, next year.
So this will be 4 years in Division 3. Although you can't really class last year because the season ended halfway through. And interesting, one of those who voted for the points per game ratio are now relegated again, aren't they? Wycombe Wanderers.
I'm trying to remember relegated on that basis, as this one is pushed out into the offside. There's no run as Alex Lees does the fielding.
I wonder if that will be the end of the manager as well.
He's only just arrived.
Well, I know, but
get rid of another one, because that's how you build success, by sacking managers every 6 months.
Well, I wonder what the plan is, because Sunderland's record in the last few weeks has been awful. It's been relegation form.
I don't think there is a plan, Martin. That's the problem.
Well,
it's the same at many football clubs. There is no plan. Rushworth bowls, and that one is pushed into the onside by Hudson Prentice. There is no run. Hudson Prentice's new gloves will be arriving shortly, because that's the end of the over. 245 for 7. Dahl has 4. Hudson Prentice has 26. Derbyshire 5 runs away from a second batting bonus point.
Richard Jolly's a bit tenuous for this one. In 1865, Johnson was promoted after Lincoln suffered a fatal blow. In 2021, Lincoln might be promoted after Johnson suffered a major blow.
It's not bad, though. It's not bad.
Wood from the City end. Right arm over to Dahl, who looks to cut at one, plays and misses at a ball outside the off stump.
Cool shot. So Dahl hasn't played since the second game of the season, when he was banished to the seconds. So he didn't travel to Durham. Or he might have travelled, but he didn't play, certainly. I'm not even sure if he travelled. He's been in the seconds ever since.
5 away from a batting point here, Derbyshire. 245 on the board. Defended by Dahl again. How many matches has Anders Dahl played? 21 first class, 521 runs, highest score 92 against Middlesex. 350s. He scored 17 and 6 against Durham in 2019. Born in Newcastle. Wood in. Short, cuts to Burnham at point, no run. Wood on his way in. Oh, that skids along the floor. Through to the keeper. Three on the slip cordon. Dahl bat raised as Wood comes in. And bowls, and falls over, and that's defended. The ball trickles back along the track towards the bowler. .245 for 7. Wood coming in here now. Short one, and Dahl turns on it and then leaves it alone, and that's the end of the over.
I'm pretty sure I'll have an update. I might have missed it, actually, by paying a visit, but might not have done. I haven't. That's good news. So 245 for 7. Doing all right, eh? Rushworth bowls to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Rushworth actually got his hand to the ball as it was returned to him, and it rolled gently into the stumps, but Anuj Dahl was comfortably in his ground. Excellent news. I forgot. Jen forgot. Nigel's the only one with his finger on the pulse. As in goes Rushworth again. Hudson-Prentice goes back into his stumps, and this will be the final update of the day.
Just looking, quite a few games haven't taken place in the North East Premier League. I don't think Burnmoor-Whitburn got started. Burnopfield, Tynemouth abandoned. Eppleton,
And yet,
Benwell Hill abandoned.
it never rains in the North East.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's too hot.
It doesn't rain on the Roca Riviera.
Too hot for North East cricket today. Rushworth's in, bowls him, absolutely.
That's his
crop
1000th
and
wicket.
neck. 1,000 wickets in all Durham teams. And Hudson-Prentice goes for 26. Well, I was just about to tell you, Jen, that Derbyshire were doing okay, but Finn Hudson-Prentice has just this second been bowled by Chris Rushworth, who has, what a stalwart he's been for Durham over the years. Tremendous, tremendous player. And they're now 8 down. 245 for 8. Hudson-Prentice goes for 26. The man out there in the middle at the moment is Anuj Dahl, because we've had confirmation that Dahl has replaced Harvey Hussain as a concussion substitute, a rule brought in 2 or 3 years ago by the ECB, and it means that Dahl can take a full part in this match. Normally substitutes in cricket come onto field and that's it, but he can bat, as he is doing at the moment, and he can also bowl if required. So Anuj Dahl, a concussion substitution. Earlier on today, 49 for Matt Critchley, 42 for Wayne Madsen and 41 for Billy Godleman. Derbyshire 245 for 8 now, 5 runs short of a second batting bonus point. Oh, yes. No, absolutely. No, we don't. No, goodness me, no. We have had tea, but that's merely a figure of speech, I'm afraid, in cricket, because the players go off for a 20-minute break, and we basically sit around and moan about the fact that we're looking forward to our tea. But Twiggy's just sent me a message. I'm stopping with him for this duration of this match, and all the message says is kebabs sorted. And that's all I wanted to hear. All I wanted to hear. Yeah. Indeed. We've still got 21 overs to go, so it might be a while. But yeah, I'll be there at some point, Twiggy. You just keep them warm for me. Rushworth in. Oh, and that one is caught. Sam Connors, first ball, he's out. He's just flashed one straight to the man at point, and what a tame dismissal first ball for Sam Connors. It means that Dustin Melton will be coming out, but I thought he'd got hold of that one. Obviously not. And Rushworth is on a hat-trick.
He's got one before, over 3 innings. No, sorry, in 3 different overs. That could be possible in 3.
Who caught it?
I didn't see. Who's been standing at point? Burnham?
I've no idea.
Let's see if it shows you on the replay. I'm still writing in the previous wicket.
Yes, well, I haven't even written that in, which is a bit of a worry. This game's moving on at pace here.
Who's been standing at point?
Burnham. It is Burnham. He's just got confirmation, on his walkie-talkie next door. Yeah. It was a fairly straightforward catch, wasn't it? The man at point. And Chris Rushworth on a hat-trick. Sorry, I don't need to listen to the Pet Shop Boys anymore. Which is good news. I'm sure I'll listen to
Right, Durham hat-tricks then. There have been 3 for Durham. Chris Rushworth took one in 2015 at Hampshire across 3 overs and 2 innings. He got James Tomlinson, LBW, with the final ball of his 21st over in their first innings, then bowled Gareth Burke with the first ball of his 22nd over, and then Michael Carberry was caught behind on the first ball of Hampshire's second innings. First player to do that in England since Tony Locke did it for Leicestershire against Hampshire in Portsmouth in 1967. Steve Harmison got 2 hat-tricks, one against Worcestershire in 2005 in Chesney Street and the other against Sussex at Hove in 2008. And
I'm glad you got all these out because it seldom happens.
I know.
Get it out. Come on, what? Come on, mine.
I'm looking for the last hat-trick against Derbyshire.
Come
Gareth Batty at the Oval in 2015 when
I've
he
never
claimed the
seen
wickets
one.
of Tony Palladino, Mark Foote and Ben Cotton.
3.
One of 5 since 2000 against them.
3 magnificent batsmen. Sorry, Tony, if you're listening. It's meant with the greatest of respect, of course.
And here he is then, with the new batsman on strike, and that's played off towards mid-wicket, and that's a dot ball. So it's Dustin Melton then, isn't it?
Very much Dustin Melton this time,
I've
yeah.
run out of places to put names now. He's effectively come in at number 12.
Yeah, well, just discount poor old Harvey the same. Rushworth then in to Dustin Melton, who tries to flick this away down the leg side. That isn't one of his new shots. And it goes through to Stuart Pointer. There is no run to end a double wicket maiden for Chris Rushworth. They're still 5 runs shy of the second batting bonus point. Of course, those 2 wickets mean that Durham have got maximum bowling points. Dahl has 4. Melton yet to score. And Anuj Dahl is going to have to try and work his way towards these 5 runs with Dustin Melton at the other end. And as willing a cricketer as Dustin Melton is, I'm not sure how long he's going to last. As Wood begins a new over from the City end. It's pushed out into the offside by Anuj Dahl. And there is no run. So Finn Hudson-Prentice is out for 26. 2 fours in that 26. It was fairly circumspect from Finn. And Sam Connor's first ball caught by Jack Burnham at point off the bowling of Rushworth as well. So 3 slips in place for Dahl. There's a third man. There's a man out on the point boundary. Cover rather than a mid-off. A mid-on. A man out on the mid-wicket boundary and a long leg. Giving him the single as this one is defended. See, if I was Mark Wood, it's probably not in his nature, but I'd just bowl him a nice one that he could get a single off. And have a go at Dustin Melton, who, whilst not necessarily being a walking wicket, has a high score that he achieved down at Chelmsford of 15 in first-class cricket. So not much pedigree with bat in hand. He's at the non-striker's end now as Dahl waits for Wood to bowl, and he turns that one into the leg side, and there is the single. Dahl is desperate to get back for the second, but Pointer races to the ball, having discarded his right glove. The wicketkeeper gets there and keeps them down to a single. So Dustin Melton looks, and Anuj Dahl trots down the pitch to give him some advice on how to face Mark Wood. watchfully, I would suggest. Short ball coming up.
Chris Sharp saying the ECB had that catch to Leeds, but it's not. It's Burnham who's standing at point.
Well, the scorer had confirmation of the walkie-talkie from the umpire, so that's good enough for me. Melton waits, Wood bowls, full delivery, and he has a swing and a miss at that one outside the off stump. It was some distance outside the off stump in the end. And went through to Stuart Pointer. So Durham may well be will be batting tonight with 20 overs too. If these two last 20 overs, that would be some going for Melton. Taps his bat once. He waits for Wood to turn at the top of his mark and then taps it a couple more times. Now he sets himself as Wood is in and strikes him on the pad, but going down leg side. So no appeal from anybody.
Chesley Street made 226 for 8 in 50 overs against Washington. Ashthorpe's Washington there 59 for 2. Eppleton, Benwell Hill cancelled. Felling chasing 149 to beat Hetton Lions at Felling at 50 for 1. Sacriston made 118 for 7 against South Northumberland, who was 16 without loss.
Bad. 246 for 9 here, Derbyshire. Wood on his way in to Melton, who, well, I'm not sure what kind of shot that was. He's trying to make out that it was a genuine leave, but I'm not so sure. 246 for 9 at the end of the over. Dahl has 4. Melton, who's faced just 5 deliveries, is yet to get off the mark.
I'm trying to think if Melton's played against Durham. He's only played in 7 first-class matches so far. I don't think I've seen him play.
I'm in for a treat. An absolute treat. He's pacey. He was actually the pick of the bowlers in the first innings. It was a fairly sorry state, the bowling attack in the first innings down at Chelmsford, or the only innings down at Chelmsford.
Rushworth bowling from the racecourse end. It's defended by Dahl, who's on 4.
He's a good lad, Dusty, but he's not a batsman. Essentially, by any stretch of the imagination. Although he did hit a 6 down at Chelmsford, over our head, into the river.
In comes the bowler again. Angles that in towards middle and leg, and it's turned away by Dahl out through mid-wicket for 2.
Every run being roared.
And they're now 2 away from a second batting point with the last pair at the crease.
Could be crucial. I don't think it will be, but it could be. There's a bloke in a high-vis coat in the family stand across there. He's got his hood up. He looks perished.
Dahl on strike as Rushworth bowls. It's defended. It runs out to Eckersley in the covers, where the man's...
No, in the family stand there.
Oh, that's the family stand.
Yeah. He's 2 blocks in on the left-hand side of the second block in. Yeah, it might just be hidden from your view. He looks absolutely perished.
Well, the breeze will be coming up the car park there, so they've got no protection from the left.
No, it's not allowed in unless it takes a test, so it might not get in that way.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's got a membership.
I think the temperature might be a bit low too.
Yeah. Rushworth bowls. Played by Dahl out towards the covers to Eckersley, who looks to picks the ball up to throw it at the stumps. It's obviously a bit greasy. It slips out of his hand and throws it in the air behind him and above him. He doesn't quite know where it is. Then he basically tucked his head into his shoulders for fear it was going to clonk him on the head. How many overs are left today, Gadji?
19 after this one. Yeah.
Where do you see that?
On this computer screen.
Right.
It is on there somewhere.
It's just a jumble of
It
numbers
says
on
20 at the moment on there, but that's 20 including this one. But yeah, 19 and 2 balls.
Oh yeah, remaining, right. Rushworth in to Melton, defended on a length. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Chris Tavares-esque.
Beautiful. Slightly more side on than Chris Tavares, I remember. That was a terrific defensive shot from Dustin. We've had our fun though. Ben Aitchison hitting that 6. It's as much fun as it gets.
In comes the bowler, defended.
Oh. Well, it gives them an opportunity. The most applause, 2 defensive shots in successive deliveries I've ever got here at the county ground, I would have thought, from the supporters just down to our right-hand side. They're enjoying themselves, and it's good to hear. 249 for 9 then. 2 bonus points, perhaps 3 bowling bonus points as well. Escape with 13 points from the game. That's not a bad day and a half's work, really. Mark Wood's got other ideas, though, as he steams in from the city end and bowls to Dahl, and it's a short delivery, and he pulls it into the leg side, and there is the second batting bonus point as they come back for a second run. 250 up, 251 for 9. Dahl moves on to 9. And Anuj Dahl manages to get another bonus point into the books.
Of course, Durham got their 3rd bowling point, didn't they, when Rushworth got those 2 wickets and 2 balls?
Indeed, that's why I mentioned it at the time. Yeah. Wood. Pacey run up, and short delivery down leg side that Dahl leaves alone. So the over rate stayed at -2 despite Scott Borthwick bowling, which is clearly nonsense. There'll be a scientific formula somewhere.
Gonna be a late one, this, isn't it? What time's it now?
10 to 6. So we're gonna be a good 7 o'clock finish. Wood bowls, and that one's turned into the leg side nicely by Dahl from the first one. Well, he has very quickly indeed, and he gets back comfortably for the second. He covers the ground at quite a rate. Does Anuj Dahl, picks up 2 more, moves to 11, 253 for 9. Well, we should have finished at 6:30 anyway, shouldn't we? Because of the extra overs that were added. So we'll only be half an hour late. You got plans?
No. Sit on my own in the bar.
Lovely. My Donomeat's been sorted, so...
it's amazing that he's managed to source a supplier in these straitened times.
Indeed. Wood bowls to Dahl, who has to kick the ball away from his stumps as it bounces down and towards the poles. And then he leaves it for Pointer to pick up. Just for a moment, he was in panic mode. The ball looked like it might dribble. I'm not sure it would have had enough force to have dislodged a bail, if I'm honest, but he didn't want to take that risk. There's a bit of blue sky down to the south. I'm not sure there's any away to the... Oh, there's a bit coming up our way from the west, by the look of it, so we may well get to the bitter end. How many supporters will stay that long? Well, if I was them, I'd stay to the end. Wood bowls to Dahl. Oh, and it's a horrible misfield by Jack Burnham, and they're going to pick up 2 runs. The ball just bounced awkwardly on him, and well, nowhere near his hands in the end. 2 more to the Derbyshire total and 2 more to Dahl. He's on 13, 255 for 9. One or 2 wicket ends. I'm sure he'll go and have a good long look at one of those, Jack Burnham.
He's got half of them across the knees of his white as well, isn't he? Covered in mud.
He's a big man as well, isn't he? So it can be tricky to get down. Wood's in again, bowls and falls over as Dahl pushes it out to Burnham in the offside. It's the end of the over, which means that Dustin Melton will be exposed to the bowling of Chris Rushworth. He's yet to get off the mark. Dahl has 13. Derbyshire 255 for 9, and we have 18 overs left in the day's play. We'll lose 2 plus the over that's being bowled, so effectively 3. Once they start this over, we'll lose the whole of this over and then 2 more, which is mad.
Rushworth, ball in hand. Milton has a look around, see who's where. There's a man at long leg. Mark Wood still walking back to his spot. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a snorter. That bounces awfully. Spits on him and manages to fend it off one-handed. It loops beyond the slip cord and down towards third man for 2.
Yes, he didn't know much about that, did he, Dustin Melton? It was a decent delivery from Chris Rushworth. He's just thinking to himself, now, if I can get a couple to do that. Got to put it in the right place first, of course, as Chris Rushworth does so often. But unless they're going to get another 43 runs, these two, this is just taking even more time out of the game.
Rushworth in. Oh, it's come down the track at him and gets an inside edge, possibly hits the thigh pad. What's
Dustin.
he thinking of the lad?
Go on, Dustin. I'm trying to recall who he hit the 6 off last week, but I can't. Oh, it was Simon Harmer. Of course it was Simon Harmer. Yeah. Smashed him down the ground, over the commentary box, and into the river. It was a tremendous shot. Didn't last much longer after that, but...
Rushworth. Oh, he's gone after him here, and he's told that down towards long leg for 1.
I think it's the future for Dustin Melton, if I'm honest.
Slogging.
Yeah, I think so. He's looking at the end of his bat now. I'm not sure he'll have a sponsorship deal. Overseas player, of course, the only overseas player in the Derbyshire side in this game. Was a Colpack last year.
David Bellingham was here last year on 1 deal and is now as an overseas this year.
Yeah, it's affected quite a few, hasn't it?
Yep. Rushworth in. This is an appeal, and that's the end of that. And Dahl is out. LBW for 13, and Derbyshire are all out for 258. Melton finishes on 3. How many was Rushy taking there?
6.
6.
6 for 49.
Yeah.
Not bad.
No.
Not bad for an old man. How old is he?
He's been around a while.
Well, that's it. I wasn't being disparaging.
33, 34.
Is that all he is? He's got plenty of time left in him then, hasn't he?
Chris Rushworth, 35.
Coming
up.
He seems quite durable.
Yeah. Like a
battery, yeah.
Yeah.
No, he does, doesn't he? I don't recall him missing huge swathes of matches due to injuries.
So he's 29th lifer.
6 for 49.
So I reckon we'll have 15 overs. Derbyshire bowler, Derby Cricket terrified by the line out. They'll just sneak into the commentary box. We'll be back on all outlets in around about 7 minutes.
Oh, that's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day.
Welcome back to the Incora County Ground in Derby, where we have 15 overs remaining in the day's play. Derbyshire having been bowled out for 258 in their first innings. Cameron Bancroft and Alex Lees, the two openers for Durham. High scores in the Derbyshire innings, 49 from Matt Critchley, 42 from Wayne Madsen, 41 from Billy Godleman, and 26 from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who just edged out Ben Aitchison, who finished with 24, 1-4 and 1-6 in his innings. 13 from the concussion substitute Anuj Dal. We welcome Ed Dawes. And assorted members of the family. Sam Connors is going to open the bowling, and it's going to be Cameron Bancroft on his return to Durham once the scorers have acknowledged the fact that we're about to start. Go on, John, give us a wave. There we are, all sorted. And here he is, Sam Connors from the racecourse end. 3 slips and a gully, bowls to Bancroft down the leg side. And Brooke Guest doesn't take it cleanly. He's keeping wicket, of course, because of Harvey Hussein's concussion. Hit on the head by Bryden Carse. Quite a fearful blow. Didn't sound good at the time, certainly. So, around about an hour's play, something like that, just slightly less possibly. Although, given it's Derbyshire, possibly slightly more. And Connors in again and bowls this one. Is left alone outside the off stump by Bancroft. And it goes through to Guest. Lewis Deploy at first, slip Wayne Madsen at second, Matt Critchley at third, and Ben Aitchison in the gully. Anuj Dal at point. Billy Godleman at mid-off, of course. Alex Hughes at mid-on. Dustin Melton down at long leg, so it looks like he'll open the bowling from the city end, and at mid-wicket it's Finn Hudson-Prentice as Bancroft waits, and that's a full delivery that he gets his bat down on and plays it up towards mid-on where Hughes does the fielding.
He got 40 for the seconds the other day at Kibworth in Leicestershire. Was meant to play against Worcestershire in the last match, but they felt he hadn't had enough preparation time because he'd only just come out of quarantine for a day, so they decided to keep Will Young on for an extra match, the Kiwi, who got 100 in a game he wasn't expecting to play in.
Hope he's on a run bonus. Bancroft defends this one off the bottom of the bat, and it dribbles out backward a square on the onside. I mean, yes, it's a good life, isn't it, travelling the world and playing cricket, but when you travel halfway around the world to play cricket in a climate that's slightly different to the one you're more accustomed to.
In the Arctic.
Yeah, and I mean, it can't be easy, can it?
No.
It cannot be easy. So, give Bancroft a bit of leeway, and all those, as Connors bowls down the leg side again, straight through to Brooke Guest, and all those interviews he did as well, which hit the headlines.
Well, that was it was a PR company for the club's new shirt sponsor, Virtue, who organised a press get-together to chat to him on the first morning of the Worcestershire game, I think it was.
Not the best idea.
Well, we couldn't go to it, so I don't know what was said. I wasn't there. I was commentating on the match.
I've read what he said. This
Oh,
one
I
is
read what
clipped
he
into
said.
the leg side for 4 runs by Bancroft out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's going to go all the way. Hudson-Prentice is giving chase, but it was over-pitched and it was on his legs, and he was always going to dispatch it into the first over.
I was a bit surprised that he was even asked the question about that again, because when he arrived at Durham in 2019, I did a lengthy interview with him which went on the radio, and we went through it in great detail. And he also, that same night at the members forum, I hosted an evening with him and Sir Ian Botham on the stage, and we went through it in great detail. He's not hidden away from anything. He served his ban. He's probably done more interviews than you can probably ever imagine about the whole sandpaper thing. So to me, it's not something I would have raised again. I wouldn't have seen the relevance in doing it. But
No, absolutely.
I wasn't at the press conference, and I mean the actual incident happened in 2018, didn't it? It was March, April 2018.
Yeah. Dusty, after his very impressive 3 not out, batting at 12, which is probably a place too high.
He's coming into bowl, right arm over from the city end to Alex Lees, and he has got 10 wickets, best figures 4 for 22 against Leicestershire last year. Born in Harare in Zimbabwe and then grew up in Pretoria.
He did.
I think Durham were in Harare last year when they came home from the pre-season tour because of...
Derbyshire were definitely in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, well, they shared a plane home. They both flew back together. Here comes the bowler again. Oh, that's noisy. Wow, that's hurt my ears, that. Have you turned that microphone?
No.
God, that was a tinny thwack.
Horrible noise, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, we're Derbyshire were in Bulawayo, I think, weren't they? And
I have no idea.
Durham were in Harare.
I know I wasn't with them, so I took little interest, really.
They all met up, and the weekend it was announced Durham were coming home. We were having a leaving do for some of our friends who were about to travel around Europe for 6 months with their kids. Having just bought a camper van, and then within a week we were in lockdown.
Well, it won't have done many miles, will it?
It hasn't, no.
No.
Kept its price. It's left alone beyond the off stump.
I'm indebted to Gary Morgan. Derbyshire lost 7 for 77 to end their first innings. It's the 4th time that they've lost the last 7 wickets in an innings between 50 and 77 this season. 7 for 50 at Notts, or against Notts. 75 for 7 and 58 for 7 against Essex, and 77 for 7 today. And it is a problem. Runs are a problem. Many wickets are quite a problem as well.
This is left alone. Keith Waff says if Rushworth played for Middlesex or Surrey, he'd have had 100 Test caps by now. So the 2 leading England bowlers at the moment are from Lancashire and Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
From memory.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In the history of the game, I think. Near enough.
This is through to the keeper. Joe texted during the break in innings his dad to say that Chris has hardly missed a game in his first-class career. He thinks he's only missed maybe 2 or 3 to injury.
With injury, yeah, absolutely. He's one of those players who you never hear, oh, he's a doubt, but he never seems to be a doubt. Not that I read every pre-match piece that's written, but it just struck me that he hasn't missed many.
Melton bowls. Lees digs out a ball on around about leg stump Yorker maybe.
And just to make sure he continues to texture, he also strikes me as the kind of player who just enjoys bowling. It's almost old-fashioned these days, isn't it? With the bowlers, we've got to rotate them, but he likes to get into a rhythm. Once they're in that rhythm, and then they're off and running. Whereas this season for Derbyshire, the bowlers have been in and out and rested. Derbyshire had a week off before the game down at Essex, and then rested Sam Connors. We just had a week off. Anyway, he's bowling now in the sunshine at the Incora County ground, and that one is turned away off something or other. I think off a thigh pad, and it's signalled as 4 leg byes down to a very fine leg. 8 without loss. He hasn't quite got his line right yet, Sam Connors. By any stretch of the imagination. Alex Hughes is having a long chat with him here as Billy Godleman polishes the ball. Good to see that. Alex Hughes, one of the capped players. Derbyshire just having a quiet word with the young fast bowler, who's on his way in again now. And this time he's turned into the leg side off a bat, or the bat, by Cameron Bancroft as the batsman change ends for the first time. Picks up a single, moves to 5, 9 without loss. Brings the left-handed Lees onto strike. So now he wants that leg side line. You watch him bowl it down the leg side to the left-hander. Come on, Sam, prove me wrong. Billy Godleman and Alex Hughes have swapped over as Billy likes to field at mid-off.
Bright sunshine, yeah.
Too bright.
Yeah.
Just brought the man at mid-wicket a little bit straighter. This one's left alone. That was better line to the left-hander from Sam Connors. It goes through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Lights still on, of course, but plenty of blue sky up above now, and it looks as though we'll get all the remaining 12.5 overs in this evening. Those shadows will be stretching halfway to Nottingham by the time we get finished. At least the crowd has been rewarded with a bit of sunshine. Not sure how warm they'll be, but they'll be warmer than they were before it was shining. Lees waits and leaves outside his off stump. Allows it to go through to Guest. Might see Aitchison. Might see a bit of Finn Hudson-Prentice, possibly even a bit of Matt Critchley before the close. Billy Godleman's used his bowlers in very short spells this season. So we may well see one or two changes in a bid to pick up some wickets. Bonus points 3-2 in Durham's favour at this stage. There's Connors. Easy running, and he's driven an over-pitch delivery up to Billy Godleman, and Lees is off the mark with a single. There's plenty of sweaters out there.
It's almost like the Simpsons sky now.
Yeah.
All the mucky stuff's drifted to the east.
I did
And the northeast from here.
check the what they're saying about tomorrow now, because they change their mind about every 35 minutes or so on these apps. Tomorrow should be all right to start with, certainly, as this one is pushed into the offside by Bancroft. Dahl comes in to do the fielding. End of the over. 10 without loss after 3. Bancroft has 5. Lees has 1. And rain is only now forecast 60% chance at 6 o'clock, by which time everybody will have got the number of bonus points they want, and we can all go home.
Will you be heading back to the Horwich Riviera tomorrow?
I'll be going back to Horwich, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then down to Worcester Wednesday.
Yeah, we're there in 2 weeks' time.
Back here for Warwickshire before the T20 starts on the 9th of June.
Melton, right arm over to the left-handed Lees from the City end. That's through to the keeper. Good ball. Quite a tight line there. Had a little punch at it. Lees. Now skipping around in his crease. Somebody over the far side of the ground's either got the most brightest red hair.
Yes.
Or they're wearing a cap.
It's got to be a cap, hasn't it?
Yeah. Too bright to be here, isn't it?
I'm no expert.
Bowler comes in. Lees pushes the ball down into the ground to Dahl at point. No run.
Yeah, quick. Quick, they're leaving. They're leaving.
It's a red beanie.
Is it?
Bright red beanie.
Yeah. Thank goodness for that.
Bit of drama that we weren't expecting there.
Can't take much more.
Bowler comes and delivers with a bit of a yelp as that's played off towards the covers. No run there.
Grunts every time he delivers the ball. Justin Melton.
A good tennis player.
Yeah. Although I haven't seen him bat, I don't think his hand-eye coordination is quite up to tennis.
I wonder if the girls will get to Dynamos in the morning, because it was meant to start last week and it was postponed because of the weather. But playing a miss through to the keeper it goes. quicker delivery there.
Dustin Melton applauds himself.
Been working on their bowling technique in the tennis courts at the park and then in our street.
Yeah. Excellent. Overarm?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant.
The little one did her first All-Stars yesterday. She was quite excited and nervous at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. It's a big deal, isn't it?
Had 80 of them in the varying groups yesterday doing All-Stars.
Good. Yeah, it's good.
Melton to Lees, it's left alone. Through to the keeper it goes. That's the end of the over. 10 without loss here on the... No, it's not the end of the over. They all set off.
Everybody else thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not sure why it wasn't.
Slip cord and the keepers were already up past the stumps there. I hope they do have a ball count rather than just an over count on the new computer that they're getting.
Yeah, it's handy that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Scoreboard. Yeah, it's handy. Handy. That's why I keep this one up, because it gives you... It's not quite up to date, but...
Melton again. And that is the end of the over this time. Everybody agrees now, even the umpires, importantly. 10 without loss.
2 overs, 2 maidens for Dustin Melton. Sam Connors 2 overs for 6. He was already walking in as well from the long leg boundary, because he thought the over had been completed the previous delivery, so everybody's struggling to count to 6. Madsen in conversation with Billy Godwin from an increasing distance as Madsen walks backwards towards the slip cordon and breaks into a trot as he goes to rejoin his teammates.
Oh, they're turning the floodlights off now.
Yeah, no need for them. Save a bit of money. I think they cost 50p an hour to run as well. They're that bright. Connors in and bowls to Bancroft, who pushes it up to mid-off, where Billy Godwin goes around to do the fielding.
You know that huge roof they have at the Millennium Stadium, which moves in and out? I remember being there on a tour of the stadium in around about the year 2000, and they were saying it cost something like £1.50 to open and close the roof, but they were sponsored by Hydroelectric at the time, so I think they might have got a deal.
Takes a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's about 15 minutes, I think. Imagine the weight of it.
Corner's in, Bancroft leaves. That one just cuts back a touch, so good lead from Bancroft. Taken moving to his left down the leg side by Brooke Guest.
Mark's got a question for you. Can you clarify something? The rules reference concussion subs. This is the first time I've seen 12 batsmen. Probably has happened before, but can't recall. Yeah, it has.
Oh, yeah.
Does it only apply to the first innings? Otherwise, what's stopping a team having an opening batsman as the 12th man? And if batsmen 7, 8, 9, 10 get hit on the helmet, they fake a concussion and bring in the opening batsman.
The thought of them faking a concussion. He's in and bowls, is Connors. That's outside the off stump and goes through to the keeper. Yes, it has happened on several occasions. It happened here. Leicestershire had to replace Harry Gurney. Did Harry Gurney play for Leicestershire?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they had to replace Harry Gurney in a match here, and Anuj Dal replaced Ben Slater. They were down in Hove at the time, though, so they would have only carried a 12-man pretty much, and I think the rules suggest that it ought to be like for like, but Derbyshire's other wicketkeeper was playing as a batsman as Connors bowls, and that was pushed out into the offside. They go through for a quick single. Dal gets there and decides against having a shot at the stumps, and they get through for a run. 11 without loss. Bancroft moves up to 6.
Interesting, they were able to get a call out to Dahl to get him to the ground. I mean, he could have been anywhere, I suppose, if he wasn't expecting to feature. He could have been playing cricket in the Derbyshire League.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think he's a coach of a team in Staffordshire. But you wouldn't want to pass up the opportunity to press a claim for a first-team spot, clearly. As Connors is in, and that one's on leg stump. It's clipped into the leg side, where it's fielded by Ben Aitchison. But the like-for-like thing is a bit tricky, isn't it? Because he is the like-for-like replacement is actually already in the team. The real like-for-like would have been Ben McDermott, who is a wicket-keeper as well. But I'm not sure, having only arrived a couple of days ago, whether he'd have been ready, in all honesty, to play cricket today. We think he'd be in the squad for the game at Worcester. And We'll bring Anuj Darling, why not? Connors is in, bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Leesdale. Does the fielding?
When you say like for like, it's not sort of shape and size, it's the style of player they are.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, otherwise Billy Stanley would never have had a replacement at 6'8", 11 without loss after 5. So it's a tricky one, isn't it? And I understand what. Sorry, I didn't catch his. I can't remember his name. Who sent us the message?
Stalker.
Mark. The problem is that because cricket has never really had substitutes apart from that ludicrous thing in the 50-over competition that they tried out a few years ago, didn't they? With you could name 12 and swap one, and which didn't really work. But they haven't had proper substitutes as such. They've had substitute fielders, but that's all they can do. And I don't think in this case there's any doubt that he has suffered a concussion.
It's a nasty thwack. Bancroft's on 6 as Melton comes in the ball from the City end. It's defended and it rolls up to mid-on.
But I'm fairly sure I didn't answer that question in any way. I've done it again. It's a terrific, it's a talent of mine.
Have you thought about becoming an MP?
It's an absolute talent of mine. I get asked lots of questions over the course of a cricket match and seldom answer the question that I'm asked.
Yeah. And if you give such a long, boring, rambling answer, the person's probably fallen asleep before the end of it anyway.
I think he'll have switched off by now. Yeah. I think I've got away with it.
Just becomes oral wallpaper. Melton to Bancroft. Bancroft plays that to mid-on, no run there.
It is an out, sorry.
Graham Hick was from Harare, wasn't he?
I've no idea. No idea.
Was Dale Pegginstein born in Harare? Melton turns. In past the umpire. That's gone. Whoa. Whoa. Now then, who was it again with all the buys a few years back?
Huddersfield's young, but that's a dead ball because he didn't play a shot.
He wouldn't have had a chance when it was that far wide. Should have been 4 wides down the leg side. Absolutely flashed past.
It would have been in a one-day game, wouldn't it? But
that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate to declare that a dead ball. He was never going to get anywhere near that.
He didn't play a shot at it.
Well, because he wasn't going to get anywhere near.
Well, he didn't play a shot. It can't be given as buys because he didn't play a shot.
Well, I would have given it as wides.
Well, it wasn't wide.
Melton in. That's defended. Well, it was that wide. The keeper got nowhere near it. It went flying down the leg side.
Yeah, because he's bowling. He's bowling from over the wicket. It's gone across the batsman and continued to go that way. But when it went past the stumps, it wasn't wide. It's first-class cricket, Martin. It's not bloody tiddlywinks. It's not. If it goes down the leg side.
How do you get a wide in tiddlywinks?
If it goes down the leg side, it's not automatically a wide in first-class cricket.
From what I saw, I thought it was an unplayable delivery. So he comes in and bowls again, and Bancroft's there. And you say he didn't play a shot. I don't think he had any chance of getting anywhere near it.
I disagree.
I can tell. What time is it now? 25 past 6. Without loss. Tim Robinson officiating at that end as Melton bowls to Bancroft. That's played towards square leg. I was surprised to see him set off for a single there, but he's got there. It was an attempted throw at the stumps.
First run he's conceded, Dusty Melton.
By Finn Hudson-Prentice.
I see Ben Aitchison have a go from the racecourse end now.
Sun's catching that Stewart's luminous jacket at the far end there. Absolutely bright.
Does what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
Billy Godleman deep in conversation with 6'4" Ben Aitchison, who's going to come on to replace Sam Connors, 3 overs for 7. Sam Connors, Dusty Melton, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 1. Good start for him.
Coming on to bowl, the racecourse end, Ben Aitchison.
Aitchison, who entertained with the bat, making 24. A fairly decent average for a tail-end batsman, I would have thought.
Wasn't far off the best figures, Rushworth, 6 for 49 with the ball. I think Melvin Betts once got 7 against Derbyshire for Durham. And Mark Wood got a 6 for, didn't he, a couple of years ago?
Bancroft waits and plays at that one, and it goes through to the keeper. Good start for Aitchison. Tremendous
right.
potential.
That's why William, the Durham scorer, says the wide hit Bancroft.
Nah.
Couldn't see that in the sunshine from up here. Just looked like it had gone miles down the leg side.
So it's discounted as leg buys then, because he didn't play a shot. Yeah, the bat tapping on the ground. Bancroft waits and pushes this next delivery from Aitchison to point, where Dahl does the fielding. Looking straight into the sun. Dahl, Hughes on the offside.
Couldn't see that hit Bancroft from up here in this light, could you?
No.
That gives it a totally different look about it now, then.
No, I didn't see it hitting. Of course, it doesn't have to. Thinking about it, I don't think it has to hit the batsman for it to be buys, does it? Just leg buys. Anyway, next delivery is well, he ties him up a bit there. Bancroft tried to play it into the leg side, and just that little bit of extra pace from Ben Aitchison.
But it takes my wide out of the equation. Because it hit him.
Yeah. Oh, no, yes, it does.
I wasn't thinking of buys at the time. I thought 4 wides because it went that far across.
No, I was thinking of buys, but not thinking about the fact that if you don't play a shot to buys, it makes no difference. They're still buys, but you can't have leg buys if you don't play a shot. It's not complicated at all, cricket. Aitchison bowls, and that one's turned to the leg side by Bancroft. In comes Hudson Prentice to do the fielding and throws it to Brooke Guest on the half volley. Cheers, Finn.
I hope your mate's got your kebab meat on the warmer.
Well, you can stick it in a microwave, kebab mate. There's enough.
Can you?
Yeah.
Does the microwave not explode with all the fat content in the kebab?
In the same way that a microwave doesn't explode with any kind of food content now, except if you put an egg in there.
The egg explodes.
Yeah. Aitchison bowls wide of the off stump through to Guest. That's the poorest of the 4 deliveries he's sent down so far.
Are there different types of kebab meat? Like, can you tell, like, oh, this is a particular...
Well, there are.
brand
No,
or...
interesting you should say that.
Are there?
Well, ordinarily it's lamb that I have, which is doner kebab lamb. But when we were down in Chelmsford, I went into the... they described themselves as Chelmsford's first German kebab shop.
Quite niche.
I'd have said so. I don't think I've ever seen one before, and it was beef. It was very tasty. Next delivery from Aitchison, the inside half of the bat up to mid-on. That was the end of the over. A maiden over sent down by Ben Aitchison. And at the end of that, with 8 overs remaining, Durham are 12 without loss in reply to Derbyshire 258 all out. So yeah, I mean, obviously there's chicken, and then you go sheesh and all the rest of it, which is all a bit faffy for me on those skewers. I prefer them just to scrape it off the...
I like those little hanging skewers you get.
Scrape it off the old woman's leg that's turning around on the, whatever, rotisserie, I imagine it's probably
while
called.
the centre of it's still frozen solid.
Yeah.
It only cooks the outside couple of
Yeah, of
millimetres.
course it does. Yeah, well, you don't want to cook it all and then keep reheating it. That'd be very bad. Matt Critchley's warming up, so I think we'll see him at some point, perhaps even from the city end in place of Dustin Melton, just to give him 2 or 3 overs. But Melton's going to continue for the time being, having bowled 3 overs for 1 run.
Plenty of footmarks on the grass now at the far end. As he comes in at an angle. It's a ball to the left-handed Lees, who just plays the ball down into the floor. No run.
I just hope he hasn't got me any salad, because I'll have to tell him I don't eat it. I don't want to be offensive.
You know those foot-long German sausages you get on the barbecue things at German Christmas markets and stuff like that? As Melton comes in and bowls. Dug out about just slightly wide of off stump, Yorker length ball. All right. Yeah, we were at the German Christmas market in Leeds a few years ago, and the kids were whittering on wanting one of those. So we decided we would just buy one.
Put one kid at each end.
Yeah, yeah, tug of war. Yeah, and we cut it in half, and they went light. And we were saying, you can't. There's no way you can eat a foot of sausage and bun, and they ate the half a foot each. As Melton comes in and bowls, and through to the keeper it goes, and then demanded another one, and then they ate that as well. So they ended up with their foot-long sausages. Happy Yorkshire Christmas.
You probably find that one at 13 inches of sausage and one at 11, then you've got all sorts of ructions, haven't you?
I think that maths adds up as well, you know.
Yeah, I was desperately trying to work it out in my head.
Melton in the evening sunshine, bowling here to Lees, who skips across his stumps and lets that go through to the keeper.
Bernard, it actually suggests that the list a number of players who would replace the person injured in a concussion substitution situation. So a batsman replaces a batsman, a bowler replaces a bowler, and if it's a keeper or all-rounder, that's when you get the problem, and obviously it's a keeper. They would have had to, if it had been an opening batsman, they'd have had to have replaced him with a batsman.
Coming round the wicket now.
Except if you're miles away in Hove, when you've got 1/12th man, and he basically has to be the replacement, which is what happened with Dahl when he replaced Slater, who was an opening batsman, and Dahl is a sort of all-rounder who can bat, but certainly you wouldn't expect him to open.
Melton coming round the wicket, the ball to Lees. It's left alone. Lees is batting with his back foot just outside the line of the crease, and he's standing across beyond off stump.
It's quite the vogue, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he was doing that a lot last week.
Yeah, Billy Godleman's been doing it all season.
Vogue,
might be a left-hander's thing.
Maybe.
He's quite a long way across, isn't he?
Checks to see where his off stump is.
Yeah, I love the way he does that. He does every single delivery, doesn't he?
Melton in, and it's turned up to mid-on, no run. That is the end of the over by the looks of it.
Yeah.
12 without loss, a maiden.
Third maiden for Dustin Melton. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 1. Decent effort. What's happening there? We're going to see, we're not going to see Matt Critchley at this end because Ben Aitchison's only bowled 1 over. Aitchison, who bowled a maiden from his first over, but in his first over, with his first over. His first over was a maiden. He's on his way in now to bowl to Cameron Bancroft, and that's turned into the leg side. So the first run scored from Ben Aitchison down to long leg, where Melton's the fielder, got a good arm. As Dustin Melton hurls it back in to Brooke Guest. Everybody swaps over for the left-hander.
Chris has just tweeted, quote of the day, it's first-class cricket, Marty, it's not bloody tiddlywinks.
Yeah, thank you very much.
He's on all week, ladies and gentlemen. Pasha the dog says it hit him on the thigh pad, that's why it was called a dead ball, you pair of numpties. Yes, well, as we've explained, we can't see in this light that it hit him in the thigh pad.
And from this angle, because it's on the other side of us.
Yeah.
But thanks anyway.
Yeah.
Aitchison's in and bowls, and everyone's an expert when they're watching a stream. That one is left alone and goes through to the keeper. Won't be quite as expert when you have to start paying for it.
Oh, you think that's going to happen?
Well, it's got to, hasn't it? It's got to. Clubs will need to monetise and get some money back for the outlay for a start. I have no inside information, but I'd be surprised if.
I think you're
come next season.
There's certain issues there with regards to the BBC's charter.
Well, they might have to take the BBC commentary off. Next delivery is left alone by Lees, and it swings back after it goes past the stumps down the leg side.
Well, they've just signed a 4-year deal, so I know some clubs have gone off and done their own thing.
I've seen the wording of it, and it says you are encouraged to get the clubs to use your commentary, but they don't have to.
Well, Surrey aren't, are they? Or is it Middlesex?
Middlesex definitely aren't.
I think Somerset are doing their own as well. But what some people are doing is they're pausing the Somerset.
Aitchison bowls, and that's a good delivery. He's caught, edged through to Brooke Guest, and Aitchison's got the first wicket. Lee's just pushing forward tentatively, thin edge, and through to the keeper, Brooke Guest, who claims the catch. And in his second over, Aitchison gets the breakthrough. Durham 13 for 1. Just the faintest of edges.
Yeah. He walked, didn't he? Just,
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting anything. I was just expecting, never heard a thing. Just
No, I
expecting
didn't.
the umpire to say not out.
Again,
He
it's one of
walked.
those where the fielders were all looked convinced, didn't they? But you still want to wait for the umpire's signal. But Lees was on his way. Fair play to him.
Wow. Luke Fletcher has got 3 LBWs in 1 over. He's just got Ricky Vessel's first ball. Worcestershire 21 for 5 against Notts.
It brings joy to my heart to hear the Nottinghamshire are succeeding.
Is this Ben Rain coming in as a night watchman? Is this? Ben Rain, night watchman, malarkey.
6 overs and 2 balls remaining.
And if he's out, we'll talk about the futility of the night watchman.
We will. And if he survives, what a terrific decision it was. Thank you, John.
From the bowling of Ben Aitchison. The incoming batsman's ball.
Alex.
Ben
Sam Connors gives Ben Aitchison a proper round of applause there when it was announced that he'd taken the wicket. Because we haven't had any announcements up until this game this season. I'm not sure we had any last season either. Well,
Well, they started,
clearly didn't have any here because we didn't play here.
They started doing them at Durham the last match or two, and I think just to try and get everybody back in the swing of things.
Aitchison's in and bowls to the left-handed Rain, who wants a single there, but there isn't a single there. And quite correctly, Cameron Bancroft wants nothing to do with it. As a result, the batsman decided that there isn't a run. In the end, a couple of fielders are swapping places here. Alex Hughes is going into the onside, and they're going to strengthen the slip cordon with the addition of Finn Hudson-Prentice at 4th slip. So 4 slips for Aitchison now. Bowling to the night watchman Rain, and he pushes this out into the offside. Cameron Bancroft this time sets off for a single when it's not there, and that's a decent over, another decent over from Ben Aitchison. His second. He's got figures of 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1. Ben Rain yet to get off the mark. Bancroft has 18. And Durham 13 for 1 with 6 overs to go.
Mark Stoker's been back on re-concussion subs.
Yeah.
Thanks for your very extensive answer. That has cleared a lot up, and I didn't fall asleep despite it being 12:30 a.m. here in Thailand. Oh, well, there you are.
Yes. Comprehensive and at the same time gibberish.
I think the general plan is if you answer the question and you go on for about a minute and then just waffle on about nothing, and then you get to a point where you can say, what was the question again?
Yes, yeah.
And then move on to something else. Or answer the question you wanted to be asked rather than the one that was asked.
Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Yes. Coming in from the city end. Flowing locks, first ball defended by Bancroft.
Yes, he's not cutting his hair this year.
Does he feel that he'll lose his powers if he does?
Well, the way he said it was typical sportsman. I'm not cutting my hair unless things aren't going right when I'll cut my hair. So he clearly believes that hair is a big part of his makeup.
Right arm over to Bancroft. That's pushed out towards the covers.
I want to make it perfectly clear he doesn't wear makeup. Somebody with red hair by the toilets over there, that's definitely red hair.
Well,
On the far side.
yeah. It's more a sort of rusty,
Maroony.
Yeah, rusty
Right.
maroon.
Yeah, yeah.
Hudson Prentice has got 15 wickets this season. Best figures 4 for 36,
Yeah.
which was
Against Notts.
against Notts. In comes the bowler. And again, Bancroft's there defends in beautiful evening sunshine. In Derby, that was. He also took 4 for 40 against Notts in the same match.
He did. And was the standout bowler in another disappointing display.
It's quite a nice evening now. I bet it's cold out there. The wind is blowing, but the sky is cleared. Blue skies and sunshine. Bancroft again forward to that one. The golden insignia on the ball is so shiny that it's sort of blending in with the light, so it's difficult to track the ball at times. David McCall's been on. Yes, Bancroft waits to face this one. It's left alone outside the off stump. He says, I nipped out in the innings break to cut the front lawn. All went well until the edges bit. Word of advice, don't use a cheap non-branded strimmer replacement reel for a leading brand strimmer from the internet. It's false economy as it gets tangled and you have to keep unreeling it manually.
Thanks for that.
Anyway, back to the cricket. I was going to email earlier if it wasn't for a strimmergate, but Chris Rushworth is like a Terminator. He just keeps on coming back at the opposition relentlessly. In comes Hudson Prentice, that's defended by Bancroft. And the bowler tries to play keepies up, but he can't actually get it up off his toe. Under the over, 13 for 1.
Astonishingly poor football skills.
Yeah. He says it was a privilege to watch him break the record last week, and long may he continue and extend that lead at the top of the Durham wickets column.
I've got a bit more advice as well on gardens and strimming.
You have?
Yeah, I've got a backyard. I've got no grass at all. I've no desire to cut grass.
How did you strim your nettles?
No nettles.
Nothing.
No.
What's on the surface of the yard?
Concrete.
Concrete.
There is a bit of a tree growing out of a crack in the wall, which I must see to before it brings the entire house down. But
Yeah.
Ben Aitchison then, with 4 slips in place, bowling to Ben Rain, who gets hit on the pad. It's a very optimistic appeal for leg before wicket over the wicket to the left-hander. Might even have been some bat in it as well from the noise. But, you know, it's worth a shout. 13 for 1.
There is a village in Northumberland where we have some family who live on a farm up there, and there's a house in the centre of the village where there's a tree growing out of the roof.
Yeah, that's not good, that.
No. And I think people live in the downstairs of the house.
It's going to take the roof off. Eventually. Rain waits, leaves alone. Good leave. I'm going across him.
There's that house in Oxford where the guy had a model of a shark coming out of his roof near the manor ground.
Yeah. Just fell out of the sky. Bancroft on 8. Rain, whose job it is just to survive till the close, so that the batsman tomorrow, if indeed Rain isn't classed as a batsman, can score the runs to get the bonus points, as Aitchison is in, and that one is a good delivery. Just dropped his hands at the last moment, possibly there, Ben Rain. Ball flew through to Brooke Guest, and now it's being polished furiously by Wayne Madsen at second slip.
When's the last time we did a scoreboard?
A while ago, yeah, go on.
We've done Austria and the Czech Republic, haven't we?
Yeah, good game though. What about the game against Luxembourg?
Oh,
I've done that one.
it's not on my list.
I'll look it up. Aitchison in, bowls to Rain, leg stump ball, clipped away nicely by Rain for 4 runs down to fine leg. Get his line right at all there. Ben Aitchison, and Rain is off the bat. Was it leg by?
Yeah.
Oh, what? Leg by signal.
I think he tried the slow ball there. So, Hampshire made 233 against Leicestershire and then bowled them out for 84. Hampshire have forfeited their second innings. Leicestershire 26 for 1 in Southampton. Their target's 150, and it says match drawn, so they started the day before everybody else.
Of course they did, yes.
Right,
Yes, that's why. Yeah.
Notts, 400 for 5 declared. Worcestershire, 23 for 5 in Nottingham.
Next ball from Aitchison is edged and caught brilliantly by Finn Hudson-Prentice, low down to his left-hand side, and the night watchman has gone.
The futility.
Really, really good catch by Hudson-Prentice. It was flying, and Rain is the second Durham man to go tonight. 17 for 2 now. Night watchman gone. Good catch.
Sharp. It was low.
2 wickets for Ben Aitchison.
So the night watchman's out for a duck.
Yes.
Just very rarely ever works, does it?
No, it's not.
I can tell you 2 occasions at Durham in all the years I've commentated on their games. Graham Onion's got a 50 one time, and I think there was another big score from another night watchman. There's been 2 where it's worked.
It worked down at Chelmsford, but the night watchman was the number 9 batsman, and the number 9 batsman was Alex Hughes, who's a batsman, if that makes any sense. But you know what I mean. He was slated to bat at 9, as he did, in fact, in this innings, and as he did in the second innings at Chelmsford, but came in as a night watchman with 3 down in Derbyshire's first innings. So, but you're right. I don't see the value, if I'm honest, in a night watchman. What it means now is that there are still 4 overs to go, and I'm assuming that the new batsman's Scott Borthwick.
Yeah.
They're not sent a second night watchman and keep going with night watchman until you eventually work your way up to the batsman who should be out there. He is the captain. A little bit of extra information there. So,
well, I tell you what, Derbyshire are a wicket away from the first bowling point
They are
here,
indeed.
and well ahead of where Durham were.
I know, but they collapsed rather spectacularly towards the end, didn't
Well,
they?
I
So,
did, yeah.
you know, you can't judge a pitch until Derbyshire have collapsed on it. In goes Aitchison. Final ball of his over, left alone by Borthwick, goes through to Brooke Guest and Finn Hudson-Prentice, who took that impressive catch at 4th slip. Will keep the ball because he's going to bowl the next over from the City end, his second over. His first was a maiden. Aitchison's figures now 3 overs. Hang on a minute. Just let that update. Yeah, I thought so. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 1. Steady away. He'll be quite pleased with that. I certainly will be. Blimey.
Hudson-Prentice right arm over. It's left alone by Bancroft.
What on earth is this cricket information website doing at the moment? It's all over the shop.
What's wrong? Has it gone back on itself or something?
Well, they've changed that again. They've changed that round again. And it used to be at that end, now it's at that end. And I just want to know, it was my fat fingers, actually. Apologies to the cricket information website.
Bowler's up to the stumps, and Bancroft turns that to square leg, no run there.
I just wanted to see what Ben Aitchison. I knew it wasn't massively impressive. His best bowling figures in first class cricket were 3 for 18. So,
Ben Aitchison.
Indeed.
Yeah, against Worcestershire this year.
Well, he played last year for Derbyshire, then he got injured up at Durham when he was told not to bowl on that
ricked his
pitch, and he did his ankle and never played again.
Hudson-Prentice, nearly a tickle, a play and a miss there from Bancroft, and
Well,
nervous moments here for Durham.
Pressing for the innings victory here.
What's the follow-on target? 104 or something? No, 108.
Yeah. Long way away.
17 for 2. Wispy cirrus clouds right up at the top there.
Is that what they are?
Yeah. Comes Hudson-Prentice, defended by Bancroft. 2 balls left of this over, the 12th over. There was 17 to bat out tonight. We thought we'd be finishing around about 7 o'clock.
Won't be far off, will it? Just after.
That's a leave outside the off stump. Quite a straw-looking pitch, isn't it, in this light?
Yeah, yeah. It's all the sun it's had.
Yes. Silage.
It's yeah, be a raging Turner tomorrow. That will be a surprise. I don't think it'll stop Matt Critchley having a go, but
Last ball. And that's through to the keeper as well. End of the over. 17 for 2. BBC Derby, BBC Newcastle with you here. And we've got about another 7 minutes or so to
3 overs.
entertain you
Two
all.
from Aitchison, 1 from Hudson Prentice. Job done. Mikey Cohen does well to catch the cap that was thrown to him frisbee-like.
Took it low, didn't he?
Yeah, very
One-handed
well. He's
catch.
quite short anyway, is Mikey, but I think it's Mikey Cohen. It's a sort of Mikey Cohen shape. 17 for 2. Bancroft 8. Borthwick yet to score. Alex Lee's out for 1. Ben Rain, the night watchman, out without scoring. My stomach's rumbling. And here comes Ben Aitchison bowling to the Durham skipper. Borthwick leaves this alone outside the off stump.
Do you think your second lamb tagine's wearing off now?
Yes, I think it might be. Yeah. Yeah, might be. I have the spare burgers tomorrow. That would be an absolute bonus.
Well, I've gone through sort of everything I like on the menu in the hotel bar, and the last thing really now is burger. But if you see we're having burger tomorrow.
Well, that's the tradition at Derbyshire. I don't got the thumbs up from the men in charge, but as Aitchison is in and bowls to Borthwick outside the off stump.
I went for fish cake last night. It came with a poached egg on it.
Really?
And that was it.
And that was it?
Yes.
A fish cake with a poached egg?
Yeah.
Where's the
I
chips?
thought, where's the rest of it?
Where's the chips?
I had to order a side of fries.
Did you get it within the BBC
It came
cap?
with this. No, just joking, aren't you? There's very little you can get within the cap these days, isn't there, if you
Yes.
stayed in a hotel?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You can't really do it if you go out for a pizza in a pizza shop. Next delivery from Aitchison is, well, it doesn't bounce, and Guest does well, tumbling to stop it after it's left alone by Borthwick.
Remember a couple of years ago staying in a Leicester hotel, and it was quite nasty weather, and I went for the cheapest thing on the menu, which was £16.50 for fish and chips or something like that, and I
Yeah.
put the claim in and it was rejected because it was 50p too much.
Absolutely.
I actually took a photograph of the entire menu to prove I'd gone for the cheapest option.
No. That's when I was told that there's no breakfast at the hotel included, but you're allowed to spend £4 on a breakfast. This next delivery, or 6, is turned into the leg side by Borthwick. They've run 1. They'll come back for a second. Melton does the fielding down at square leg. And Borthwick's off the mark. 19 for 2. He's got 2.
Swords, he doesn't think Ben Rain came in as a night watchman. He says, I'm thinking because 5, 6 and 7 are weak as a unit, they have tried to rejig the order. I don't. I think he came in as a night watchman. He came at number 9 or number 10 last week. I've never seen him come in at number 3 for Durham.
Aitchison's on his way in. Balls to Borthwick. That one takes off. Goes through.
He came in at 9
broadcast
against Worcestershire. Five, 6, 7 a week. Well, Burnham got 100 in the last match.
It's not bad. It's a score, isn't it?
Yeah. Eckersley made 86 in the same game. And they put on 146, those two.
19 for 2. Here comes Aitchison, and that one is off an edge but into the ground, and around comes Hudson Prentice to do the fielding. And once again, he'll keep hold of the ball because it was the final ball of the Aitchison over. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 3. His figures 19 for 2, Durham, Bancroft 8, Borthwick 2. That after Derbyshire made 258 in their first innings, which was finally completed late on day 3. So just 2 overs left now. These two in survival mode.
It's left alone outside the off stump.
Well, Madson's still got the towel hanging out the back of his trousers, as has Matt Critchley. We might get an over, I suppose, of leg spin. You never know. Just for a bit of something.
Oh, it's stepped across the line there. It's whacked into something. I think a little bit of bat as well, maybe.
Just a slight noise of bat, wasn't there?
Ooh.
Taking the stand apart. That's why it's only temporary.
This is played up towards mid-on for a quick single for Bancroft. He's got the danger area, throw at the stumps. Gets there eventually.
Gonna come around the wicket. Hudson Prentice.
This is the good light that took them off loads of times from the west when they had that square round the other way.
Yeah.
Happened 3 matches in a row from Durham when they came here.
Yes, the irony. There aren't actually enough people to riot in the ground at the moment, so they could probably take them off and nobody would notice.
Coming round the wicket now to Borthwick, who plays and misses at that one. Through to the keeper it goes.
Good delivery.
2 balls left of this over.
Really good
And then
delivery.
we're into the final over of the day. And if there were to be a wicket in the final over of the day, they'd go off.
Of course they would. Why wouldn't they? That's not nonsensical at all. Slip cordon has had an extra slip added to it. Ben Aitchison on the end at 4th slip.
In comes the bowler. That's left alone.
Come on, Finney boy. I'll get it. His taxi's arrived.
This is left alone past the off stump. And 1 over to go now.
Derbyshire County Cricket Club would like to thank all members for coming to watch the cricket today on this lovely sunny day. The players really do
Doing some stand-up later
appreciate
on,
the support.
John.
We hope to see you all again tomorrow
I thought.
when the play should start.
So Ben Aitchison to bowl the last over of the day's play. It's his 5th in this spell. 2 for 3 so far. A couple of maidens in there. Can he winkle out one more? He'll be sitting on career best figures going into the final day. Bancroft on 9, Borthwick on 2. It's Bancroft on strike. 4 slips in place. Aitchison is in and bowls 2 and he pushes it out to Danush Dahl, who's fielding at point. And there's no run. So it's Hudson Prentice at 4th, Critchley at third, Madsen at second, and Deploy, I don't think it's touched the ball and only hit it with the bat once. At first slip, Brooke Guest, of course, now with the gloves on, following Harvey Hussein's concussion. Dahl at point, Billy Godleman at wideish mid-off, Connors at mid-on. As Aitchison is in and bowls, that one's down the leg side. Taken by Guest. Alex Hughes is the man fielding at mid-wicket with Dustin Melton all the way down there at long leg in front of the old calf. There are now 5 people in the permanent temporary stand. About the same number in the East Midlands demolition stand. Wanted to get away early to avoid the rush through the exit gates. This next delivery from Aitchison is defended by Bancroft straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. It is a shame that the best part of the day, there isn't a cloud to be seen away to the west, and we're all going to go off fairly shortly at the end of the day's play, having lost more overs today. Would you say another 12 today? Or more?
What did we get? 17, did I write down? 16.
12, 16 overs, further 16 overs lost today. This next delivery from Aitchison, he's left alone by Bancroft. Goes through at around about head height to Brooke Guest, who just packed his wicket-keeping gloves in case. And it came to pass. He is indeed keeping wicket for the first time this season in the first team. I'm not sure he's played any second team cricket either, so it'll be a while since he's had the gloves on. Didn't play in the last game of last season at Liverpool because he was on loan from Lancashire. Aitchison bowls, and that one is a little bit leading edge-ish out into the offside from Bancroft. Aitchison, another former Lancashire player, of course. Grew up in their system, like Critchley. Alex Hughes and Sam Connors, the 2 members of the Derbyshire team who've come through the ranks. Would have been 3 with Harvey Hussein. We're going to have a 5th slip now, why not? Alex Hughes has gone across from mid-wicket, which means that Sam Connors has got an awful lot of acreage to cover should the ball be played into the leg side. He's hoping that Aitchison can keep his line here as he's on his way in and bowls. And that was edged, just short of Alex Hughes at 5th slip. What a bonus that would have been from the final delivery of the day. It fell just short, agonisingly short. And at the close of play on day 2, in their first innings, Durham are 20 for 2. Cameron Bancroft is 9. Scott Borthwick is 2. The men out. Alex leaves for 1. And Ben Rain without scoring the night watchman. That in response to Derbyshire's 258 all out in their first innings. It's all about the bonus points tomorrow, when we hope we'll get a prompt start. We were 15 minutes late getting underway this morning. And we will be back as soon as play starts tomorrow for the final day of this championship match at the Incora County Ground. Thanks for your company today. And we will speak to you tomorrow. Oh, just some supporters shouting good night to the scorer.
Thank you for your attendance today. Good night to you all. And down.
The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to